like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe it when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Whole nigga powder a tie. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
shouldn't feel right, but baby don't go. Just let me all night.
Just let me all night, all night. Just let me all night, all night. Just let me all night, all night. Just let me all night, all night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. Temptation. Temptation. Oh. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Hot, hot, hot. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation, temptation. Oh, it's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy
I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, 'cause that's what I want, that's what I want, that's what I want. Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together, moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're we just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time. time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
There to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，笑笑。
There to go wild.
历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归属。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Ethan coming at you. With me is Giyang Gaming, and we'll be your chatcasters for today. And we have a pretty stacked day for you all.
Absolutely. 2 games from the PH region and Rare Atom against Trace Esports. Starting it off in this week actually was pretty interesting. It was a really nice game from the Philippine region teams, and then we have seen KBG last Wednesday coming up against Thunder Talk. KT Roser landing a really nice comeback against Cerberus Esports, and yesterday we have seen Invade Esports really adapt against Team Flash in what might be a really exciting reverse sweep actually. EDG as well as won against OMG, so far leading the bracket on the side of the CN conference, and Fennel suffering their first defeat as they were just really outmatched here by Weibo Gaming. And this time we are going to be seeing a lot more of these PH teams and CN conference teams battle it out in today's schedule. Nigma Galaxy versus Buriram United Esports will battle once more again in this Friday match. Trace Esports will have a chance to redeem themselves against Trace Esports, Rare Atom rather, and Cerberus Esports after their loss against KT Roster will have a chance to redeem themselves, but it will be a tough time because they're going to be facing off Naos Esports.
That's true, and Naos is definitely one of the teams to watch out for. But today, if you guys don't know how the tournament works, here is how it's all going to shake out. First, we're in the regular stage where teams are going to be playing a round robin against each other, and then in June 21 to July 7, we do have the playoffs where 2 teams from the Chinese conference and 2 teams from the APAC conference will be going to, well, they will be in China. The APAC teams are going to be flown out there, and they'll be battling it out, and I think it's a double elimination, and then the finals will be during July 21 to July 23rd, where we will be crowning the king of the Wild Rift League Asia.
I mean, it's still just the second week of our regular stage, so you know, we are just pacing ourselves. It is going to be a long 10-week journey here in the regular stage to determine who is gonna be playing in our next stage. Of course, going towards the playoffs, wherein we will only be seeing the top 2 from the CN conference and the top 2 from the APAC region. And we have seen a lot of plays already coming in from our CN conference teams and our APAC teams. A lot can still be developed by these teams, and we have even seen, you know, some teams redeeming themselves already, going towards their second game. Some teams having a bit of a hard time getting their tempo in their first game. But again, it's still just the start, and we are going to be taking our time here in this regular stage.
True, and I mean, the regular stage is going to be a really good indicator of, you know, how powerful these teams really are in the Wild Rift League Asia. And of course, we do have something new for you guys to make it a little bit more fun to watch these games. Before single match, there is going to be a fight for side where each team will choose one representative who will play in a 1v1 against the other team's laner, and they will be on Howling Abyss. Is a traditional 1v1. First to 2 kills gets the win, and will be able to pick the side for their team for the entire match. And here's how the standings have shaken out for our Chinese conference teams. Of course, EDG at the very top. This is kind of expected. They are one of the favorites in this tournament, and they have just had some incredibly clean games, followed by JDG with 1 win, JT, Nova, WHD, and KBG each with 1 win, as well as Weibo Gaming, which they did get a win against. It was Fennel yesterday. But KBG and WBG both have 1 loss each. However, OMG, Rare Atom, TE, FDX, and Thunder Talk all have losses on their side, with Thunder Talk having 2 losses. So a very tough time for Thunder Talk, but I do believe that they can bounce back.
And on the side of the APAC teams, we will be seeing Enigma Galaxy and Naos Esports reigning on the very top, alongside with Invade Esports. Kate Roser has redeemed themselves in a very fantastic manner against Cerberus Esports just last Wednesday. And BRU gonna be having their first match here for today. It is gonna be up against Enigma Galaxy, so it is actually going to be an interesting matchup, and we'll dwell on it later on. Team Flash, you know, suffered their first defeat, unfortunately, against Invade Esports in that tough series that they had. Cerberus Esports as well, and Fennel yesterday, after they struggled against the most aggression actually that was showcased by the team of Weibo Gaming. I mean, Weibo Gaming is really a tough team to beat, having to be one of the top 4 teams in CN Conference has ever produced, with a lot of achievements over the course of their career. Fennel, I mean, it's just their first game. They can still bounce back. A lot of chances here in this regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of chances for these teams, because they are playing a single round robin against you know, every single one of their same conference teams, and one between you know, cross conferencing with, you know, the Chinese teams are going to be playing against the APAC teams, and the APAC teams are going to be playing against the Chinese ones. So a lot of skill going to be on display today. I think, you know, Enigma Galaxy and Buriram United going to be a very good match here, because Buriram, when we saw them in the qualifiers, they looked so incredibly clean, and I believe it was Autoluz who told me, you know, you cannot let Ash through when you're against Buriram United, because they are just snipers with that. And we did see another Filipino team utilize that champion really well in Naos's Mirmo. So maybe we'll see it come out. However, Rare Atom TE, the Chinese match gonna be at 6 p.m. later, and at 8 we have another APAC versus APAC team, Cerberus Esports versus Naos Esports.
Yep. So far, Nigma Galaxy and Naos Esports haven't experienced any loss, and they have established their dominance over their opponents during their respective schedule of games, having to secure both 2-0 in their match. Naos Esports against Rare Atom at that time last Wednesday, 2-0, and actually, Trace Esports has lost against Nigma Galaxy at that time in a 0-2 manner as well, though Weiba wasn't part of the equation at that time because he wasn't able to participate, so that was a little bit unfortunate on the side of Trace Esports. So this time we are gonna be looking forward to seeing Trace Esports once more in our second game, because maybe Weiba is gonna be playing once more, but let's dive in towards our first series for now. Nigma Galaxy going up against Buriram United Esports. Long-standing history already. Even just last Wild Rift Circuit Asia Open, they battled, and it was actually Buriram United Esports that won 2-0 against them, but Nigma Galaxy still remain on top of that, qualifying in the playoffs, denying Buriram United Esports a spot in that top 4. And it's actually interesting to see how these teams actually just continue to battle each other. It's a win sometimes for Buriram United Esports. It's a win sometimes for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and just a side note, I'm glad that they fixed the Pasay spelling, because it's now with a single S. It was a double S before, but now it is correct. But here we are, Buriram United Esports. You got Vipper, Valis, Noel, Golden Feet, and What the Jess. What the Jess has been one of the kind of standout players that we've been seeing, in Buriram United from the qualifiers. Absolutely insane on that support role. Really great engages. We'll see if Nigma Galaxy can prevent him from getting a roll on. But of course, Valdez is going to be the featured player here.
Oh, absolutely.
Quite a few accolades under his belt. Second in the CE Games in 2022, first in the Snapdragon Pro Series Thailand Open, and first in WCA Open 2022. That is a very, very accomplished player, and Buriram is going to kind of lean on him to be the playmaker. As a jungler, he kind of dictates the pace of how this game should be going.
Yeah, and not just Valus, I mean the rest of the members here on the side of Buriram United Esports as well has a solid foundation. Drawing back from 2021, of course, dominating the whole of Thailand region in every tournament that they actually come across. Even just recently in the qualifier for this 2023 WRLA season number 1, they landed first spot, defeating even Inbait Esports at that time in a 3-1 manner in the upper bracket finals. Against NGX, they sometimes struggle, and actually in one of their games in the Snapdragon Pro Series 2022, they lost against Buriram United Esports in a tough series, actually. It was a 3-2, and despite, it was a win by Nigma Galaxy, but actually that series was pretty close just because of Buriram United Esports' aggressiveness. And Valdez was one of the key playing factors at that time. So Nigma Galaxy, they have to really watch out for him. Also to Noel, which was actually a Baron laner before, but now participating as a mid laner sometimes here for BRU.
Yeah, so with those changes, we do have to keep in mind that BRU, just because they put changes to their roster, doesn't mean that they're going to be any less formidable, because they are just absolutely insane with it. They can 100% just flip around and put somebody from one position into another and still play absolutely fantastically, like absolute beasts. And that is going to be a huge challenge for Nigma Galaxy to actually surpass. Even though they did win they already have a history against Buriram United. I think today Buriram is just going to show us something different, something that is that we haven't seen from them before. That's just kind of my my hunch, my feel that's what's gonna happen today. So Nigma better be prepared.
I mean, we can actually safely anticipate that this series might actually go towards game number 3, given the long-standing history of BRU and Nigma Galaxy already. Nigma Galaxy started off actually really great and explosive in their first game last Sunday against Trace Esports, though it was actually a really close game per se, especially in game number 1, wherein it actually took like 21 minutes and Trace Esports was really trying to extend the game against them. Game number 2 against Trace Esports at that time was a lot more easier. It was actually one of the most dominating games we have seen in the whole of the tournament as of yet, given the way that Nigma Galaxy punished that Dr. Mundo taking of Trace Esports. So as a result as well, we have seen the first ever defeat with a Zoe pick up in the lineup. So those kinds of mistakes, I think both of these teams are very well aware of. They have a well grip on what's working in the meta as well. Maybe they will have a couple of surprises for us as well here in the pickings later on, because these teams love to experiment. They love to really revolve around their aggressive lineup and nature, and we'll be looking to find that one weakness to take down their opponent.
Yeah, and that they are really good at finding those weaknesses and exploiting them. Let's take a look at what's happening on the stage.
Now let's give up to Pasai City Nigma Galaxy versus the BRU United Esports.
Yeah, BRU United.
Are you guys prepared? One of us has to lose.
My dear Nigma, in my memory, I think that we never lost to you in the group stage before, and we will repeat it again.
Yeah, so strong words coming out from both Nigma and BRU United. Very confident, both of these teams. I mean, that's true. Nigma did say one of us has to lose. It remains to be seen which one, though, because BRU, one of the best teams that we have seen in, you know, quite a long time out of Thailand. So, you know, I don't think that they'll be taking that L easily or, you know, lying down at all. I do think Nigma Galaxy has to kind of be on their toes here, because I do think that BRU has a very strong chance of winning this. Even if we do go to a game number 3, they just have an ironclad mental and godlike execution here. While Nigma, they have already while they haven't suffered their first loss, they are still kind of flawless. This is the first game that BRU is going to be playing in the regular season, and they are definitely want to come out the gate swinging.
Also, strong words coming in here on the side of BRU United Esports, declaring that they never lost against Nigma Galaxy in the group stages, and that is the group stages as of the meantime, regular season. And the game that Nigma Galaxy actually won against BRU United Esports before in the Snapdragon Pro Series 2022 was in the playoffs. So it does count, you know? I mean, it does count as a win, but not as a group stage. Let's see who they are actually going to be sending in our fight for side. Oh, okay, it's going to be Hyde versus Tipper.
Alright, so of course, if you guys... I'll explain it one more time, just in case you guys didn't get it the first time. This is a fight for side. It's a 1 versus 1 thing where, you know, these players are going to be going up against each other in the Howling Abyss. And what's gonna happen there is that, well, they're going to be fighting each other in a first to 2 kills or first tower match, and whoever wins will be getting side priority for their team for the entire match. So let's see who they do pick. Hyde, I think, is partial to this Yasuo. I quite like that.
Yeah, we have yet to see what the champion Tipper is actually going to be showing up. He has actually hovering on the Yasuo as well. Well, these Baron laners might actually just go with a really classic matchup in a 1v1 sense, you know? Getting that Yasuo versus Yasuo. Who's gonna be the better samurai here in this match to the fight for side to determine who will get that side selection priority.
Yeah, and I mean, Yasuo, man, that is such a classic 1v1 formula. It's going to be absolute madness. It's just purely a skill check between these two teams, between these two players. Whoever is more skilled is going to win. Whoever lands more, Steel Tempest Spokes, Steel Tempest Tornadoes, they are going to have a huge advantage. So you have to not just land your tornadoes, but be really good at dodging the enemy's tornadoes. You have to have fancy feet on you if you want to be on the winning side here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're just gonna be having a good time here, as well as our players from BRU United Esports and Negma Galaxy. Tipper and High, both on the Yasuo. That is a classic. That is going to be something to be excited about here. As well, I am always a fan of this champion, Yasuo, and we rarely see this champion as well being used in Wild Rift. Actually. Yeah. At most, we do see it on Andran, on KBG, and some other tournaments. Some as well on the side of CN Confidence has tried this champion out, but not as successful as Andran over the course of the CN Confidence tournaments. But in here in the Fight for side, it's always amusing to see these players, you know, use a very mechanical champions like the Yasuo, and sometimes you do even see it win against ranged matchups. During our first day, I think we have seen a Teemo versus Yasuo in which the Yasuo actually has won.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a surprise there because Teemo does have quite a few advantages over Yasuo, but this time, Yas versus Yas. All they gotta do here is land them Steel Tempests, the Last Breaths as well, and well, it is just going to be a mechanical festival here, because one of the things that you can do with Yasuo as well that they do need to account for is Yasuo can what's it called? He can flash during his spinning Steel Tempest to actually get the knock-up on you when you least expect it and then go for the Last Breath. So let's see how Hyde and Thipper are going to start things off, because as a reminder, this is a first to 2, and whoever gets the first kill, of course, there is backing here. You can back, and that's completely fine. But whoever gets that first kill will have such a huge advantage. And oh, they went for the same Steel Tempest strike first. This one brain cell between these two. And they're just waiting for the cooldowns. Oh, it's Hyde who gets hit first by the tornadoes. So that's more of a little bit of an ICU, you know, from Thipper.
Just a small opinion, you know. I have been more of a fan on the High Noon Yasuo skin rather than the other skins. It always has given like that classic vibe. And this Yasuo, you know, having that cowboy look and also, you know, just looking very aesthetically pleasing on the colors as well. So I do love this skin coming in from Hyde. Tipper!
Ooh, look at this! Oh my god, wow. Hyde! He just immediately
demolishes
Tipper. Absolutely demolished. I don't think Thipper was expecting that much damage, and Hyde, look at that. He is so happy right now. He got that one up on him. Didn't even have to use flash or ignite. He just went all in, just like, you know, I am just going to risk it for the biscuit, and he did. He won that biscuit fair and square.
Yeah, Tipper was also surprised. We saw some smiles and laughs there on the side of BRU's camp. But on the serious side, you know, with Hyde winning that 1v1 a while ago, now just one kill away from actually allowing Negma Galaxy to get this fight for side going for them. Has a Vampiric Scepter as well for the extra lifesteal. Tipper a little bit on the back end. Nice dodge there on that win.
This could be another fight. Ooh. Oh, there's the Ignite coming in. Who's going to get the Last Breath? It's going to be Hyde who gets... Oh, he doesn't get away. That's 1-1. The Ignite just barely ticked him down. The last tick was the thing that mattered here for Thipper. And now 1-1. I don't think we've seen a a 1-1 lately. It's mostly been 2-0 shutouts, you know, and there was a sudden death, a tower take here or there. But when it's so even, you know, it all comes down to the next kill. It all comes down to the next interaction. And we shall see. Is it going to be Hyde or is it going to be Pipper who comes out on top? Because now Hyde, he's got the Blade of the Ruined King, and Pipper's, he has to contest that. So he needs to actually back after this wave and buy that Bork, or else he can't fight Pipper right now. That Bork is going to absolutely slaughter you. So yeah, back away and then go for it later.
Yeah. Let's see if Hyde is going to be able to recall. I guess he will, especially with a huge wave crashing into the tower here of Tipper. So that will give a bit of an advantage actually as he gets his reset, have better HP standing. And the Tipper just opting to clear this wave out will not be enough time to reach the tower. I think both of them are just trying to get that slight edge in terms of items and buys. I mean, both of them have like 1-1 scoreline already in this particular game, and they would really want to secure that fight for side for the team. Plus also, you know, some bragging rights. I mean, get that 1v1 win against a Baron laner. Both of these players just really strong in the solo lane.
Ooh, a crit cloak coming out for Thipper, while just the dagger that Hyde is forced to get. So they just need that tiny edge, because Yasuo, he does gain double the crit from items. So this could go in the way of Thipper if he's got more crit. Oh, now they're completely even. It's all up to who can outscale now. Perfect. This is what we want to see. The more skilled player, Hyde, did take more damage there, but the miss from the Steel Tempest Tornado, he has been ignited, but that ignite is going to tick down, and it's going to be Thipper who finally takes the win. And it's going to be Barium United who are going to get that side priority here.
Absolutely well played there by Tipper. Landed more of those Steel Tempests onto Hyde and actually able to dodge some of the pokes there coming in from Hyde. So it's going to be BRU getting this side selection priority. Let's see which side they actually want to be in. Will it be on the blue side? Will it be on the red side? I actually think that maybe they would opt here on the blue side to give some priority on the first pick on their side. I mean, BRU, especially their mid laner, you know, Noel has been such a good player actually on the Zed. Maybe they want to pick it up in this series as well, as much as possible whenever given the opportunity to do so, because his Zed actually was one of those keys that they had into winning in most of the games they had against Nigma Galaxy. So it being prioritized might be the key in this series as well.
Yeah, that may be the way for them to get into this game really well. Definitely going to be an interesting thing. Okay, yeah, so Barium, they will be on blue side. They do want that first pick priority. They don't need that 2 champion pick right now, and that's completely fine. That's completely understandable. But that does mean that Nigma Galaxy, they will be able to complete their composition a little bit quicker, a little bit easier here, because of the ability to get 2 champions off the first time.
So Barium United Esports did pick blue. So they want to secure that first pick on a particular champion that will be let open here in this game. It actually having really strong standing here on the Zed for Noel is going to be a big thing, big pressure here for the side of Nigma Galaxy. Baldus as well going to be a key factor here in this series, having to cement so much pressure on their enemies as much as possible with good synergy towards Noel and Tipper. And in this matchup, you need as much lead as you can to gain leverage against your enemy team. Be able to the one dictating the flow of the game, be the one to set up tempo and also deny vision from the enemy team. And in this manner, I think BRU, they're one step away from having it, given that they will have that first pick priority. But actually starting off this series, they will take away the Zed.
Oh, interesting. So Barium, they don't want Aaron to have his hands on that Zed. Instead of them looking to first pick and take it away. Interesting strategy here, because they do like being on that. Noel does like being on that Zed, but that may pay off for them in the long run. Camille and Jace being banned out here for Enigma Galaxy. Jushi also not going to be able to be on the Lee Sin, so pretty good bans here. Still notably, Aatrox is open. He has currently a 100% pick ban percentage in the regular season here, the Wild Rift League Asia. Zoe's open. Nautilus is going to get banned out, but Zoe's open. Zed is open. No, not Zed. Jax is open. Aatrox is open.
Fiora as well.
is open as well. Fiora, Renekton.
A lot.
Quite a few high priority champions here for both teams. Ashe is open as well if you want to go that route. There's a Lucian available. Ziggs.
You know what's happening right now, G10?
Yeah.
So much target bans onto each other. Onto Noel, onto Aaron, onto Joshi, and onto Valdez as well as Tipper. That leaves so much meta champions being opened right now because they're focused on taking that really highlight of a champion that a single player can fully utilize in this game and in this series. And now that leaves some of the meta champions open. Aatrox is going to be taken here by BRU United Esports. A classic pick as well here by Enigma Galaxy. Always, whenever this Fiora is open, they take it almost 100% at a time.
Yeah, just because Fiora is such a good Baron laner that she has so many tools in her kit to be able to threaten you like right off the bat. But Aatrox, though, if he does go into the Baron lane, we have seen some Aatroxes in the mid lane. If the Aatrox does go into the Baron lane with Vipper, that means that Aatrox needs to be focused here. He needs to be the target of some attention, or else Hyde may not be able to deal with him on his own. Aatrox, such an offensive champion, such a good dueler as well, especially with the World Ender.
There are two champions you wouldn't want Draw to actually have. One is the Gragas and one is the Galio. It is known for his quote-unquote quick draw, where he can just make those plays miraculously and unexpectedly by the enemy team and just put them in a tough spot, in a tough situation, and suddenly a clean sweep here by Enigma Galaxy. Also, one of PH classic picks. The Ashe gonna be coming our way here. And we saw how Naos Esports, how Mirmo actually fully utilized this champion in their match just recently against Rare Atom. And this time, Enigma Galaxy is gonna be trying it out against BRU United Esports.
Yeah, now this is gonna be a little bit scary though. If you notice, Senna plus Aatrox plus Galio, they are putting all their eggs in the Thipper basket right now, and I don't blame them because Thipper, he's incredibly skilled here. If he does go for the big unkillable Demon King plays, if he just runs into the enemy team, if he runs into Enigma Galaxy, then there's very little that they can do to stop them. So, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge for them come the late game team fights, as Thipper goes in and then he gets Hero's Entrance, and then he gets healed by the Senna ultimate as well. It's definitely a big question mark for Enigma Galaxy is how they're going to deal with all of that from the Aatrox.
I mean, that is the win condition that BRU United Esports is wanting to have right now. Really concentrated group fights. It is going to be inevitably a team fight based composition. You have Aatrox, they have Senna, they have Galio. They might be getting some fighters as well here in their last two picks. But Enigma Galaxy is focusing on crippling down the numbers here on BRU United Esports. Pick-offs after pick-offs, and that is something that Naos Esports had shown against Rare Atom. So far in this tournament, we have seen 100% win rate on this Ashe. Enigma Galaxy is cementing now on that statistic alone and having to even increase the foundation of this champion with these aggressive fighters as well. The Fiora, the Riven, the Gragas. When they get a good pick-off, when they get a good setup, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, for instance, they can immediately follow up almost instantaneously to land that kill onto the unfortunate member of BRU.
Yeah, so that will test the sniping abilities here of Deep. What is that? What
That is a classic pick. Now that
go,
is a classic pick
it.
by Nigma
love
Galaxy. Aaron is such a monster on this champion,
Aaron.
and if you want to really create chaos on your in this game, this is the way. Nigma Galaxy really wanting to mess with the mind here of BRU United Esports. Because if we look at this draft of BRU, theoretically, this is scary. Such an aggressive lineup, so many setups, such good scaling. But Nigma Galaxy, as an organization, is really strong at being creative in their draft. And this might actually be key in crippling this draft of BRU.
I mean, you're right, man. This is definitely peaky creativity here from Nigma Galaxy. I personally don't know how to feel about this. The Singe, yes, it is, you know, something classic for them. Distracting the enemy, kind of. But, you know, I just love Singe as a champion. I love the way he plays. I love the way he moves. I love the way that he forces the enemy to play around such a kind of weird play style. So, I want to see how they execute it, because he is going to be going up against a ranged mid in the Lucian. So it's going to be definitely a rough time in the early game, but I have my hopes up that we'll see something really cool happen. You know, maybe a little bit of proxy farming here by the Singe. I mean, that's not super common, but it could happen. So let's get right into this game.
And let me explain something to you about the Singe match. Since it's you can actually think of it as like a Garen in the mid lane. More on the utility, more on the front line. The goal of the Garen is usually to interrupt those really quick bursts that a particular champion can do. For example, a Riven, for example, actually wants to go. And just one silence can completely interrupt the intention of that player. With the Singe, it's more on actually the utility. You pick up the Rylai's, you apply some slows with your sticky ground slow. You will be able to stop any sort of disengage from the enemy team. And with the setup that Nigma Galaxy already has, with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with the Riven, every follow-up is going to be really crucial. And you would want to have that grounding effect that the Singe actually possess to prevent BRU from having any escape routes whenever they do set up.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. But this is... It still kind of will be a bit rough coming into the early part of the game. But if that Singe is able to hold it down, not die to the Lucian, and not get ganked all too much, then it's going to be quite a different story. Now, both Baron laners have called over their ADs over here. But look at this, it's Kite almost already down. Oh my god, he just barely got to the heal, but no, Golden Feet, he was able to come in and get that snipe out. He's going to actually find Tide as well, maybe here. Oh my god, he got it, the stun flash right in. Aaron's right there, Aaron's gonna die as well, almost. No, it's actually the Riven. Oh my lord, just barely missing that Singe. Golden Feet, he's going to...
What? That's a triple kill!
3!
That is a big oopsie coming in from Nigma Galaxy. Started off with, Hyde and Demon Kite just wanting to poke. Unexpectedly, Thipper goes in, and suddenly the follow-up from Golden Feet was just on a point. He tried to survive, but he couldn't. Hyde as well was stuck between two fights that was happening at the top side and also in the river. That's why we saw, Aaron just flashing out, supposedly, out of Valdez and Noel. But Golden Feet was like, okay, another victim, let me just go in and secure this next kill that I had. So this Senna right now is suddenly, this is a scaling champion, but suddenly 3 kills, your scaling is done.
Yeah, woof, man. That was a little bit rough there, if I'm going to be honest. And Nigma Galaxy, they are now going to be operating from such a huge loss. They are still going to be going for a really aggressive play here. They tried to go for the snipe with the Ash Arrow, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it will not be coming out. It won't hit anybody. They did draw out the flash from the Galio. So Now Fipper, he's gonna go in, slice and
Deja
dice,
vu?
and then go for the stun. There's he said an ultimate to secure the kill, and there is nowhere that Demon Kite can hide, not behind hide. As another kill comes in the way of BRU United. That's slice and dice. Then you have to account for that range, otherwise you are just gonna get absolutely pummeled.
And you have to respect the dash coming in here from Thipper's Renekton. He can dash twice, he can easy close the distance. Golden Feet can just follow up with the last embrace and snare you down after the stun of Thipper. And that combination alone is very scary if you're gonna be the victim. If it's going to be the Ashe that's going to be the victim here or the target, and that has been the case on and on again twice already. And BRU is just getting so much value in this bottom lane fights. 4,000 gold, in fact, accumulated over the course of 4 minutes. And when you see 1,000 gold per minute being earned by an enemy team, that already is going to be so nerve-wracking. You're going to be very nervous all throughout the rest of the game, because as BRU, with the discipline that they do have, the way they operate is that when they do get a lead, they do not just let their opponent catch up. They look for more fights, just like how they're doing right now.
Gonna get aggressed. Oh, they are going to try for something here, but it is the Aatrox who will fall down first. Good catch by NGX, but now can they get the rest of this fight? Aaron, he has popped his ultimate. He throws Golden Feet back right into the waiting arms of the Riven, and you were saying they don't give the lead over to the enemy. That is exactly what BRU United just did. They kind of misstepped there, tried to go for an aggressive catch onto Jushi, but Enigma Galaxy was there ready and waiting to go for it. So with that being said, and with all that being done, they won't be able to get the Baron, but hide in the top lane trying to duel this Renekton. You can't really do that. The Ignite will not take him down, so at least he keeps his life for a little bit longer. And Enigma Galaxy, they can find their way back into this. They just need to keep doing that, keep getting small advantages like that, and translate them into bigger plays. And let's take a look at that again.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow with the follow-up coming in from Draw is just massive here. They definitely needed to take that Aatrox down. And that paved the way for them to actually even get this shutdown.
Oh, no fight though!
Round number 2 though.
The fight is happening. Yeah, and Demon Kite goes for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to disengage. And I didn't actually see who got that dragon. It may have been Enigma Galaxy, but they are pushing down in the mid lane with 4. Now, can Enigma Galaxy defend? No, they won't be able to. It's gone. It is gone. What the Jest. He's going to be the frontliner here. He's going to keep them all safe and cozy. So, woof, it is not looking all too good, my friend, for Enigma Galaxy, even though they are really scrappy, really good at fighting. You know, if that fighting is not super on point, then it could just be the BRU United show, because look at their gold lead. It is pretty significant, 3,000 already, but nothing insurmountable yet. They just need to clean up their team fighting, I think.
I mean, it has been a rough start coming in from Enigma Galaxy, but they were able to catch up a little bit, getting 2 kills, getting even that Ocean Drake, and negating any sort of punishment from BRU. Despite losing that mid tower, they're still able to, keep up with the gold. Actually, a while ago it was 4,000, but not now. We're seeing the gold lead not really ballooning. Mid side though, there might be a fight as Draw will just try to escape. Will he be able to?
Yeah, he won't be able to. He gets flashed on, and the World Ender dot is going to be the thing that does him in. Now, Demon Kite, he tried his best to slow them down, to keep from the support, but no, they were just a little bit too fast on the draw. That draw just was not gonna go anywhere.
Oh yeah, I mean, you put yourself in harm's way, no tower already in the mid lane. That was too deep already there for a draw. And a quick punishment nonetheless here by BRU. They will be getting this top side tier 1 as well. And there's nothing that NGX can do at the moment, given their situation, but they are answering in the bot lane. Yeah,
they'll trade it off. That wind slash going to be hurting Jushi a little bit. They won't actually even be able to finish that tower off in air, and maybe running for his life, but oh god, he did not get his life back. Jushi, now he's in the 1v1 against Aatrox. That Arrow will still land, but the buffered Q took that Riven down anyway. Demon Kite tried his best once again, but NGX, they are getting a little bit sloppy. That gold lead is extending now, almost 6,000.
So at this point, you start to think, how is NGX gonna be able to come back from this? What are the ways, what are the tools that they have to utilize in order to stop BRU from ever scaling? Because this scaling is gonna happen. BRU has a lot of late game champions, the Aatrox, the Senna, even the Lucian can deal massive damage in the late game, provided he has proper front lines, in which what the Jess is a proper front line alongside with Tipper. So now, what are the tools? How will NGX actually, you know, revolve and go around this fight? One thing that has been consistent is that NGX has been looking for picks. Looking at the Enchanted.
Here, maybe. Yeah, because Valdez is going to be coming in incredibly fast, and Draw is not going to be able to get out of there in time. That Aatrox is so quick, and he's going to be aggressing onto Jushin now. Riven not really able to do all too much except run away. That Aatrox is absolutely terrifying, my guy. He is in already the late game fantasy, even though it's only mid game. He is unkillable by NGX, and Valdez is just going to have a good time in any team fight. He can just be the tip of the spear here for BRU United. And Nigma, I don't know how they're going to be able to get back into this. What the Jets almost got the fling there, but Valdez and Golden Feet were off to the side. The rest of BRU doing Herald, and I can only see this going really well for BRU.
It's so far going just one way here. BRU scaling, getting the pick off, and avoiding the ganks coming in from NGX. Because, I mean, that's one of the only things that NGX can do in this game. Look for picks and try to skirmish from there. This time, Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be avoided by Tipper.
Swing and a miss, but Tipper, he is
adhesive
on Arrow, going to fling him back, but not into the...
Tipper!
No, it won't. Tipper, he's just a Renekton as well as the Hero's Entrance coming in, granting him that extra bit of resistance against... had to run really quickly away from there, so he wouldn't be much help. And now Nigma, they are trying to risk it, but you know the risks that they're taking are not paying off.
Not paying off at all. Even getting punished here by BRU, and man, it's just becoming a tough time here for NGX. Slowly but surely, the windows, the curtains are closing here for NGX in terms of opportunities as BRU just continues to scale up and negate those engages that NGX has been wanting. Valdez, Tipper, even a while ago, 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, able to win that and even get a kill to punish that overextension by Enigma Galaxy. And now as they secure Infernal Dragon, well, it's gonna help them in terms of scaling. Overall, they will have this access in information, vision on everything, in every place, and without hesitation in engaging. I think this BRU will take control of this game. NGX are losing their chance.
Yeah, slowly but surely, NGX's chances in this match are slipping away, especially with Tipper. You know, that Renekton does so much damage if he gets ahead. He may be an early game bully, but if you are behind in the mid to late game, he is just going to decimate your health bar. Now, Golden Feet and Valdez, they could be looking for an aggressive pick here from NGX, trying to bait something out. Because honestly, what else can NGX do but try to farm up, get to the late game, and make this game a little bit more even. Once everybody is at level 15 and everybody's got their core items, that is how Enigma Galaxy may be able to come back here.
Everyone is banking right now on Hyde, on the split push. He has been very consistent in the bottom lane, being helped out as well by Aaron in the other side, while the rest of the team is trying to maneuver around these jungle camps and trying to catch anyone from BRU that is rotating towards them. Right now, Hyde is in a tough spot. Everyone is surrounding and trying to find him, just guessing here and there where he is. Might be in a tough spot, but is actually able to sneak away 100 sneak by Hyde. I mean, it's his name, in his name.
Yeah, he's hiding. Yep, he does get to hide there. Now, let's take a look at, you know, how much gold these people have. Valdez at 11.2. The next competitor from NGX is Jushi with 10.1, so it's really not all too big of a gold lead per champion, but like overall, Enigma Galaxy, they are incredibly behind. am not sure how they're gonna get back into this game, my friend.
I'm not so sure
because
either.
They are gonna get this may be a huge fight with the Herald coming in. What the Jess is
coming in.
gonna be there. Okay, and it is gonna be the first kill coming through, and Enigma Galaxy have to retreat immediately. Draw did not survive. He was a little bit too far to the right, wasn't able to body slam in as Jushi now gonna get chased down. You can't even be in your jungle right now if you're Enigma Galaxy. As BRU, they have complete control of the map, they have complete control of the lanes.
Just so you can find the openings. And simply because they have no openings at the moment, when BRU is grouped up, they're this unstoppable force. No one can actually stop them. They have almost an infinite amount of scaling and also sustain, especially with Valdez being in the front line. But the Jess also, supporting him, readying his hero's entrance whenever it is necessary. And Enigma Galaxy, in these group up fights, it's really difficult and complicated for them to actually go in on any sort of angles, because where can you actually go in from? You can't go in, you can't charge in from the front line, you can't actually sneak behind them. Maybe if you find a way to separate them from each other and maybe pile onto that one isolated member, you can have a standing chance. But that is very uncommon here on the side of BRU. They really group up efficiently and they leave no weakness behind in their rotations. Right now, Noel is
Aaron, he's gonna get called, and okay, I thought Noel was going to commit harder to that, but nah, he's just gonna go for a little bit of damage, a little tickle on that cinch. And remember, guys, rule number 1, whether you're playing League of Legends PC or Wild Rift, never chase a Singed. That is just bad news bears. So BRU now going to be pushing down in the mid lane very aggressively. What the Jess fronting, but now he's going to get caught. Ooh. But will Valdez follow up? Yes, he will, with the Senna ultimate to keep shields up, and Aaron incredibly low. Jushi as well. They're going to be able to disengage here, both teams, as that tower falls in favor of BRU. And slowly but surely, BRU, they are taking every single objective. 20 seconds left on the Dragon.
BRU just getting all these objectives without any contest, them even attempting to force some fights here against Enigma Galaxy. Eyes on what the Jess always, because whenever he uses that Justice Sponge, there is a probability that he will use a flash alongside with it, or maybe to buffer that Shield of the Run as well. And Valdez, I haven't even seen him die that much in this game, only the time that he got caught with that Ash Arrow in this bottom side river a while ago, but everything else has been very clean for him. And Demon Kite with this Ash, it's really unfortunate that NGX started off on the back foot of this game, having Demon Kite to die twice in a row just because of Tipper's engage with this Renekton, and also the follow-up of Golden Feet. Having secured 3-0 is so massive, and now, well, a massive start.
Yeah, as Jushi has to run away for his life, the rest of NGX, they are going to get zoned out pretty much here. And yeah, they will try to aggress. That Riven is, or that Singe is pretty big, but the Riven is low. And well, that was just a pretty easy Drake to take. The next one is going to be the Elder, so BRU, this is their game to win. I honestly have no idea how Enigma Galaxy is still in this game. They are just getting bodied left, right, and center.
One thing is allowing actually Enigma Galaxy to stall this game out is their wave clear, their rotation as well. They have been very efficient in preventing BRU from reaching, or for having their minions reach towards the base here of Enigma Galaxy. And most of the fights that Enigma Galaxy actually lose is just small fights wherein they attempt to get onto the members of BRU, but they just get countered, haymakered here by BRU in a sense. Knowing that they are really far ahead, still 7,000 gold up, plus 2 dragon stacks ahead against Enigma Galaxy, it's going to be tough. And Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron now on the ropes. He is going to get chased down. He's going to get knocked up. Noel's there. He's not going to be able to get out of this. He's got the culling and he will use it. Oh, a little bit of a slippery Singe there, but not going to be there for long. He tried to go for a split push. Now Jushi gets caught. Draw gets caught as well, and even though with the explosive cast knocked them away, Tipper is still on the chase. Noel as well. Jushi, though, he may not want to go back there to protect his buddy as Draw goes into stasis. And the rest of Nigma Galaxy will just have to get out of there. They will have to withdraw. There is no way to contest this if you are Nigma. So a little bit of a feels bad, but that is how the cookie crumbles here. Now the Baron is a target.
And Judge G getting caught. Uh-oh. Flashes away.
All that's really bad there. Enchant Crystal Arrow just to scout it out. But unfortunate for both of the not both of these teams. Just unfortunate for Nigma Galaxy that they weren't really able to do all too much there. BRU has just gotten this game. The Stranglehold 13-3 already, Giang, and they got the Baron. They're going to be setting up power plays. They're going to be setting up pushes in in pretty much all the lanes. I think they're going to go for a 3-2. With 3 in the mid and 2 in the Dragon Lane, or a 4-1, because that gives a lot of priority over to the Elder Drake when that does spawn in.
It's going to be a tough time here for NGX. BRU having to be really solid from the early game towards the late game. Very consistent as well in avoiding those pick-offs coming in from Enigma Galaxy, those enchanted crystal arrows being denied constantly as well. And the setup has been amazing here at the side of BRU. Enigma Galaxy now on the back end of this particular game, losing their inhib in the mid, about to lose their bottom one as well as BRU. They're just posting for this last fight.
They're actually just looking for the end here. They're not even thinking about that. Okay, so the engage comes in from Draw, but he has to flash back away, and what the just comes in. Dipper comes in, Valdez is there as well, and they are targeting both the members of NGX, and that's the first one down, the second one down. Now the Nexus is the target. The Nexus will be falling, and that's the last hit for Valdez, plus 50 gold, and that's the first game from BRU United. And what a clean game.
Such a clean game. From the start of this game, we actually got worried already on what is happening here on the side of Enigma Galaxy, with Demon Kite dying twice. That already spelled trouble for Enigma Galaxy, because they had only some short amount of time to actually set their tempo in for this game. And to think that Golden Feet, the Senna, for all people, will receive 3 kills, will get 3 kills at the first 3 minutes of the game is so disastrous for the side of Enigma Galaxy. That was one big factor of that game, that BRU basically had, okay, no more problems now, because Golden Feet at like almost 5 minutes already secured the man immune, or like 3 minutes. In fact, the first recall, he already was able to buy the prerequisites for that item, and it was just so unfortunate here on the side of Enigma Galaxy. The start was really bad. The middle of the game, it was them just looking for opportunities to come back, throwing some enchanted crystal arrows here and there, trying to make some pickups high, trying to split push on the bottom lane and top lane. But BRU, as a really stable team, is able to mitigate those intentions and those strategies, and they're just able to outmaneuver Enigma Galaxy at this time. We do see a consistent gold lead. Actually, the moment that BRU had that big win in that early game, and after that it just was a really bad time here for Enigma Galaxy. A bad start, a bad ending, but it is just first game of this series. Enigma Galaxy can still pull this into a reverse sweep, though it will be challenging as they are facing off against BRU. But again, as the member from BRU has stated, they never lost against Enigma Galaxy. Not a single game or series in the group stage. And they're about to continue having that statement true.
Yeah, I mean, with BRU as clean as they are, it is going to be a challenge and a half for Enigma Galaxy to come in, especially after that confidence building, momentum building start from these guys, from BRU, from Thailand. It is I don't actually know how Enigma can come back from this in a reverse sweep unless they're able to what's the word here? Unless they're able to actually surprise BRU, with an early game thing as well, like they did before, like what BRU did to them. 3 kills early on in the game, Not that is your scaling pretty much, done. Your mid game, that's already it. And if Nigma Galaxy is not able to match that, or is kind of surprised by that, then it's going to be a bad time for them. So they need to clean up their early game. They need to look for more opportunities. I like the way that they were looking for kills, that they were looking for opportunities to get back into the game, but it was just a little too late at that point, because BRU, they do not like giving up advantages. So they only gave up, I think, 3-4 kills during that entire game. So that cleanliness of their play is definitely a factor to consider.
Yeah, if Nigma Galaxy wants to come back in the series, push this to a game number 3, definitely, I mean, a surprise factor is really effective, but it's also very difficult to do against BRU. I think one of the key strengths of Nigma Galaxy has always been their early game aggression, having to set the tempo for this game. It was intended for game number 1, but it wasn't really executed the best way possible by Nigma Galaxy, as BRU was the one who has gotten the better end in that instance. Golden Feet, the one that secured 3-0 at the very start of the game, just cemented this MVP for themselves, landing so much damage on the members here of Nigma Galaxy. And being the key player as well is really a big factor. I mean, having the Senna is like a 50-50. I mean, you need to have that scaling. If that scaling is just handed over to you very easily, then that's already a big win for BRU. I think if Nigma Galaxy wants to win in game number 2, early game aggression should be better this time. No more mistakes, no more oopsies.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. And Golden Feet, he does deserve that MVP, because he basically secured the game from the first few minutes, right? When we saw that 3-0, we knew that it was basically over. But for game number 2, we will be taking a short little break. My name is Steven coming at you, with me is Ki Young, and do not go anywhere. Don't close that tab. We'll see you in a bit.
So I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, both NGX and BRU, they have their pedal to the metal on the floor right now. They're already in pick and ban phase, so let's get in there and see how they are doing, see what champions they have on the bans and on the picks. Already Hyde has gotten that
I love
Camille. I love
this. Yeah, Enigma Galaxy. Actually, it's Enigma Galaxy that actually decided to be on the blue side. It was really an important decision by them as well, because this time they will have the Camille, which is a key champion actually in most of their games, having as well in this tournament a 70% win rate. Most of the time we do see it being banned away, but when it is left open, such good plays can be made. We can anticipate a Galio on Enigma Galaxy, but BRU has taken away this champion. So good move coming from them. Good reading on the intention here of Enigma Galaxy. But one champion, the champion that has one of the highest win rates right now in this tournament, will be picked off here by Enigma Galaxy. Only one so far, if I'm not mistaken, or two. It's seldom picked because it's rarely being used. But this Zoe can be a crucial pick by Enigma Galaxy. Pick-offs, assassinations, that's the taste here of Enigma Galaxy, and they do get this champion going.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoe, we have seen how effective it can be already, this early into the tournament. It is such an oppressive force from the games that we've seen Zoe being played in that, it's kind of difficult to play around, because how do you, check vision when you don't know if a Battlestar or a Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to be coming into your face at any given time? So, it's going to be difficult to deal with for BRU Esports, but I do think that they can get this started, that they can get this going, man. It just needs a tiny bit of startup, but after that, I mean, it's on like Donkey Kong, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. But speaking of on and going, I mean, BRU with the Ziggs and the Galio, that is a massive amount of team fighting potential that they secure with just two champions. The only thing that they need right now is an initiator, someone who can actually start the team fight up alongside with the Galio, so that what the Jets can just funnel right through with the hero's entrance. And with the damage that they already have physically and magically, they already possess both of them. With the Jace, with the Ziggs, I think cleanup factor will be really important here. Possibly, maybe a Kha'Zix definitely is a cherry on top in this lineup. Whoever gets isolated, whoever tries to escape from the Mega Inferno Bomb, from the hero's entrance, will be caught by this Kha'Zix of Valdos. And he loved these assassins. He loves using these burst champions, especially against BRU United Esports.
Absolutely. And well, Demon Kite gonna be coming in with the pick on that Akali. That's gonna be Aaron's in the mid lane. And Jushin maybe looking for this Wukong. I quite like the Wukong idea, but the execution is a whole different story, So these are pretty squishy champions, all things considered. So if Valdes is going to be able to go ham on that Kha'Zix, if he's able to get those resets going, then it may be a rough time for them. Now, will Enigma Galaxy be able to get favorable team fights with the Zoe going on? That is going to be the question, because Zoe, such a good enabler of team fighting. Just from getting that maybe one paddle star, perhaps two, it really makes the other team reconsider whether or not they want to fight at the time, because that paddle star can take out such a huge chunk of HP that one member may not be able to participate already. And of course, getting a catch with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble is just the cherry on top as well.
Joshi on the Wukong is going to be huge here. Normally, we do see him with really aggressive, high damage champions trying to burst out the members here of BRU. But his role right now is going to be much more of an initiator plus a utility. Having the Wukong, to set up the tempo, set up the team fights here for Enigma Galaxy. Cyclone being used twice can actually help them interrupt some of the engages from BRU as well. Especially that one particular job has to be done. Protect Demon Kite at all times, because everyone is going to be going in. Every single champion on the side of Enigma Galaxy opts to go in, and that leaves Demon Kite really vulnerable in the back. And BRU, that's going to be their window of opportunity, their intention of getting through the backline, especially with Valdez in with the Kazakhs. I mean, that's the strategy right there. That is the white paper for this particular game number 2. So props here on the lineup of Enigma Galaxy. Let's see if they are going to be able to protect Demon Kite on team fights, despite this really aggressive lineup of BRU.
Yeah, because BRU, they definitely have, well, an aggressive lineup. I think that is kind of an understatement. Already, what the Jess and Draw gonna get into a little bit of stuff. Aaron has already been taken pretty low. I mean, that is already a rough matchup, you know, having the Akali against a ranged champion basically in the Jace. It is not going to be the best of times, more like the worst of times, but getting that little bit of damage in onto Noel will force him to go back for heal. Jushi has been spotted though, running through the mid lane, so that is some information that BRU can use. Maybe they'll track him to counter gank if he does go for a gank. So all in all, a good measured response here from BRU to all that info, but no early game shenanigans. Hyde though taking quite a bit of damage from Flipper before he was able to get his auto attack off to get the shield. Now Jushi's gonna be running into Valdez here, perhaps with Hyde incredibly low. I don't think they can actually fight this, but they're gonna try. Noel and What the Jazz are on the way as well. If NGX tries to fight this, they may be in trouble because Hyde is so low, and Jushi, he is gonna be in the mix, in the middle of it. And Draw, that was the wrong thing to do with Aaron there as well. Aaron, he's in the shadows really as well. They are dancing back and forth, and the first blood goes actually to NGX.
Outplays?
It is Jushi who gets it. The outplays, yes, as Aaron has gotten a really, really good spot here. What the Jazz has to force that flash. Now Valdez, he's the one who gets the isolation, gets one more kill, and he's gonna get jumped on now. Will this bug survive? Yes, he will. So far,
this is bad.
Kali doesn't. Draw will go down. Jushi, he's gonna get to the skies. At least he got one more kill onto the Galio, but Noel just collapsed him with one auto attack, and that is 4 for 2 in favor of BRU United.
It started off really messy on the side of Enigma Galaxy. They got the kill, but got a little bit too greedy. Let's check out this replay and how it actually happened. 3 versus 4, and then Aaron was sneaking from the backside. Lots of damage being thrown out. A lot of disengages actually happened on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but it was a very deep moment there by Tipper, and they got punished heavily as Enigma Galaxy turned onto him. But this is the part where things got a little complicated. The shot blast actually scared off some of the members of Enigma Galaxy. Hyde got hit by one of that, and Valor just followed over. And after that, it was just a really tough time by Enigma Galaxy, forcing to survive, but BRU just happily taking more kills in that. 2 to 4 is a really bad start once again for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough one, if I'm not gonna lie. And I do think Enigma, they had the right idea of being a little bit more aggressive, but it was just, you know, the execution of it was a little bit lacking, was a little bit wanting. Now, a little bit more of a fight here, more scraps coming in. Enigma Galaxy, they're doing their best here because they know that they need to, you know, get any sort of advantage that they can if they want to win. And I love the proactiveness, but the execution, you cannot be sloppy against BRU United.
Absolutely. And BRU, again, having to set the tempo in this game will allow them to make more, you know, proactive movements across the map, get some vision and track down the members of Enigma Galaxy. Just she being on the back end is really unfortunate because you're using a Wukong. You're really dependent on reaching level 5 to have your Cyclone, to have your key utility to set up plays around the fight. And Valdez has been very consistent in punishing him over the course of this game, and we even saw that pivotal moment in the previous fight early, the moment that Noel landed that shock blast onto Hyde, and then Valdez suddenly, almost instantaneously following it up is the key for BRU's fight wins. And that is going to be consistent all throughout the game. Enigma Galaxy, if they want to come back in this, I mean, it's still just the early game, but it has been, you know, the key victory factor here of BRU, winning the early game and denying NGX from their usual aggressive playstyle in the early game.
Yeah, and BRU, they do need to be able to match these takes. Okay, so what they're gonna do is they're going to send the Kha'Zix over to the Dragon while the rest of them try to fight here. They're gonna get jumped on, and it's the Hextech ultimatum coming in. Jushi is very, very low. The Hero Centers comes in, and the Dragon has been slain. But now in this fight, Noel has to get out of there. What the Just has to get out of there.
Here comes
As
Valdez.
the kill goes onto the Ziggs, but Valdez is there as well.
Whoa!
Oh no, another
The
one onto
damage!
the Just, and that is it. Valdez,
Oh
he
my
has to
God!
run away, but he won't be able to run away.
Demon
That is
guy!
the Zoe securing the kill. That is NGX now taking everything that they want. That was 4 for nothing.
And NGX swung such a big blow on the side of BRU. Yeah, it started off with a Dragon takedown by Valdez because he actually went for DR as the rest stalled out on this RH taking of Enigma Galaxy. But the way they turned into the crucial members onto Noel, Hextech ultimatum in, and then the follow-up chain CCs just to try and take him down. And when Valdez arrived, it was already too late. The body slam by Draw is just too massive. And that's why you don't give the Gragas towards Draw. He will make those plays. And Demon Kite was just so miraculous with the Zoe paddle stars landing the damage onto BRU and chipping down their HP bars. Now, they've came back. I mean, it started out bad for them, but now they're online. We don't see any goal lead anymore from BRU, and NGX has been slowly upping their tempo, slowly becoming more aggressive. And this is how we usually know NGX being the ones to control the map, being the ones to set up vision,
Yes.
being the ones to set the game up for themselves.
Yes, absolutely. This is what we have been waiting for, what we have kind of been anticipating from NGX. And now you can see the goal difference has swung a little bit into BRU's favor in the early phases of the game, but it is now, pretty solidly even from NGX. So this means that the next team fight will be on even footing. Now the gold distribution, can't really see it all right now, but Chushi is actually in front of Valdez in terms of gold. So that is something to be happy about. But Noel going to get aggressed on here. He will not be able to live against 3. So, ooh, that is some good picks coming in from Enigma Galaxy.
Tower though about to fall down in the top lane.
Yeah,
BRU are zoning it. A trade of objectives, as you will, as NGX is in the bottom lane as well, just securing it. Though first tower gonna be handing over towards BRU. So they are still getting the most out of the situation. Plus they did secure the Mountain Dragon earlier. So in terms of scaling, it's actually looking good for themselves. And NGX may have some interest in the next Dragon since it's an Ocean Drake. But they have to set up vision first. And we have seen BRU being the ones to set up first in the earlier fights that we have seen, even in the previous game. And now, as NGX actually gets the reset that they have been longing for so long, they have to be the ones to set the tempo. They have to be the ones to proactively make plays. Top side, there might be a fight.
This is gonna be a big play as What the Just comes in. He doesn't get the top, however, and it's just Yushi's clone, and he gets thrown back by the explosive gas right into the Hextech ultimatum. They have to secure this kill really quickly, and they do. And now Aaron's in the fight, Yushi's in the fight, and that is going to be a pretty dead monkey as Aaron has to get out of there. Valdez to get that isolation damage, and the rest of NGX has to go away. It is a 1-for-1 so far. Noel and Valdez on the chase. That is an accelerated shock blast, going to do a little bit of damage, but NGX, they get away pretty cleanly with that tower trade, as well as a 1-for-1. So all things even on the board, except for the Goldie, which is now swinging a bit towards NGX's favor.
Slowly but surely, that is the goal here of Enigma Galaxy. They have been really aggressive in game number 1, and I think they have learned their lesson already not to be too reckless in their execution. Yeah, we have been really looking forward to the utmost aggressive execution of NGX, but I think safety is more important right now, especially that Just G is quite low, coming from the shock blast and the damage coming in from BRU. And now with the RH fight, it actually gives an edge here towards BRU. What will NGX do? Do they turn? Do they force them in? Do they just play this dance in the RH? Because BRU, they're gonna go in. They have the Galio for this. They have the poke as well. They have the Mega Informed ready for this team fight.
Demon Kite. Oh, that is a huge explosive cast separating the Galley once again. They're going to focus on to one to Jess, but that is a big mistake because now Jishi is going to pay for it. He lived, actually. It was the clone that died, and that Herald will be going over to NGX. Well played there still. Now, as I was saying, it is still BRU who will be going for this Drake. Good awareness from them to go for this now. But that was overall a really good series of plays coming in from NGX. They did get their health bars melted a little bit, but they knew when to disengage and when to go for a fight.
NGX securing that Rift Herald, no casualty on both sides. Even what is just almost dying, but still able to survive, especially with the stasis into the funnel of the Mega Inferno Bomb by Golden Feet. I think that was a really big counterplay of BRU on their part to draw Enigma Galaxy in, or even force them to disengage in a team fight. Because when you hit 4 or 5 members, that is already a lot of damage for a fight. Basically, the Zig's job is done in this game. And NGX, they did secure the Rift Herald, so kudos to Joshi landing that proper smite into the objective. But they had to trade a scaling objective, which is another dragon here for BRU. And when it comes to the stats, the elemental dragons does pose a lot more threats towards the late game. If you're going for the long run, if you're going for the marathon, BRU is banking on more resources to actually enable themselves in this long run. And NGX is just investing on the sprints right now. What will you do with Rift Herald? Maybe you can translate it into a tower. Maybe you can translate it into a force fight. But the value of the dragon is going to be accumulating as long as BRU gets it. And I think NGX, they have to stop the next dragon from BRU being able to take it.
Yeah, because then that will signal that, you know, Elder is right around the corner. So BRU, they need to hyper-focus on that pretty much, while NGX, they are ahead, but just a tiny bit. This is not all too significant an amount. Valdez is pretty much neck and neck with Jushi and Aaron on the gold front. I think it's going to be up to Demon Kite to set up the next fight with either a really good Battle Star or a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and NGX cannot really afford to take a fight at a disadvantage. So if they try to go for another catch on What the Jest, where, you know, they invest so much. Oh, that is a great Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but no follow-up. But if they invest too much on trying to catch What the Jest, the rest of BRU, when they jump in, they are going to have everything to go for a kill. Now, Draw, he may be coming in here against Valdez, and Valdez has to jump out. He's going to get Stasis.
Cyclone?
This is going to be a pretty good catch if he doesn't flash out, but he does flash out. And now NGX. Ooh, that is a great Hero's Entrance. Caught one, but
here comes Noel.
He will be aggressed on. He's going to have to Stasis. He's going to die. So will Draw. There's no way for them to get out except for Jushi. He almost gets out, but not quite. And so does Draw. He goes down. A little bit of a misstep, a little bit too aggressive in the enemy jungler for NGX. And that lessens their goal lead, but it's, now they know where the Zoe is, and they can just try to push down the mid. Oh my god, Aaron, though, look at that damage! He is on the chase, he gets taunted, so they know, but he gets the ultimate off. Does he have flash? He gets the stasis though, and Hyde is here, goes for the Hextech ultimatum. The Akali will fall, but Demon Kite, yes, a kite back now. Hyde is going to flash out, going to tactical sweep, not enough to heal that to the skies. Brewerum have evened up the kill score and gotten a little bit of gold lead for themselves, all just through all that. What the Jets now gets left, going to take a little bit of damage, but unfortunately NGX did come out on the losing side of that fight.
Absolutely, I mean, BRU, especially for Valdez, props on him, actually able to survive that gang coming in from Joshi and Draw. Body Slam connects, Joshi forced to use that Cyclone to, you know, try to get that CC layering onto Valdez, but was able to go into stasis. Let's check out this replay, how it actually happened. Oh, this was the one that Valdez actually died in the hands of Aaron in an attempt of NGX to get that 1-for-1 trade. But Aaron got caught here inside this terrain, inside this brush. Hyde tried to help with Hextech ultimatum, but Tipper was able to repost it. So it just turned into more casualties on the side of NGX. That one death that happened turned into a 1-4-3 casualties of NGX. And again, the lead that they have accumulated earlier, 2,000, 1.5k gold lead, just completely dissipated. Yeah, evaporated. And BRU are the ones again setting the tempo. And the RH that they gotten, no value.
No value. It didn't even get the charge down the lane, man. It just no damage onto the tower. Just kind of maybe got a CS or two, but off of that, we can see the kill score. Demon Kite still deathless, but I hesitate to see how Hyde is being really useful. He has 5 assists, but so far his Hextech ultimatums have not been all too valuable for NGX here. So now that this next Infernal Drake is up, they do have to fight this. Oh, there is exactly what NGX needs to start the fight off with. What the Jess at half health. And this does make BRU retreat from that dragon. They say, okay, we can get a better fight. We have to set this up a little better. Now Aaron, he is up on the side. They know that he's there. It is warded. And what the Jess, what a play. He goes in for the hero play, the Justice Punch. He will stasis out. And look at that, the Gragas has died. Both supports have been traded. Now it's a 4 versus 4. No supports in the thing. But Dipper, he is going to get slammed on. Now Aaron, he has a stasis. Jushi is in the mix. But okay, that is a good kill onto the Jess. Demon Kite, he lives. Hyde lives as well, and now it's swung back into NGX's favor. There's the stasis. Valdos! Oh my god, the isolation damage! And then the reset leap backwards. Will he live? Demon Kite, he gets to sleep. Will he go for it? Yes, he will, but he gets got by Valdes too. What a risk, and that I think was even both ways. Or Enigma Galaxy actually got one more kill. It was a 4 for 3, but basically even gold, and they were able to get the Drake off of that.
So here's what's happening right now, you know. Valdes has been really a pivotal player here on the side of BRU. In this fight, they just almost decimated Enigma Galaxy here. But eyes on Aaron, making the plays, making the assassinations as Demon Kite actually lands those paddle stars. The stasis allowed him to stay alive for the majority of the time. Valdes as well was really good. He managed to, you know, stay alive and even take down Hyde, who was wanting to take him down. Demon Kite, you know, making the plays as well, landing those paddle stars. Yep, the moment he hit that, boom, goes the damage.
He got smited.
What I mean a smite, I mean he was very low. Valdes, we cannot compliment him even more. We have been, you know, saying so many good stuff on Valdes because it does make sense. I mean, he has been the key player here on the side of BRU, and has decimated just in the entirety of the game. I mean, look at the damage as well, and the impact of Valdes all throughout the game, that Aaron has had to step up in this game to save the game for NGX, and he has been doing it. NGX has been keeping up. The gold is even right now. The tower takedowns are even. The kills are even. But look at this. Death brush by both.
They know. They knew that they can't face check that brush. Jushi bump draw over. a little bit
Aaron,
too ambitious. Yeah, Aaron up there gets. Oh, he almost gets the kill, but he is going to die there. A little bit too ambitious, a little bit too aggressive. Now what the Jess, he's going to be the one aggressive. He gets a taunt up. But now NGX, they are on there. The Hextech ultimatum goes down onto the well, but no, Demon Kite is down. Jushi is there. Hyde does get the kill, but this is a separated fight for NGX. Jushi has to escape, but they're not. They're going to be jumping onto him. Jushi now is going to have to fight against Dipper. They do get another kill onto the Gragas, but Dipper is incredibly fed. Jushi and Hyde have to get out of there now. Woof, what a series of events as Jushi goes down as well to the Zigs. Last man standing is Hyde. He's getting hunted down. This is what the thing does. This is what Kha'Zix does well. He's going to try to at least get a claw at the Thipper, but he's still running for his life. Valdes now hits isolation damage. He's going to get the kill. No, it's Golden Feet who secures it, and that's an ace for BRU.
Aaron got too deep there in the top lane, got punished, got engaged there by BRU, and the rest of NGX was really slow. Check out this replay, how it actually happened. Noel almost got taken out, but Aaron got too deep, took 2 turret shots, and Noel even was able to escape safely. The rest of NGX got caught. They were forced to engage here. They were forced to rotate towards Aaron, and the positioning of BRU was just much better. They have numbers advantage. Tipper landed that Grand Challenge, which helped the sustain here of BRU. And look at him, just being in the front line, cutting down 2 people here. 2 versus 1, not a problem. Hyde and Joshi being zoned away. Golden Feet and Valdes just hunting them down. And when you give this surmountable lead towards Kha'Zix, to Valdez of all people, you will get punished entirely and decimately in this game. Hyde tried to go to Tipper, but I mean, it was just a bait that they were doing. Valdez just constantly just wrecking with them. 15 level 15 already alongside with Tipper. They're just massive in this game. I can't wait to see their items already. Probably full build on some of them already.
Yeah, and this is, look at that, it's a swiggy gold graph here for both NGX and BRU, though that Elder Drake is going to, it's still up, but it will be going to the side of BRU if they're able to force that. However, they are not risking it because they know that NGX is now up. They're going to start it. I think Valdez, he should know that there's vision there, right? But you know, the confidence now for BRU is at an all-time high. NGX, they need to find the perfect engage here, and they're actually the ones who are going to start the Elder Drake. Valdez waiting off on the wings. This is going to be a big fight as Draw gets jumped on. He has to go into stasis immediately. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, and Draw gets immediately taken out. Hyde is there as well. Tries to go for the Hextech Ultimate. No, though, incredibly low, but Aaron was not able to secure a kill just yet. Aaron! He goes for the Cyclone, and he gets the Ziggs, but Aaron, he is so incredibly low.
Oh my god, Aaron!
Well. Demon Kite just barely almost dies there, but Aaron, he has secured more kills. He has secured the jungler there. And NGX, they come out on top of that fight. Only a 2-4-3. And I don't think What the Jess and Noel can actually fight this. They can try to cope, but I don't think they're gonna commit because there is a Zoe still on the field. And Jushi, he is very, very scary. If he engages on you, if he's got that Cyclone, he will.
Oh, Aaron!
It was actually Aaron who just bursted that chase down. Now What the Jess has to run. Aaron's on his case. And I don't think What the Jess is gonna be getting away from this Akali unless he can blast Cone. But yeah, that is a very, very good series of events there for Nigma Galaxy. They were able to secure the Elder Drake again as well, and then they were able to ace. So now they're going to be going down and taking as much as they can from the lanes, as many towers before looking to set up for Baron.
They were not only able to win that fight, able to get the objective, but they were able to save this game. And look at Aaron, the entirety of this clash, the timing of this player going in Shuriken toss, landing all those damage to the crucial members, and you see the HP bars coming in from BRU. They couldn't find Aaron as well because of the shroud. So really sneaky and also stealthy movements coming in from this Akali player, the best mid laner that NGX has ever produced here in this game. Massive swing, massive lead, and this is the miracle play that NGX needed to come back in this game.
Yes, it is, and they are now just barely ahead, but it still can be anybody's game. Now, Buriram doesn't want to fight while the Elder buff is still active, so Nigma, they do have priority on this Baron, but they don't want the Baron, they want to fight. There's a Guardian Angel, Arya, and Jushi, and he's going to go engage right now. They're exactly fighting. They caught What the Jess once again, because that Galley was just in their face all the time. He has not been executed yet, but any point of damage now, and it will be going to Aaron. Good catch there, but now Demon Kite may have been caught on his own. He gets stunned up, and he gets jumped on. Valdez was not the one who killed him, it was Tipper. But now the Hextech Ultimatum comes in, and oh no, the Gragas went down. Jushi, he is going to pop that.
This is bad!
The Guardian Angel, this is pretty bad for Enigma Galaxy. Their Guardian Angels are gone, and Hyde has to get out of there. He uses his Silk Shot. Oh my god, if that was an accelerated shot blast, but Jushi, he protects Hyde, just barely living, even though they had the Elder buff. They did not have the perfect engagement, but now
they want to die.
Valdez, and Valdez has to stasis immediately, but that Cyclone almost knocked him up, and that Cyclone will knock the Jace up, and Aaron, he just absolutely melted. This Akali is so scary here.
How did they manage to win that fight? I mean, it should have been BRU winning and punishing NGX with their mistake, especially with the post coming in from Noel. But no, with a tandem here of Joshi, Hyde, and Aaron, they just completely outmaneuvered the members here of BRU, able to turn that fight around once again, just a little bit ahead against BRU. But that is what you need. You take any win that you can actually get towards this game, but you are on the back end. This is match point already for BRU, and they're looking now to prevent BRU from winning. Baron started already by NGX. Can BRU contest? They go in.
And they are going to go for the fight. Thipper has been engaged on Aaron, though, in a pretty bad spot. What the Jess is the one that was prioritized there, but Aaron gets away scot-free. And now that is a great sleepy trouble bubble. Thipper has been spotted. Thipper goes down to Aaron. Oh, this is a bad hero's entrance there from What the Jess. They know how to address onto the backside of this fight, but that Cyclone was not going to be all too huge, and Wukong will get punished for it 1-for-1, but What the Jess has to run away because he's on the wrong side of the fight. He's on the wrong side of history here. But still a 1-for-1. Such an even match. Like, all throughout, this has been just back and forth and back and forth. But What the Jess, he did not escape there. He's going to get taken out just because he was running towards the wrong side of the map.
I mean, the primary goal there of What the Jess is just to stall the game out, stall NGX so that the other members of BRU will be able to respawn back up and completely deny NGX from ever starting this battle. Because now, Elder Dragon is up once again, another chance for BRU, Guardian Angel on the well, so a lot of safety net amplified here on the side of Buriram United Esports and NGX. They only have one ticket on here, only have one chance. They have to take this Elder Dragon. They have to avoid the threat of BRU if they want to push this to a game number 3. Baldus is in the vicinity. Aaron is in trouble.
Yeah, and
MIP.
This is going to be a pretty big fight. As
Aaron is low.
He is so incredibly low. He has to dash out. He has to get out of this fight. Noel on the back, though, as Draw is there as well. Jushi now so low, he gets executed.
Ooh!
And Hyde is there. Oh my god, Aaron. He misses the timing, but he still gets a kill onto Aaron. But this is going to be Rum's Elder. And that was Demon Kite just getting wrecked. Oh, and Hyde has to run away. He's going to get hunted down by Valdez, who now has a Guardian Angel himself. It's going to be... He didn't even get to Hexic Ultimatum. He got knifed out of the air basically by Valdez. So that was a great attempt, but nothing doing here.
The waves though, I mean, it helped, but I mean, it's at this state of the game already where BRU is just so big already, and with all those members just really healthy, they just wanted to end this game. It has been a really long series, possibly the longest game we have seen, 27 minutes. MIB gonna be used to just waiting for the next wave, long death timers, but it is gonna be inevitable. BRU, they have said their statement. They have never lost a single game against Nigma Galaxy in the group stage, and that statement will remain to be true.
Yes, it will, as Buriram goes for a 2-0, while Nigma, they did have like some shining moments, especially in the early game and into the mid. They had some really good fights, but honestly, they were kind of outscaled there at the very end, out-team fought inside the Dragon Pit. So big props to Buriram United. They knew that What the Jess was kind of taking all the heat from Nigma Galaxy, so they sent him in the front while Aaron was in the back. They knew to focus Aaron, so that was just not the best start for Nigma Galaxy. Now, what I want to commend is Valdez as well. He knew the timing. He knew what he had to do as a Kha'Zix, and he knew that to achieve that, he had to kind of go undercover. He had to go in deep. Sometimes you would see him off to the side, and then he jumps in for the fight when he knows he can get a kill and then get a reset off of that. So, I mean, absolutely amazing team fighting there from Buriram United. You love to see it.
I mean, it's Valdez, man. Valdez, this is possibly the best jungler that BRU has ever produced, and he has been the key player of this game as well. So many sneaky plays. He has done so much pressure. He has put over Nigma Galaxy, and also those assassinations that he has done. And we have talked about this already a while ago. Aaron had to really stand up just to help out the team. He popped us so much in the game and in the latter team fights, but that last Elder Dragon fight was just so bad started here on the side of NGX. Aaron was very low, and BRU knew that. They forced the Elder Dragon fight. They got the kill onto Noel, but with the rest of the members of NGX dying, it just paved the way for BRU to take that Elder Dragon, to swing from there. Valdez just basically cleaned them up. Looking at the gold chart a while ago, it was a up and down, possibly the longest game we had as well. And the tightest game we have seen as well in the entirety of the day. And what a start of a series here in our day number 5. NGX has finally experienced their first loss in this tournament, and BRU has really made a grand entrance in here as well.
I mean, that is kind of an understatement. BRU for their first game, absolutely like taking the fight to Nigma. They didn't dominate the games. There were still some times where Nigma had really good moments. They almost got the comeback in game 1 if they had like the right setups. But in game number 2, Nigma actually, I think, had the advantage there going into that fight, but because BRU was, they had a clear game plan of how to win a team fight. They knew they had to focus Aaron. So, you know, the mid-game shot calling here was absolutely on point for BRU United, and that is a huge call out to Nigma Galaxy, who, you know, they've already won their first match, and now that they've lost to BRU United, they kind of have to go back to the drawing board. They have to know, you know, we're not invincible, and some of the best teams here are the best for a reason, and one of those best teams definitely is BRU United.
One key weakness of Nigma Galaxy has been resurfaced again and exposed now by BRU, and it comes with experience as well. If you deny them from their early game advantage, then that's gonna spell out trouble for NGX. They won't get the momentum, they won't get the game rolling, steam rolling for themselves, which was their core personality. I mean, Nigma Galaxy is known for being aggressive all throughout from the very beginning of a game, making sure they get the plays, they get the picks, and also scale from there. But with BRU's playstyle, they managed to even punish those intentions of NGX. And Valdez just is a monster, man. I mean, props to this player. This has been, you know, the key player in the side of BRU, alongside with Noel as well, and Tipper. Every single member of the side of BRU definitely has done their job, and with a really good synergy as well. Mega Inferno Bomb by Golden Hit whenever what the Jess is caught, whenever it gets actually a good setup for the team against NGX. And the way they just outmaneuver Nigma Galaxy is one of those many reasons why BRU has been really consistent in taking down NGX.
Absolutely. The macro plays as well. They knew that when Enigma Galaxy tries to go for an objective, you go for the other one. It's the calls there, man. The map-wide calls are something that you know, they had on point as well. So you can't fault them for that. They have been absolutely amazing, and I'm really glad to have witnessed this for Rerun. They have just, I don't know, they've always been so consistent. You know, they've always kind of been the best that Thailand has to offer, and they keep that place. They cement their place as the best of Thailand. Now, Nigma Galaxy, while they were really good in their first match, this is kind of a little bit of a blunder for them. So I wonder how they're going to be. I wonder how they're going to come back from this. So now, Golden Feet, he will be the MVP once again. That's twice in a row with his Ziggs, 9-3 and 11 this time. And in the first game, he was the Senna that got that MVP as well because of the 3-0 the 3 kills that he had in the 3-0 start at the game. Now, he did so much damage as the Ziggs. He knew when to put down the Mega Inferno Bombs and where. As soon as what the Jess was aggressive on, boom, there you go. That's immediately a Mega Inferno Bomb, and of course just harassing the ever-living daylights out of Nigma Galaxy. So well done for him. Big props.
And well, congratulations to BRU. We will be seeing Nigma Galaxy again in the next upcoming days alongside with BRU as well. We do see this kind of trend happening here and there, and we also are going to be seeing an interview here on the side of BRU because it's an APAC versus an APAC team, and when an APAC team wins, there will be an interview, of course, delivered online. And let's see who what are going to be the thoughts here of the representative of BRU. Possibly it's going to be Golden Feet as well, that will be speaking on behalf of BRU, since he is the one who secured the MVP in both games.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd love to, know Golden Feet's thoughts there as well, because in that second game, they were kind of starting out from a little bit of a deficit. They did have, the better early game, but in the mid game, the NGX kind of were coming back, and then it was back and forth with NGX getting some really good objectives. They got the Elder Drake, and then they kind of got a little bit too aggressive in the fights, and BRU knew exactly how to respond to that. So I want to know like how they kind of structured that comeback, how they clawed back a win from Nigma Galaxy, even though Nigma had some amazing standout moments in that game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we are just waiting for the interview to actually start, and NGX. I mean, this may be an upsetting game, especially for the fans of NGX. But this has been the trend, right? We only have seen one team actually cement 2 consecutive games so far in this tournament, and that is EDG. And they are really a strong, formidable team, and they have started this tournament in what have been the biggest bang so far. Even better performance against KBG. In fact, KBG suffered their first loss in their first game, actually, against Nova Esports in a really tight series as well, 2-1, won by Nova Esports. So here in this loss by NGX, I think it's gonna be understandable. I mean, you will be giving some games, sometimes you will be making mistakes, but it's what you actually acquire after you get a loss or a win that's very important. The thing that you actually learn, the thing that you adapt against your opponent, against the other teams as well, the information that you absorb, that you can actually utilize towards your next games is gonna be the most important thing, because the least team that will be adapting in this tournament is the team that will be dropped in and won't be able to reach towards the playoffs. And I think these well-established teams are more than capable of adapting as the games go by. So despite the loss, I think all these teams alongside with NGX and the rest are gonna be okay.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a round robin, this is the group stages. There are many more games to go. So, a loss right now does not mean the end of the world. While it does kind of hurt. There's no reason to kind of give up hope now. Of course, that's not what's gonna happen here for either of these teams. BRU are definitely gonna be coming off on a high there. So Nigma, I think they still can get to that coveted top 2 spot, but they do need to clean it up a little bit. I love that they were aggressive, that they were proactive, but maybe, maybe dial it down a tiny bit and know when to cut your losses instead of overcommitting to fights, because that is something that, that has been present very much during Nigma Galaxy's games. Was when they were overcommitting to something, they were like really overcommitting, and then they were like, okay, now we can go for a fight. Now that they've gone into our side of the map, our side of the jungle, this is when we can surprise them. They tried to go for a huge catch on what the chest, but suddenly Valdez is there jumping on you and getting resets and everything. So it really will be kind of a challenge to change that mindset, but definitely not insurmountable.
Here's one information as well for those who are supporting on the side of NGX. Despite NGX losing this match, they have been very. Let's see it later.
选手 What the Jazz 先请他和大家打个招呼吧。Hi, What the Jazz. Congrats on taking them down, and thank you for joining me. Would you mind a greetings to our audience up here?
Hello, thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you so much. 第一个问题想要问到他的是，因为其实自从上一次在这个全球冠军杯和他见面呢，已经有1整年的时间。然后我们也注意到他们队伍内的人员是有很大的一个改动的。想要问一下，现在他们就是磨合程度怎么样 ？So come to the first one, we have just noticed that it's been a whole year since last time we met in Singapore, right? So we noticed you got a huge roster change. So how was your chemistry and synergy right now in your teams?
To be honest, it's kind of like both good and bad, because we come from a whole different team, a whole different play style. So it takes a lot of time to adjust to getting used to each other's style. But right now we're in a good shape. But just we have to be more consistent with our performance. That's all.
OK， 那我们的这个 WRL 选手说到，其实对于他们来讲，一开始是有一些困难的，因为他们的所有新加入的2名选手呢，都是来自于不同的战队，然后他们也拥有非常不同的这个打法和习惯，所以他们花了很长的一段时间去习惯各自的一个打法和操作。然后现在呢，他觉得他们可能还需要去注意的一个地方，就是需要在团战上面呢去保持高度的一致性，来帮助他们取得之后的一个胜利。第二个问题想要问到的是，在第一局有没有想到 NGX 战队会选择辛吉德这样一个英雄打中路呢？ So come to the game 1, did you expect that they pick the Singed as a millionaire for the NGX?
I mean, Singe is like an unexpected pick for us because like we thought that he gonna play something along like more like a carry oriented champion, but Ash is like a pick that we expected that they're gonna pick for sure.
OK， 那他说呢，其实他们一开始是有猜到他们会选择辛吉德这样的一个英雄，但是有一点让他们出乎意料的是，他们本来以为对面呢会选择一个就是更加具有 carry 能力的英雄去走中路的，然后最后呢，他们还有一手这个艾希的选择，就是完全在他们整个队伍的掌控之中的。下一个问题想问到的是，第2局呢，对于我们所有的召唤师人来讲，都是一个非常惊心动魄的一局比赛，然后双方打的是有来有回的，然后最后呢是在第2条远古龙决定了他们最终的胜利。想问一下他们在第2条远古龙的一个团战思路是怎么样 ？So come to the game 2, it's a pretty much back and forth game for your series, right? So how was your you just shut down the game by the second Elder Dragon. So what is your plan around that dragon?
Actually, the plan was to just try to poke them down and like hope that they they rush like. I mean, just poke them and make them like fight us. That is all we think about. Cause like at that moment, I was like, it was like 10 or 20 seconds until I respawn, and like I just like hope it turns out well because I'm not in that fight. I'm so scared to be honest.
OK, you did good, you did well job 我们的 WRL 选手说到呢，在最后一局的时候，因为他们其实当时没有特别多的一个团战思路，因为整体已经打了就非常多20多分钟的一个时间，他们当时其实内心也是很没有底的，有一点惶恐的感觉。然后当时呢，他们唯一的想法就是希望对面来开他们，希望对面先去冲阵，然后他们就可以去接住这个团战，就是他们当时整体的一个大概的思路了。那最后一个问题想要问到的是，因为其实在这个全球冠军杯的时候呢，当时我有采访过这个我们的辅助选手，他当时跟我说 Yumi 呢，他是他最喜欢的一个英雄。想要问一下，现在有没有一个更好的选择呢？对他来讲 ，So I still remember in icons you just told me Yumi is one of your favorite champ. So is there any other champ has risen up for your priority as yourself?
Right now, I practice a lot of Gragas because it's a really strong pick, especially like when the Chinese team got their hands on it. Like it's super OP. Like I just love how they play it. Like every time they pick it, it's like I just like a big fan of Chinese Gragas. Like almost like every team play him so well. Yeah.
The Gragas, right?
Yeah.
OK， 那我们的这个 WRL 选手说到呢，其实他现在可能更倾向的一个选择是酒桶，原因呢也很简单，因为他发现，特别是在面对到我们来自我们 WRL 赛区的队伍说，几乎每一个战队都非常喜欢使用酒桶，然后都打得非常好，所以他现在也希望自己可以在这个酒桶上面呢有一些提高的地方。OK，thank you for taking your time and congrats again. That's all for the interval. Back over to you guys， 让我们把画面呢转回给彤彤吧。
Wow. The host was translating English and Chinese even with
really
what the Jess was saying really well. So, wow. And the thing I was saying earlier is that before we hop into the break, NGX did suffer a really sad loss here. But one thing is for sure is that they haven't dropped top 8 ever in all the tournaments that they have been. Let's see in our next series, Ray Atom versus Trace Esports coming up next. We'll just go in a short break.
need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, We will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia regular season 1. My name is Eugene, coming at you. With me is Giyang Gaming, and we just saw a very, very close match between Buriram United and Enigma Galaxy, where Buriram was able to come out on top in the second game. Now we're gonna be coming up between KBG and it is Trace Esports and Rare Atom. Yeah, Rare Atom and Trace Esports. So what do we have in store for us?
Well, both of these teams actually are still yet to get their first win, so they're looking for that opportunity, looking to have that good entry towards this tournament, because Rare Atom had a really hard time during their match against Naos Esports. It was actually a really dominating game by Naos Esports, 2-0, and very fast games as well. The Trace Esports also had a really tough time against Enigma Galaxy at that time during our Sunday game, or day number 2. But hold on, let's listen first.
今天我们卧龙凤雏在这决一死战。
All right.
Yeah. Now I don't exactly know what was said, but I could tell it was some very spicy trash talk between Rare Atom and Esports here.
Hopefully Weva is here now. Are we gonna be seeing Weva?
We'll take a look. We'll see once we get into the champs league, I guess.
Yeah.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。
But he is a pivotal player here on the side of Trace
In the solo
Esports.
lane, RA Rocky, TE 离骚。
Oh yeah, most definitely. TE, this is their. Okay.
Let's watch them first.
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
Love that
In the
post.
jungle, RA Morty, TE 灰八。
Oh, all right, we have
接
Weva.
下来让我们有请
All right,
双方中路
that is
选手登场。
a good sign here on the side of Trace Esports.
And the mid lane, RA
Yeah, the
二麻
star,
TE Rose。
Stars there in the jungle. actually like it when jungle players are
接下来有请
the
双方
star
射
of the
手
show,
选手登
or
场。
one of the
In the
most skilled
duel lane,
players. Because
RA,
as a jungler
Yuri,
myself,
TE, Wing.
absolutely love it when the role is represented well. And we've had some very talented junglers come up already
最后有请双
in
方
just the
辅
games
助
that
选
we
手登
watched
场。
just today, yesterday, and the
And
other
the
day.
support RA Max,
Mhm.
TE, Tech.
This is gonna be good. Wind also gonna be here.
再次欢迎
They
两支
are
战
gonna
队
be
有
able
请
to
进入
go
到对
to
战席
towards
进
their
行准备。
roots
All
now.
the players
Just
are
good.
getting ready. Let's step
Yeah.
into the wild.
The main players here for Trace Esports and Rare Atom. Now, Trace Esports, this is their first game, if I'm not mistaken.
Second.
And second game, sorry. Yeah, so it is their second game. And so it is also the second game of Rare Atom. So Rare Atom, they lost against Naos. Trace Esports, they lost against Enigma Galaxy. So both of these teams coming off of a loss from a Filipino team, which is a little bit unfortunate, but that does light the fire under them. So we're gonna have the roster of Rocky, Morty, Irma, and Yuri and Max for Rare Atom, and they did have a little bit of a rough time in their last game, where they really weren't able to out jungle Xiaopi, and they had such a rough time with Ashes Mirror Moon. Now Trace Esports as well, they had a little bit of a banger against Enigma Galaxy, and it was I believe Tak in the jungle at the time. So now that Weeba's here, maybe they'll have a little bit more luck in their game.
I mean, before we dive into our 5-4 side, a lot of change on players actually. Kung Fu Panda not gonna be playing anymore in this game again on the side of Rare Atom. It's gonna be Irma, which is also gonna be participating here in the 5-4 side. Weiba as well. So our coming back players will be the one representing the team in our 5-4 side. We are also not gonna be seeing Feng anymore for this particular series on Trace Esports side, as Weiba comes back, Tak goes back into the support role, and this is gonna be a much more stable time, I guess, here on the side of Trace Esports.
Yeah, and
Urgot though.
Interesting pick. Urgot versus Irelia. Now Irelia's got that stun you gotta watch out for. Of course, she's got her late dashes, and her ultimate as well is very difficult to fight in. Now Urgot though, in a 1 versus 1, if he can roll around you, if he can run around you and get those shotgun legs going, that is a lot of damage to be worried about. So if the Irelia is not careful here, if Irma's not careful here, it's Irma on the Urgot, isn't it? My bad. So if Weiba isn't careful here, he may be taking more damage than expected if Urgot gets the shotgun legs going. And of course, the Urgot ultimate, the meat grinder, that is an execute. So even if you're, even in the fight, if he lands that on you and then you get to, a certain percentage of health, you will be pulled in and ground up into fine pink paste here. So a lot to take note of here. Irelia, of course, a very strong dueler in either the mid or Baron lane. So I think it's going to be a very skillful matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, let's see how they are going to be performing. As it's always a light mood here in this 5-4 side. Just having a bit of an easy time, a fun time here. We see their teammates, just going supporting right at their back. First ever Urgot in this 5-4 side, and well, here it is. The priority for choosing sides will be determined with whoever's gonna be winning this particular game. Irelia versus Urgot here by Weiba and Irma. I would give it a little bit of an edge on the Urgot, but let's see if Weiba can actually sneak in and out in this fight, because Urgot, especially with the passive, just is so irritating,
Yeah, and I mean, Weiba's got to be on point with those stunts. He did take that ability first, it is a little bit hard to land in Wild Rift, but yeah, you see, he's kind of missed all that CS, unfortunately, but Irma, just that zoning potential, man. If he gets close to you, you get basically blown up, and look at that, he's already got stunned up, got blade dashed on too, but he does go back in for the fight, and he's still got those shotgun legs on. He's got the exhaust too, but he is very low. Weba though just takes down, and that's actually the minion getting the kill for Weba there. He gets the first blood onto the Urgot.
Yeah, fascinating play. Weba made an outplay here against Irma, and while Urgot can struggle at times, chasing down an Irelia, that is a key weakness here that Weba is looking forward. Definitely some bit of a grand entrance here so far here. Weba at the start.
Yeah, Weba very, like, that was a pretty decent catch, especially early on. So you gotta be wary of Urgot's damage potential. But, when he doesn't have ultimate yet, that damage potential is a little bit lessened, right? And Weba as well got that stun off, so he actually, that was a little bit of a scuffle there.
Irma just baiting him out. Stun gonna be connecting here by Weba. Dashing right through, trying to avoid those possible pokes by Irma, or a possible re-engage as well. As Weba just wanting to have that really nice poking done. Also the reset, I mean the sustain he has, the healing from the Q is just so helpful in this laning phase.
Absolutely, and Irma doesn't have the same kind of healing, and he does have to be very, very careful to punish Weba when he does go for post. He needs to make sure that his front two legs... Oh, what a stun there! I thought Weba was going to go in, but he does have to be careful that his front two shotgun legs are up when Weba does go for an engage. So he does need to be a little bit wary of CSing when he knows that Weba's got his first part of the stun out.
Has the stun, has the Vanguard's Edge as well, ready and available here for Weba. Just drawing Irma in. Out of the meantime, able to take that cannon out as well. Pretty easy here for Weba. She does have more pressure established against Irma. Also, kill point already in this match against Irma. Good healing done, at the very least. Still a sizable lead here by Weba. Nothing that Irma can do as of the moment. I mean, you pick up an Urgot, it is really interesting, but Weba has been able to avoid any threat that Irma tries, and is going a little bit deep. It's a fake recall. Weba gonna be going in. That's a stun. No Vanguard's Edge. Actually catches right in. Exhaust gonna be used here by Irma as a counterplay. Nice second skill by Weba to deny some damage, and that's gonna be it. Trace Esports will have side selection.
That Irma didn't even get to use his ultimate. He didn't even get to use the meat grinder because he had the opportunity to, and you saw the execution threshold was very, very close there for that Irelia, but Weba, because of the Vanguard's Edge, she was able to get all that extra damage onto Irma at the time. And Irma was like, maybe I'll just go into tower. Great bait, great fake recall there by Weba to bait Irma into being a little bit more aggressive on the wave. He did use his W to and all of his shotgun legs to get the minions. So Weba knew that wasn't available to when the fight was gonna happen. So great bait, 2-0. Definitely deserved that win. Outplayed and out maneuvered that Urgot. So that does mean that Trace Esports are gonna be getting the side selection priority. They will be going on blue side first.
Let's see though, as Trace Esports actually decides to go on a blue side, and it is going to matter a lot since we do see them, really wanting to experiment around on those pickings. They're the ones who actually picked up the Dr. Mundo, but I hope they don't actually use it in this time. Would be better to maybe prioritize other champions, maybe try to pick up the Zoe again, depending if it's gonna be allowed here by Rare Atom. Because Rare Atom, they also like to go in they like scaling champions as well. Twice in a row, they have picked up the Jax against their game against Naos Esports. Though it didn't turn out to be a win, it's still a really respectable pick because you have that late game insurance whenever they do pick that champion up. And, well, Morty has been really consistent in actually picking up that Akali as well. So maybe that's something, a champion that they are going to be looking forward to getting once again as they are on the blue side alongside with maybe a Nautilus, maybe another Rakan from Max. Let's see.
Yeah, we shall see once they get into the picks and bans. But I do like that you mentioned the Akali because we did see like a really, really good Akali in the last match with Aaron. Absolutely carrying Naked Galaxy almost in the second game, but they were not able to close it out just due to some a little bit sloppy team fighting, some minute mistakes that they did make against BRU United that did cost them the game and match. But this time, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say it's gonna be really important to have Weiba in this game because this guy is full of achievements. This guy has been helping, not only Trace Esports get some wins, but also coming from Dakun Gaming, Team 4 champion. He has been getting a lot of first place, helping the team whichever team he is to get those wins and have that big impact in their game. So now as he finally joins in, Trace Esports is in their full form once more. Being on the blue side, we saw his 1v1 performance against Irma a while ago, really dominating 2-0 kill. Now being on blue side, they are not banning the Zoe just yet, but maybe that's something to consider here.
Yeah, this is going to be an Akali ban though, as well as an Aatrox. Those champions aren't going to be coming out. Zoe has been kind of a terror in this league so far, so definitely respecting that that potential with that ban. The Senna as well. You do not want the Senna to come out with just all the utility that she brings to the table, and we did see like an incredible Senna in the hands of Golden Feet earlier in the first match, where they were able to secure an early lead and then transition that into a pretty decent win. J-Span as well, very respectable because you can flex that champion in many roles. It's hard to kind of counterpick against him. And Camille, a lot more focus on the Baron later here for Rare Atom than Trace Esports. So much respect on the name of Li Xiao.
Wonder what's going to be the first pick here. But Fiora is available, Ziggs as well. Trace Esports gonna be going on what's standard, I believe. Having a Ziggs. We'll let Rare Atom decide which support champion they actually want to prioritize first. Though the Galio can be eminent here, on the side of Trace Esports, or maybe even the Gragas. Really good synergy with this Ziggs picks for sure.
Yeah, and now Nautilus and Jax gonna get picked up here for Rare Atom. Nautilus, such a good champion to have on the support role. An insane engager. Could also be flexed into the jungle if Forty wants to have a little bit more of a tanky presence in team fights, as well as absolutely insane ganks. I used to play Nautilus jungle a lot in LoL PC, and let me tell you, those ganks are just so good. No matter who your laner is, if you can land that dredge line and then you go for the death charge and then you stun them up with the auto attack afterwards, nobody is getting away from you. It's just so good. Now Fiora though, for Li Xiao, going to be going up against that Jax most probably for Rocky. Now this is really a great early game pick against Jax, because especially with the Wukong, if Weiba does get this, you can apply a lot of pressure onto Rare Atom's top lane. And looks like Irma's gonna be picking up the Yone as well. We've seen a really good Yone. I don't quite remember who it was on, but a very decent champion to be picking up in the mid lane, although it can be counterpicked into the second phase.
Really good pickings actually so far here on both sides. Really good side lane control, scaling as well, team fighting potential. I just want to say a little trivia for you, G10. Just a little insight on Weiba and his performance. because he is actually one of the key factors that allowed Dakun Gaming way back on the Horizon Cup 2021 to win the tournament in first place. And he actually used Jax 3 times in the grand finals against Thunder Talk. And all those 3 games that he used Jax, it was a win. So, I mean, that's just something to add into the information pool here on the Trace Esports versus Rare Atom side. But so far here, in our second banning phase, we are starting to see some assassins being removed on both sides. Kha'Zix's gonna be respected here on the side of Rare Atom in case that, you know, they Rare Atom is gonna invest an assassin on their jungler and not have this Nautilus as their jungler once more.
Yeah, as I think Rare Atom definitely is not going to field the Nautilus in the jungle. There are much more decent options, like Lee Sin is still up, while Kha'Zix is not there. You can still pick up a high impact jungler in Vi, who is left up, and Zeri here. Very interesting. Okay, no, that's not gonna be Zeri. Just joking, it's gonna be a Corki.
Though it has been picked up a little bit in the CN confidence side. Some actually picks up, actually, some people build AP on the Zeri, and I mean, it doesn't have a really high win rate compared to the other mages like Ziggs, Lux, or maybe even the Morgana has a better standing than Zeri. But it's still an interesting pick if ever Rare Atom does go with that route, but a Corki is much more stable. And it does make a lot of sense. You would want to have some magic damage, and a Corki deals quite a lot, and it has more mobility than many more of those AP damage dealing champions. And you have that immense scaling on the side of Rare Atom. That can be troubling though, as early game is going to be much more prominent on the side of Trace Esports. They are going to be picking up an ADC as well to send out in the mid lane. So let's see how Rose is going to be going against, you know, possibly the Corki, or let's see who's going to be going alongside with him. Possibly the Yone here.
The Olaf, though, I think is a really, really good pick for the jungle here. His Ragnarok being unstoppable means that Rare Atom has a really easy way to initiate these team fights, or Mori also has a really good way to get out of catches if he does get caught without having to use stasis. So we'll see if the Viking Berserker can stand up to, well, the monkey here on the side of Weibo, because Weibo, we have mentioned, is incredibly talented and jungler, has great game sense, and is you know, really, really good at high impact plays early on in the game. But that Olaf does need a little bit of time to kind of scale up and be able to be able to actually be relevant in the game.
I mean, if a player comes from Dakun Gaming or Team 4 Champions, they are not just good, they are massively good. And Weibo is one of them, alongside with KG, with you, with Wind as well. And it's going to be an interesting battle here, nonetheless, by both of these teams. Rare Atom still has some fight in them. Definitely both of these teams want to have finally their first win in this game. And let's see who's going to be getting that first win in this series. Trace Esports versus Rare Atom. And Rose with Illusion going to be having a bit of a range advantage here onto Irma, though has to be very careful. Of course, it is still a Yone. When he has that Soul and Bound, when he has that Fate Sealed, you definitely have to keep your eyes open at all times.
Yeah, but in the early phases of the game, Irma is going to be kind of gapped here, and you see Rose is actually forcing him to stay out of range of minions, stay out of golden experience range right now. He is kind of hugging the tower because he does not want to get hit by that Lucian, you know, for any damage in the early phases. And yeah, see, there's one auto attack, 2 auto attacks. Irma is kind of hurting right now. Rose maybe setting up, and he's even 1v2, and he's like, all right, you guys can both be here. I don't care. Talk's gonna be coming in, and yeah, just look at that zoning. Just the threat of Lucian's damage. He doesn't even need the piercing light. He just needs to auto attack them, and you know, the intimidation factor is right there.
Rocky has to respect him at all times. I mean, when you have a Fiora in the laning phase, you should have an edge against a Jax at all times. You can just repose the counter strike. You just poke many times, especially when the Vitals are facing you or in a very good position as well. Though we have seen some instances where the Jax can win against a Fiora, but it's mostly just because of some good outplays that can be done. Here we do see Rocky going back, and that's some of the small trades that the Jax can actually do. And with Lee Sao going in, doesn't have the repose, it does have a long cooldown, and Rocky will just time it as much as possible.
Yeah, and that is actually really good timing there for Rocky's Counter-Strike. This could be a little bit of a fight here. They are very low now. 3 people here in the mid lane for Rare Atom.
They are posing. Tak just trying to get some vision across the map. They might meet with Lee Sao, which has just established vision alongside with the top side river. But it's not that much being you know, bothered here by Rare Atom. As much as possible, just want to get some information across the map and try to set up tempo with the composition of Rare Atom. It's actually looking really good that they are the ones looking for opportunities in this early game, because that can actually help them much better. Have a little bit of a buffer if they do secure a couple of kills. There is against Trace Esports, the composition they have is really stable. Eyes on Weiba though, because I think the Wukong's problem primarily is the fact that he needs to reach level 5. That's why we have seen Trace Esports play it out really passively in this early game, just waiting for Weiba. They're gonna be waiting for him as much as possible to set the tempo, to be the one initiating for team fights. Top side though, they are grouping up.
Oh, this
Grand Challenge has been used already. Depth charge is gonna be used as well, as Attack just looking for an opportunity, basically posing at Rare Atom, drawing them in, forcing them to disengage, and basically just saying, if you go in, I'm going to commit as well. I'm gonna use my cast, I'm gonna be body slamming you, you're gonna be in big trouble.
Yeah, and that Gragas, you know, just keeping Lee Sao safe is a really good boon for him, because he's a half health. Now, Weiba is also there for the safety, but that does mean that Rare Atom has a little bit of free time here. Morty may be going for a gank here in the mid lane.
Uh-oh!
Fate Sealed
Fate
goes in.
Sealed? Now let's connect here at the Enchanted Q as Rose is trying to back away. The flash is met with another flash, and that's first blood here, but Irma might be in trouble. The Cask does secure the trade, and Morty has to just fall back. A 1-for-1 trade here by Trace Esports and Rare Atom, but another flash, this time by Weiba, denies that blast cone as well. Dredgeshine gonna be connecting, but it's a little bit too late. But here comes Yuri, joining up the fight. That triple knockup is just so amazing, and this time it's Trace Esports chasing them down. Rose just fell down. Jax trying to survive. The counter strike is just genius, and Rare Atom got the better hand in that fight.
Yeah, 4 for 2, all said and done, and that called down all of the members of both teams. A Wind a little bit late to the party, did not get to a Mega Inferno Bomb. I think that would have really helped the fight if he was able to, you know, make his presence known. But let's take a look at that again, because yeah, you can see right there the Olaf comes in, and Irma just gets sniped out by the castle. Tak getting that kill. You know, the kill distribution not the best, but then they go in for such an aggressive fight here. They know that they can go in on him, but they didn't count on Rocky and Max being there really quickly, and then Yuri comes through as well. And that triple knockup, what a god. You were right, Max is just absolutely insane, and then the big one securing that
Round
kill
2 though.
Now they're fighting over the Herald.
Yeah, they are pincered in this situation here. Trace Esports will still secure this Rift Herald for themselves. Rare Atom says, okay, we'll just back up. Okay, you get it, you get it. Well, we took the dragon anyway. We're gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, and well, there you go. Trace Esports, they still got something off of that, even though they were not the ones to get the Herald. They still got the kills and the gold lead. Morty doing a little bit of counter jungling here. I do like his jungle pathing. He is, I think, out farming Weiba a bit. And of course, it did help that he was present in that gank at first, and he was also the one who got a kill. Now he's got the Trinity Force, and he's almost 1,000 gold up on his jungle opponent. So that is going to be pretty decent for him if he does decide to go for more ganks now. But we have returned back to neutral. Trace Esports, they have the onus now to try to maybe make something happen, because Rare Atom has just been they have just kind of been the one driving the plays here for so long, and Trace Esports, they will get that first turret of the game. Rose was in.
Oh, Fate Sealed! Cast gonna be used to disengage, and that's gonna be it. I mean, Max just missing that dredge line is a little bit unfortunate there for them, and Rose just being able to escape that as well, just because of the cast was able to prevent Max from closing the distance. And it has been these two teams eyeing on each other, looking for opportunities. And speaking of which, top side, Rocky might be baited in. They're sending out Yuri as well. And Weiba might be in trouble. They don't have any more members. They spot Yuri, but what can they do? Here comes Morty going in and just gets that kill. Weiba as well is in trouble. Pops out that Grand Channel, but nothing that they can actually do since Fiora is already dead. And this is going to be an absolute free tower for Rare Atom.
Yeah, Win almost had a chance there to, get one, maybe two kills, but Rare Atom, look at that flash, and then into the, he tried, Max tried, and then he went immediately for the ultimate. That depth charge not going to be all too effective, because he didn't get the catch with the dredge line. A little bit of a misplay, but, he did the thing. He made a proactive play. You can't really fault him for that. But Rare Atom definitely in the driver's seat now. With 2,000 gold up, 4 kills up, they have been the ones making the more proactive plays in the early game.
I mean, that is what they need. Rare Atom actually, Yuri having the most gold. I believe his score is already 301 if I'm not mistaken. Morty as well, doing a really good job as a jungler, and definitely giving Weiba such a hard time with his Wukong. We haven't really seen him pop off in this game, and that is going to be really detrimental here on the side of Trace Esports. Waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that scaling, waiting as well for Lisa to start having some pressure in the side lanes. But it's going to be quite difficult. You're going up against a Jax, and Rocky has been really solid in the side lane, even buying a Bramble Vest. Well, there is also an anti-healing that Lisa has gotten, but that's just the amount of respect that these Baron laners are giving towards each other, just to get that slight edge in the trading, just to get that anti-healing done, to prevent the other person from ever sustaining himself. And they're also banking on their teammates having the better rotation towards their side, having the faster and more efficient route to make that necessary call in engaging onto the enemy team.
Alright, now Rare Atom, even though they did have the lead early on and they have been making more proactive plays, it does seem like they're the ones getting pushed in here by Trace Esports. Trace Esports being very aggressive here towards this Herald because they know they have more members. This could be the start of a big fight, but as Rare Atom's members start to trickle in, we see Trace Esports have to back away.
And this is so difficult for Trace Esports. You're going up against a really good late game scaling composition, and you give them time to scale up. And this is going to be really bad for the next couple of minutes here of Trace Esports. Later on, Irma is gonna hurt so bad. Yuri as well. Rocky is going to be unstoppable in the side lane. Morty is gonna be almost unkillable, especially when he cast that Ragnarok, which he did to try and escape. I mean, with that in mind, this Ocean Drake might just be for Trace Esports. I don't think Rare Atom can actually contest unless they force it right. And that charge is gonna be used here onto Rose, but not much follow action coming in here at the side of Rare Atom. Ocean Drake being taken by Trace Esports. Stasis, the cask, a little bit off, and they're just gonna be having this barrier. Thou shall not pass, says Rocky, Yuri rather, and Trace Esports just gonna let this tower in the mid lane get taken down.
Yeah, now Trace Esports, they're still on the hunt here, even though Rare Atom, they are in the mid lane looking to knock down a tower. with the oh, they're not looking to contest this tower. They just want to get that charge in and then get back out of there, run out and into the top lane. Talk though is maybe caught Rocky here, but yeah, not a lot of risk being taken by either team. Yeah, they don't want to give up anything that they don't need to give up at the moment.
I think Rare Atom just wants to play this as efficiently as possible, not get too greedy with the wins that they are getting across the map, because they know they have the end game in their favor. They know they have the late game scaling. They have really good engage coming in if ever they do get the opportunity. And Trace Esports has been constantly looking for fights, actually. Weiba is always posing. He is going to go in with a Cyclone again. Mega Inferno Bomb as well, doing damage just only on the support as Max will fall down. But that is a kill. That is something that Trace Esports wants to get constantly in this.
Yeah, and speaking of kills that they're trying to get constantly, Irma goes for a little bit of a cheeky play there onto Lisa. Now, this could be some pressure coming in from Trace Esports on the Baron lane because there are quite a few of them coming up there. This is the last outer turret still up for Rare Atom, but they will be able to successfully defend it. Now, look at the pressure coming in.
Yeah, from Rocky, right? Split push. Split push and split push and split push, and Lee Sao is slowly having a bit of a hard time. I'm not so sure if Hullbreaker has been purchased already by Lee Sao. If he does, then that means he will be on the side lanes for the majority of the game. So far, we are seeing just the Divine Sunders and more on damage items, some anti-healings as well. With the 13-minute mark approaching, we will see another objective breaking out or drawing both of these teams into a possible fight. I think Rare Atom is at the point in the game wherein they can actually sneak these kinds of objectives. Maybe with Irma and Morty, they can actually take this this Baron up, or maybe just Morty and Rocky. That's already a more than capable duo.
Most definitely. But this is a little bit of posing going on here in the mid lane. Just some regular wave clearing. They don't want to overcommit to a fight here. Weiba though off on the side, he will get an axe thrown at him. So yeah, Morty, Max clearing out that Baron pit, looking to pose towards the top side of the map to try to pressure that objective, while the Jax is still creating his own pressure in the bottom lane by split pushing. This could be a pincer maneuver, though Win has been caught.
Oh yeah, has to flash away, attack as well, use the cast just for disengage. And now Weiba going in, that is a little bit questionable, but is going to be able to back away as well. Rare Atom just, you know, giving some proper respect towards Trace Esports. They know that they can just be patient here in this game. They know that they're the ones who are having the better opportunity in the scaling department. And at most, they're just waiting for the next dragon, the Infernal Dragon. Irma though.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Irma, that could have been a little bit dangerous for him if he got caught there. But if you look at the bottom lane, Jax still there, still pushing, man. While he is kind of automatically attracting attention with his split push, but Rose made a little bit of trouble. There
into the Fate Seal. That is just beautiful. Coming from the side of Irma and Max, and now Tak is just forced to leave his ADC behind. Unfortunate for Rose.
Yeah, unlucky rubber ducky there for Rose. The blue buff just spawned. They could have maybe taken that if they wanted to, but just take the kill, get that pick, and get out, because Dragon will be coming up in a bit. 25 seconds left to the next Drake. It is going to be an Infernal. So Rare Atom definitely want to set up next to this, while the Lucian will be up for that. It still is going to be priority going over to Rare Atom with 5 seconds left to go. Lucian just spot again. Rare Atom actually did not set up towards that dragon yet. Now they're heading towards it, while Jack's still pushing it, and Irma applying a lot of pressure in the mid lane, keeping them away, keeping the routes closed here for Trace Esports to get into this dragon. And Rockies may have been able to meet Weiba there.
No contest. I was about to ask if Trace Esports should be contesting this Infernal Dragon, but we see see the amount of pressure that Rare Atom is actually building all throughout the game. 3,000 gold lead as well. All the objectives. They might even force them into committing onto this Baron. No vision whatsoever from Trace Esports in this top side. River might be very dangerous to check as well because Max, Morty, and Yuri are here. Whoever checks the area will be in trouble. Irma gonna be spotted out. Max is just posing here, serving as the front line. Weber gonna get caught. Cyclone gonna be thrown in. Irma actually taking a bit of damage there. That's a depth charge. Max gonna die, and this is the time Trace Esports actually gonna be able to punish Rare Atom in their misfire. Fate Seal gonna seal the fate almost there onto Weber, but Irma is very low. The Mega Inferno Bomb gets to him, and Trace Esports gets their second kill.
They actually got a lot of value from that. Even though initially it was Trace Esports who got caught, they didn't lose anybody. And they were able to get 2 kills, bringing that gold lead down just a little bit. Just 2,000 now on the side of Rare Esports. And you can see still the Jax keep his split pushing there. And it's very difficult right now for Rare Atom to kind of go for these fights without the Jax because he is kind of the most fed member of the team. Let's take a look at that fight again. Initially, it was the catch onto Weiba that prompted that, but Irma, he got zoned out really hard by the Lucian, and they didn't want to overcommit to that because Morty was already low. Rose doing so much damage there, and this was a great catch there by Irma, but he did not commit onto the right monkey. He went for the clone, and that is kind of what Wukong does sometimes. He confuses you, especially if you did not keep track of the start of the fight.
Actually got some damage there onto Weiba, but he used the stasis, and Tak as well followed through, and that became so difficult for Irma. So quite unfortunate for Rare Atom. But now we're starting to see Trace Esports being the one controlling the game, having the proper positioning just because of that small fight, but they have to still pay due respect towards Rare Atom. They still have the better scaling. They still have this really scary lineup. Ooh, Max there almost landing that dredge line. Though Thack throws in that, really good emote.
Yeah, that was a pretty funny one. Okay, Rocky now got caught, and he will be getting out of there with a
Gonna be safe though.
No.
Oh, actually goes back in.
What a madman! What are you doing? Everybody's there, has to flash out.
I mean,
but
he's
playing distraction.
Yeah,
he's playing
being
distraction.
Is doing a really good job as well, because that signals a free Baron. Yeah, for Rare Atom. And he also stays alive, because Trace Esports was really confused in that scenario. Why did the Jax go in? Why did he go back in again?
That confused me too.
And then flashed away. But it was all a ruse. It was all a bait and switch here by Rare Atom. Now they get a free objective, a free pushing power. And also, Rocky is going to be much more difficult to handle on the side lanes.
Yeah, now that he's got his Baron buff, he can just stand there. He doesn't even have to super push, and he knows he's going to attract the attention of 1 or 2 people. He knows that they can't 1v1 him, so him standing there is forcing Trace Esports to kind of give up their resources in other lanes and other parts of the map just to counter his push, and that means that Rare Atom can have a 1-3-1 very, very effectively here, and that's exactly what's happening. They are just slowly but surely sieging down the mid, and they're going to be taking down the bottom tower because nobody was there to keep track of Morty, and with Dragon Elder Drake being spawned now, this could be the next big fight for Rare Atom. The Jax, though, still split pushing, and now he's going to get engaged on.
Yeah, Morty 1 versus 2, make that 3 as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. Morty gonna die, and that is all the good here for Trace Esports. That means Rare Atom might not be able to start the Elder Dragon for the meantime. Top side though, Lee Sao against Rocky. Cass gonna come through, and that is a big set. Grand Challenge gonna prop, but Rocky still surviving. The flash by Lee Sao gets the kill, but so does Irma on the backside. And now, it's a 1-for-1 trade at the very least. Rare Atom still controlling this game, still making sure they have this Baron power play.
Yeah, and that was a huge power play. Look at all of the value that they got. They got all of the outer turrets. and they were able, even though they lost the fight, they lost 2 members for the price of 1, they were still able to really open up the map for themselves, and that does enable them to get into a better position for this Elder Drake fight. But they do have to back out, so does Weva, so they are going to reset first and get items before going for the Elder Drake, because they do need to very, very on point in this next team fight.
And Rare Atom has been the one who's really on point so far. I mean, Rocky dying was really unfortunate, but still, Rare Atom in a 4v5 sense was still able to, you know, apply the same amount of pressure they have been doing for quite a while now. Starting up the Elder Dragon is gonna draw attention towards Trace Esports, but I think they are also just wanting to force Trace Esports to stay in this bot side river, since they know Rocky can win the 1v1. Though Lisa did a really good job earlier, so maybe that can change if ever Lisa does pop off.
That could be the way for them to get in, but Irma getting a little bit feisty there with Talk. It is just a support, so he's not a huge priority, but Trace Esports definitely want to have the upper hand going into this Elder Drake, and they will be starting it. Rare Atom is not in a position to contest at the moment, but Trace Esports, they don't want to go for a big fight right now. They want to keep pressure as well. The Jax is going to go back, so he's going to have some more items coming into this next fight. So Rare Atom, they're the ones now with priority on positioning for the Elder Drake fight, and the Jax splitting down in the bot lane will be giving them some more lane priority for this next fight, and they do start it.
Drawing them in now. There's the Elder Dragon again. This time, Rocky is in the bottom lane, kind of closer towards the other members, and has a good flanking position as well. Now the package gonna be used preemptively. Irma doing some bit of damage on the backside. Yuri is in trouble. Valkyrie's out, and everyone just flashes in onto him. Might be in trouble. Pops the GA, but here comes the damage coming from Wind. Gets the kill onto the core game. Max as well. Gonna be dying, but what can Rare Atom do at this time? It's suddenly a 3 versus 5. Elder Dragon as well. Gonna be so vulnerable for the taking. Big responsibility for Irma, Morty, and Rocky as well. Can they actually go back in? Can they go with a steal? As now they're being the ones threatened here by Trace Esports. Solan bound by Irma. Rocky gets engaged. Counter strike does not counter all those damage as he is about to fall down. Rose is chasing him, but here comes Irma on the backside trying to split the group up into 2, almost dying, but still they get the grand challenge. Brock, they get the kill onto Irma. Trace Esports has come back in this game.
Yes, and Trace Esports, what a perfect fight for them. They were able to perfectly split the members of Rare Atom after that initial catch, and they have catapulted themselves into the lead in terms of kills. And with this Elder Drake, they will be able to go for more fights, especially now that Baron is up. That may be their goal now. They are going straight forward. The death timers are a little bit high right now. It is pretty late in the game, so only 3 members of Rare Atom will be able to contest here, which will be a big problem. But taking quite a bit of damage. Well, sorry, that was a clone, but it's Leash. I was saying a lot of damage. Oh, look at that. Big knockup, but that's
no steal?
Knockup. Absolutely no steal.
Almost, that's a good intention. But Rocky actually going to be pushing here in the mid lane. At least gets the inhibitor. That will be a consolation prize. Since Trace Esports does possess the double buff, the Elder Dragon, and the Baron buff here. Definitely ready for the next team fight, and Rare Atom, they cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Oh no, Rocky! He's in trouble. Lisa is here.
Right there.
MIB, and that's gonna be a dead Jax. 4 versus 5 now in the mid lane push, bot side push. Trace Esports, this is the best possible time for them. They have endured so much in this game. Rare Atom was the one ahead, but they now have the chance to clean this game up. Make sure they're the ones who get their first blow in the game, and they will get it. The Nexus is being attacked, and Trace Esports 1-0 in this series.
Trace Esports, they were fighting hard against the tide of Rare Atom from the very start, but they kept their heads on straight. They were able to stall out the game towards the end where they got all of their key items, and they fought brilliantly. The team fights were just so on point. Started with that one at the Elder Drake, and then they just carried that momentum over to the Baron, over to the next fight, and then Rare Atom crumbled under the pressure. So well done for Trace Esports. They're now at match point.
Yeah, and it was such good discipline actually being demonstrated here by Trace Esports. It's a really scary scaling composition that Rare Atom had, but so many mistakes was made by this team, starting from that Elder Dragon fight, that overextension in the top lane, you know, them being a little bit uncoordinated in their intention because they wanted to have a split push and an Elder Dragon pressure. It worked out for them a little bit with the distraction earlier by Rocky when they wanted to get the Baron, but when it comes to the Elder Dragon fight, it was just so messy for them, and they're the ones who actually got punished by Trace Esports, especially when Yuri and Max got caught. And that was a really big opening for Trace Esports. And also, Rocky getting caught there at the 15-minute mark in the tribe rush in the bottom lane was just so unfortunate for them. And Trace Esports just had the best possible, you know, easiest decision in their entire lives after getting that Elder and Baron and just pushed it right in. I mean, look at this gold graph. Dang. Heavily favoring Rare Atom in the majority of the game, and then suddenly everything just dissipated and Trace Esports just got the better end.
Absolutely. Around 20 minutes when Trace Esports was able to get that that one big fight. I think it was 24, 23 minutes. They just they carry that momentum. This is what we call they were losing until they won, and that is a really good indicator of how Trace Esports is able to play, is able to come back from things. It's a great indicator of their mental coming into games like this. And while Rare Atom, they did have a really good start, they weren't able to close it out. They got a little bit too aggressive during times where they weren't supposed to. So that is a little bit of a problem for them to solve in the next game, where, you know, hopefully have the lead again, and maybe not squander it this time, because while they were a little bit greedy in that Elder Dragon setup, it was still very possible. It was still like a good idea to have the Jax applying pressure in the side lanes while the rest of the team was setting up in the Elder Drake, but they were a little bit too hesitant to commit while the rest of Trace Esports was not there yet. So they kind of waited until Trace Esports were the ones to commit to that Elder Drake, and then it all went to hell in a handbasket from there.
They had a really strong grip in the early game, but they kind of let loose in the late game. That's basically just what happened there. Trace Esports, as they lost pressure, they felt lesser pressure from Rare Atom and saw them slacking off, they just punished them, having a better discipline. This is why Trace Esports cannot be, you know, disrespected at all times. And Wava basically saying, I'm back. I'm back in this game.
Love that.
Incredible achievements by this player. It started off really challenging for him in this game, but I mean, he's using a Wukong. Basically, his influence comes from team fights and his initiations and his counterplays, and definitely he hasn't made it in this game, in the latter parts, mostly, definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, the Olaf was a great pick into the Wukong. However, it just was a little bit lacking in that late game for Rare Atom. So maybe this time, you know, look for a jungler that has, you know, some more options coming into the late game. But that is going to be next game's problem. We will be going into a little bit of a short break before we get into game number 2. Trace Esports at match point. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in the zone Don't have life in envy. Shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad for the greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free. And it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the goal wireless.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by。提起他们打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Well, basically what Jitin was saying is welcome back to our series of Trace Esports versus Rare Atom. Trace Esports now match point in the series, and they are going to be on the red side this time, as Rare Atom did have a bit of a hiccup in that game number 1 earlier. They're looking to come back this time in much more stability, in a better disciplined mindset. Also, they are going to be picking up the Jax again. I mean, it is going to be interesting. Rocky did have a fantastic performance with this with his champion, though it did not turn out into a win, especially when he got caught in the tribe rush earlier. So
yeah.
Let's see.
So now, let's get into the picks and bans because they are raring to go. Haha, rare Adam fun right there, and they will still be going with the Jax. It did work out really well for Rocky. I don't think they really had a lot of gaps in their game plan. It was pretty solid all throughout. However, Trace Esports just had some really good reads, really good team fights towards the late game, and they were able to turn a losing game into one that they won. But of course, since this is a Chinese conference team, they play kind of a little bit of a slower game, one that doesn't the one that doesn't really lend itself to a lot of aggression, early on, because they don't want to give up any advantages super early, because that can transition into a into a snowball, basically, especially with a Jax on Rare Adam's side and Trace Esports. They will also still be going with basically the same thing. They will be trading supports, though this time it's going to be Talk on that Nautilus and Max on the Gragas. Riven, though, coming in, could be flexed into jungle, could be in the Baron lane, could also be in the mid lane.
Have been really interested in seeing maybe a good Shen in this particular game, since it is available. But I mean, we all have our preference as well. I think Rare Atom and Trace Esports just want to use what's working so far for themselves, just like Rare Atom adapting with the Wukong pick this time for Morty, as Weiba actually did a really fantastic job, even landing that MVP spot a while ago. And the Gragas as well has been amazing on the side of Trace Esports earlier, with the attack just really cementing that good initiation, and also disengage sometimes with the cask and the body slam. And look at how they are also respecting a possible answer by Trace Esports by banning out this Olaf, because they used this earlier. Morty was a monster in that early game, but I mean, we have seen them kind of scaling off in the late game. I mean, their lineup is really good at the time, but it's just so bad that they got caught. I think just with them not being in the right mindset at the time, possibly just letting their guard down, and Trace Esports punishing them. It's something that they should be avoiding in this game if they want to push this to a game number 3, of course.
Exactly, and not to mention Olaf also kind of falls off a cliff in the late game once everybody gets their items, and that's why they kind of paired it with Jax, who goes off in the late game. But this time, Trace Esports, they are going to be taking that chase, picking up the chase. They're going to be on the red side this time. So the Ziggs was incredible actually for Trace Esports. Wind did so much damage, and he sniped a couple of kills with his Mega Inferno bomb as well. So I am very interested to see Zed pick. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Wind will be doing with his Ziggs. Now wait, let's do it. I swear to God, please pick it, because okay, we're gonna get an Ashe. It would have been hilarious to see a Veigar go up against the Ziggs. That's a classic kind of mage matchup, right? Where the Veigar also is really good for late game scaling, but that does leave their early game a little bit more vulnerable. Now Corki, a hyper scaler in this meta, is going to be really decent here in the bot lane against the Ziggs, because he does have that range advantage as well. But now Trace Esports with a Kha'Zix on Weiba. I think this is going to be a game that Trace Esports is going to be a bit more aggressive in, because they need to have that Kha'Zix. It's a feast or famine champion, and if you're not feasting, then you're basically
you're famine.
Yeah. Exactly, it's a famine. You're going to be not doing all too well in team fights. You need to be able to get those payoffs and stuff. So it's gonna be up to Trace Esports. The onus is on them, especially in the early to mid game, to make this Kha'Zix pick work, especially because they're going up against an assassin as well in Zed.
I mean, this is a classic pick coming in from Weiba, the Kazakhs. Definitely, this is what he wants to pick off as a jungler. And I think he's also going to be going with a serious mode now in this game against Rare Atom. Let's see who is going to be coming on top of this. Will it be Rare Atom or Trace Esports? Trace Esports now match point in the series and has a really good standing and momentum right now in this game. Let's see if Rare Atom can actually push this to a game number 3. They do have the Zed, so we can expect them to make some aggressive plays in the early game, especially with the rotations coming in. But Trace Esports has shown how disciplined they can be in slowing the tempo down of their enemy team. While ago, I mean, they had such a hard time in the mid to late game, but they managed to, you know, punish every mistake of the enemy in that particular game. So that's something I think that Rare Atom has to constantly keep in mind. And that's checking.
Exactly. They need to make less mistakes here, honestly, because it really was those minor missteps that they did in the late game that got Rare Atom into trouble in that first game. Now Talk here, he's being a little cheeky there, doing a little attack on the Raptors before going over to the mid lane, as you should with the Sports. You are more of a roaming presence here, kind of like a second jungler in Wild Rift. So Trace Esports definitely have the capability to go hard, but not here because Rose gets caught.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage. So was Max. Just a trade of blows here by the support and the mid laner. But that's already a good sign here. Actually coming in from Trace Esports. Stack has been very consistent in his saving grace for his allies. Bot side, we do see Yuri just zoning out a Wind whenever he gets a chance to do so. Overall, a really safe start here by both teams, just poking each other down. There is a fight on the top side though, as we do see a Lee Sao and Rocky just going onto each other once again, similar to game number 1.
Yeah, Lee Sao and Rocky, they have been at each other's throats pretty much for the first game, for the second game as well. But Lee Sao, I think with Riven, needs to be able to bring the aggression now against that Jax, because honestly that's kind of what's been missing here on the side of Trace Esports. They weren't able to get to unfeed the Jax. They weren't able to gap him all too much in the first game. That's why he was such a huge force for Rare Atom in the mid to late game of the last game, because Rocky was just an absolute terror. Whenever he was split pushing, they had to call on 2, sometimes 3 members to just try to stop it. That relieved a lot of pressure for Rare Atom in the other lanes, and they could set up stuff in the river, stuff in the jungle. And honestly, Trace Esports, they while they do have the onus here, they still need to be very careful of not feeding that Jax.
Yeah, because if you feed the Jax, you're gonna be in trouble. Though, Redshine gonna be connecting here. Max just looking for that disengage. Always consistent. With the body stam, a while ago did get that good poke down towards Rose. And setups with the Jax. I mean, these CN Confidence players or teams are just really talented in using the Gragas. Also the Nautilus. The Stack has been very consistent in landing that dredge line as much as possible, though he needs to be very careful because the counterplay is much possible, especially with Morty in the vicinity a while ago. Did recall though, as now Lisa goes in. Wind Slash not gonna be connecting here onto Max. Lisa and Tap just gonna be forced to go back for the meantime. Good disengaged by Rocky and Max. I mean, they do have their tower, simply holding them.
Yep. That was an ambitious play coming in from the Riven. I mean, we have seen some very...
Aww.
I absolutely love that. Irma just using
I just love seeing that. I mean, it's quite tactical. You won't get your reset will be delayed.
The back timing is
Irma will have
awkward.
Just in preparation for this Ocean Drake as well, or the RH, whichever objective will be prioritized by these teams. But there is a potential gank coming in from Weiba. In the bottom side, we do see him just hovering there in the bot side river. Top side is a little bit scary as well. Lee Sao and Tak needs to prep themselves. No vision whatsoever inside this Tribe Brush. So any entry can be unstoppable. Max with his... Ooh, okay.
Ooh, that was almost a really good catch there from Tak. I do like that the shields are stacking up here for both Lee Sao and Max, because they do need to be able to deal with all that harass. Oh, he knows you're there, Irma. He's trying to go for an assassination, doesn't know that it's warded. Rose may be able to bait him in, did not go for the ultimate, yo. Though he... Okay, good dodge there. Okay, Weiba though, he has the save. They know that he's on the Drake. Now they gotta close in on him.
Cask avoided with the flash though. That is already a good dodge here by Weiba. And without the cast, I think Rare Atom might just hesitate a little bit on the team fight. Actually, Trace Esports will respect them for the meantime, transferring towards the top side. River, though they do meet with Rocky there at the moment. And since they are a little bit delayed here on this... Whoa, okay, he's actually going to be contesting. Almost gets a kill. The Dragon has been taken down by BO3. Gets the HP as well and gets that outplay too. 1 kill already. And now they even get this fight going. Rocky just decimating them, though Lee Sao is starting to pop off. Rocky counter-strike in, jumps right in as well, gets the kill onto Lee Sao. And now it's a turning of tides here by both of these teams. Yeah, objective-wise, I think Rare Atom actually has the upper hand.
Yeah, and this was just a little bit of a messy fight for Trace Esports. They did go for the priority on the Rift Herald, and they did get it. However, Weiba did so much damage there, and Yuri, he did get caught here. But look at this. I wanted you to see this counter strike. You saw Tak try to auto attack him to go for the stun, but unfortunately his counter strike was already up, so that actually gave them the kill.
They got the RH as well.
Oh my
so
God, they actually got the steal.
That's everything taken away from Trace Esports. Such a good value play. And I mean, it was a good try by Rose to try and stop that dragon fight, but now he is in trouble. Nice use of the hammer strike. Actually might get an outplay. No more auto attack from the tower. Saves the life there of Max. But at least, you know, Rose did not fall down.
Yeah, and that was a great attempt at a tower dive. The explosive cask was well placed, but now... Okay, Lee Sao, I don't think he should be going for this fight because Rocky is ahead of him in terms of gold. And he did already use his ultimate into the just to get a tiny bit of damage. So back to neutral we go. Very slightly ahead is Rare Atom in terms of gold, but they are so ahead in terms of tempo and pressure, because they did get both of the big objectives off of the map. And they got more tower damage because of that, because of the Herald charge. And that does mean that Morty will be a little bit more free to explore the jungle, to look for potential routes here to get kills. Max as well, we saw a great attempt in the bot lane with the Jace being aggressed on. Speaking of Jace getting aggressed on,
yeah, Rose gonna be in trouble here. That Mark doing a lot of damage, and that's just gonna be a kill by Morty.
Weiba though.
Going a little bit deep, here comes the depth charge coming in, and Weiba as well with a follow-up, as well as that really nice bomb coming from Wind, and they do get that 1-for-1 though. Top side is a bit difficult here. Body slam prevents Lisa from getting anywhere near the tower.
Saved.
But they got the kill onto the Zed, which is huge here. Weiba and Tak just doing wonders in this bot lane.
Yeah, Trace Esports now, they have the upper hand. They've got the first tower of the game. They got that kill, and it did take Rare Atom a little bit to get that tower, but let's take a look at how that happened actually, because first of all, Rose got caught here, and he did do a good job of extending his life, but Death Mark just did a little bit too much. Weiba and Tak a bit late on the uptake, but I thought we were going to see another fight there. But they were good in pushing the lane and then aggressing on that Zed, knowing that he didn't have a Death Mark to try to make some fancy plays happen in the around his tower, so they were very confident in that dive. And that does mean that Trace Esports, they have evened up the gold. Wind and Weba actually are the ones who are at the top of the gold scoreboard right now. So that Ziggs is going to start to hurt. We've seen some Mega Inferno bombs really chunking down people, even though they were mainly used for assists and some big AoE damage. When we get into some big team fights, Rare Atom does have to play around not clumping, because if they do clump up, that Mega Inferno bomb could spell, the difference between winning and losing.
But if you don't clump up, if you go separated, then that's where Weba actually pops off. He has been consistent in assassinating those isolated members of Rare Atom, especially with the help of Tax. So it kind of gets confusing here on the side of Rare Atom, and that's the intention here of Trace Esports. A while ago, they lost both objectives. This time, they're looking to bank on getting this RH. That's a big turn onto the Corky. They do get that kill. Now Weba is in trouble. Counter-strike being avoided. But here comes Troll as well in the front line. MIB doing quite a bit. Rocky, for a little bit back. Actually,
what are you doing?
And that is questionable. What did you do? But now with the counter-strike, he's able to avoid a lot of damage. Lisa is cutting them off.
Down.
They do get a Jax. Now, Irma is in trouble. They have to give this RH away, but PE actually just turns onto them. They want the kills, plus this RH. 3 kills? Now they can actually post towards this Mountain Dragon even.
Yeah, definitely a big swing in terms of tempo and gold for Trace Esports. They just got a huge kill on Yuri, who was caught sleeping there, and they got a tower with the Rift Herald charge. So they got everything that they wanted. 2 kills, the Herald, and then they get priority on Drake. The Jax is nowhere to be seen. So if Rare Atom wants to contest this, they have to risk everything, and they may be risking everything. Max is there. So he goes for the cast.
Morty's just not there. That is unfortunate. And Trace Esports recognize that fact. Now they actually go in. This is really bad for Rare Atom. But what can they do? Valkyrie gonna be used. Rose is very low. Flashed in by Yuri to secure the kill. And now they actually turn into the back line when forces to use his flash. That's gonna be a dead Nautilus as well. Nothing that they can do. No, Rocky is quite low. But I mean, Rare Atom picking up the pace, not letting Trace Esports just get away everything for free.
Yeah, good turnaround, 3-4-1. Rare Atom definitely want to prevent Trace Esports from getting even more momentum, because they did secure that dragon very quickly, and then they turned on this fight. Yeah, that cask was absolutely godlike.
That could have been good.
It could have been. It could have been good. It's godlike in its miss, But that Mega Inferno bomb as well, a little bit left to be desired. But they just weren't prepared for Morty and Rocky to jump in on them. So, a little bit unprepared, a little bit of a misstep there from Trace Esports. These mistakes will start to add up little by little, and it is still Trace Esports who have a tiny bit of a gold lead, but at the moment, it does show that Rare Atom, they were the ones who were doing all of the damage there.
It has been a tight game, tight series as well. The Trace Esports is the one right now getting the opportunities across the map. They have been paying dear respect towards Rocky as well. Now with Lisa and Weba, well, they will be ditching or avoiding him for the meantime after he did disengage. And look at the goal difference over time. It has been a really back and forth game here by both teams. And Trace Esports just lost that big chunk of gold lead a while ago as well, due to Rare Atom just punishing them as well in their deep moments. Now Lisa might actually be in trouble, as Rare Atom always still continue to pose eyes on Max, because he wants to set up the cast don't miss, and that is really bad. He is going too deep. Morty chasing down Lisa, but will be unsuccessful in doing so. A lot of ultimates actually expended already by Rare Atom. Just one MIB clears out the wave in the bot lane, and Lisa actually going to be going in once more. Dredgeline missing the right target. Does connect, but just under the cannon.
Yeah, just a little bit of posturing here and there from both teams. They don't really want to be the first one to pull the trigger here and, run into the other team. So looking at the top side, though, we did see Rose kind of just split pushing up there, drawing attention to himself, looking for more of a reset here. Infernal Drake gonna be coming out in a couple of minutes, though, so that may be the next objective to be fought over here for our teams. Now, it is a little bit on the side of Rare Adam now. Lee Xiao, though, I don't think he wants his fight. Morty's there way below.
They actually turn. Oh no, Rocky, Morty, they're in trouble. But here comes Max as well. Yuri is going to be joining them. The cast missing, but that's okay. But in the meantime, since they need to disengage as well, Mega Inferno Bomb going to be doing a lot, as always.
Morty almost died.
Yeah, Trace Esports pushing now mid lane and bot lane. Rare Atom are caught in the mix. What can they do now?
Yeah, what is the answer here from Rare Atom? Because they did have to go and leave the that fight, and that does mean that Trace Esports has more pressure now on both the mid and bottom side of the map, but that will be reset. Now, the Dragon is going to be coming out in about a minute or so, and they do need to set up. You can see there is a control ward there on the side of Rare Atom. And Trace Esports, I think that after this next buff that Kha'Zix will be pathing down towards that dragon, because they cannot afford to give this away to Rare Atom. But both teams are kind of posturing towards the top side of the map for now.
Yep, Rare Atom banking on their late game scaling. They do have Yuri and Rocky just having a really good position in the late game to actually counteract most of the members here of Trace Esports. The only person they have to be really cautious about, aside from wins, begging for the buff of course, is the assassination of Weiba, which he has been looking for opportunities the entirety of the game. And now Trace Esports, they want to draw attention towards this Infernal Drake. They are grouping up as well here. But Iso and Rocky has a good flank. Max is going to be going in. That is a big engage towards that, but not really the best possible target here. Deathmark going to be used onto the Nautilus. Quite questionable. Tax still survives. Now Megan Inferno Bomb going to do some damage in the front line. Valkyrie a little bit bad. He's going to get caught. Yuri uses the Valkyrie to get back. But here comes Lisa in the flank. Gets a kill onto the Corgi. Here comes the Dredge Line. Here comes Weiba with the reset. And if we give him an opportunity, he will not fail. And he gets that triple kill. He gets that ace. And Trace Esports might just end this game.
Yeah, Rocky is now back up though, but what can he do against 5? He can't really defend this turret. He can't really defend the inhibitor either. If he risks everything on a counter-strike, he can just get jumped on and immediately taken out. But the death timers are a little bit too big. He has to go for a hero play here, but he will be CC'd to death. And he's going for the stasis, but the Nexus is taking all of the damage. Rocky goes down before the game ends, and Trace Esports has completed a 2-0 run against Rare Atom.
Such a fantastic performance. Big punish by Trace Esports, especially in that last fight. We already knew the moment that Rare Atom prioritized attack, Trace Esports waited for the opportunity, waited for the best possible moment for them to start punishing them. The moment they saw Yuri using the package in, also invest the stasis, but still took damage, and his health was critical. Lisa just went in, Weiba went in, went with the reset, and basically swept the floor of their bodies and aced them right through, cementing them a dominating 2-0 victory against Rare Atom, and finally secured their first win in this tournament.
Yeah, their first match, and definitely needed that match-winning selfie there. Rose, Lisa, and Tak on your screens, and Weiba definitely had a huge part to play there. He was the MVP in the first game, maybe the MVP in the second game as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he was, because that was just an outstanding performance that Kha'Zix terrorized Rare Atom. I mean, just the presence of him in the early to mid game made Rare Atom rethink some engages that he shouldn't have done. And of course, towards the late game, he was just running rampant with the resets left, right, and center. So well done there for Trace Esports. And they're looking really clean here, especially compared to their first performance.
I mean, such a clean performance overall, especially that game was a lot faster. I mean, 17 and a half minutes. Let's make that 18 minutes compared to the 26 minutes that was game number 1. Definitely, they had the better opportunity in that fight, especially when they saw the attack was being prioritized. And kudos to attack as well, just delaying and surviving as well the entirety of the fight. And basically, when they saw that most of the resources of Rare Atom was already used, especially their mobility spells, especially for Yuri, that was the best possible time to punish them, to attack them, to not let go of this opportunity in getting those kills. And they did get the ace. Weiba got that triple kill. And they just cemented this really fantastic victory in 17 minutes with one fell swoop of a push.
Yeah, they knew that they once they had that opportunity, once they got that win, they didn't really need to waste their time with objectives like Baron or Dragon. They could just go for the throat, go for the end. And that's what they did. They knew that the timers were pretty high at 17 minutes, and that with only one player to stop them, they can just roll over how good he is in a 1v1 or a 1v2. If it's a 5 versus 1, I mean, that Jax is going to have a bad time. Any Jax is going to have a bad time unless, you know, he was like 5 levels ahead, but that wasn't the case. So Trace Esports had a really good route here. They were ahead pretty much most of the game, although Rare Atom did have a couple of moments where they were, you know, able to bring it back just a tiny bit, mainly thanks to, I think, Lee Sao was the main progenitor of those comebacks. But, you know, back to the drawing board for Rare Atom. They now have 2 losses to their names. It's going to be a tough fight for them if they want to make it still to the top half of our standings.
Yeah, and it is going to be an interesting run for Rare Atom for sure. Lots of things to absorb here, especially in this game, especially in that last fight. And I think that is something to be avoided in their next upcoming games, because they have yet to secure their first victory, even in a single game. That is so difficult to come back from, and I hope the momentum is not going down for the meantime. Tak has been the absorber, the one that is really setting the place here for Trace Esports, and he is going to be securing this MVP as well. Well played for sure. And also, you know, Weiba is doing really fantastic work overall.
Yeah, Weiba and Tak definitely were standout performers here for Trace Esports, and I can't wait to see what else they have in store, because now that Weiba is here, Trace Esports looks so much more solid. Now that Tak is as well doing really well in that support role. He's just been kind of a linchpin for these engages for Trace Esports. A lot of potential to come in this team.
And we will be having another game. I mean, we have Cerberus Esports versus Naos. We'll just go into a very short break, but we will come back.
What kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby you are not a girl and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. Isn't hot? your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There to go Violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There to go Y。历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭 launch。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Cheating. Coming at you. With me is Giyang Gaming, and we just saw Trace Esports do a really good 2-0 sweep against Rare Atom earlier. Now we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting match. Cerberus Esports, one of the toughest teams from Vietnam, versus one of the toughest teams of the Philippines, Naos Esports.
Yeah, especially after the incredible performance of Naos Esports just recently against Rare Atom. Actually, wherein they pulled off such a beautiful 2-0 victory. Quick games as well as, well, it was primarily because of their interesting playstyle. 17 minutes, 18 minutes, especially with the Ash of Mirmo and the aggressive playstyle of Zaupi at that time. Basically, every single member of Naos Esports just doing incredible work in both of that games. Cerberus Esports, on the other hand, still has yet to get their first win in this tournament, since the recent match against KT Roster turned out to be a really sad one, as the series got turned around, as KT Roster did secure a reverse sweep against them. But their game number 1 has been really dominating, and that's something that we have to consider in this game, because I mean, teams, players can make mistakes, but when they do get the game rolling, it's when they can actually pop off and make some highlights. And when Cerberus Esports does get the game rolling, it's really hard to take the momentum away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, with Meliodas, BMM, Genza, Kano, and Y1 here, I gotta put special respect on the name of Meliodas, because he has just been an outstanding jungler, you know, pretty much ever since he joined Cerberus Esports, and they have been, you know, one of the more feared teams here in the Vietnam region. But looking at Naos as well, they are one of the most feared teams here in the Philippines. Javi, Mitsura, Mirmo, and Rafe. Incredible game sense, and Mirmo specifically, he's just had such good Ash play. He needs to draw a respect ban, because they cannot let him play that Ash. He just hits those enchanted crystal arrows from downtown. Fun fact, he used to be my ADC back when I managed a League of Legends PC team, and I'm really happy to see that my boy Neil is still in the pro scene and made the transition to Wild Rift, and now is performing at the very top level here of Wild Rift.
I mean, every single player here on the side of Naos Esports, they may be relatively new as an organization, but like how we mentioned before, these organizations are full with really strong foundation players. Kam, Zaupi, Mitsura, Mirmo, and Rap is just really strong already, coming from 2021 tournaments, and also have been really doing well over the past few tournaments that they have been joining. And I think it's going to be interesting as they do battle again, or they do battle against Cerberus Esports. Well, Naos Esports entirely haven't really battled against Cerberus Esports just yet, but the players have been familiar with Cerberus Esports already. So it's going to be just like another moment for them. Let's see who's going to be coming on top though.
Exactly.
Hello everyone,
and
welcome
right
back
now,
to the 2023
we're going to have the host introductions of the teams.
Cerberus Esports versus Manila Naos Esports. The Saigon Cerberus Esports has showed their great abilities in snowballing, and the Manila Naos Esports has impressed us a lot by their outstanding strategies. What kind of highlight they're gonna take for us? Let's stay tuned. 接下来让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give it up to Saigon Cerberus Esports versus Manila Naos Esports.
Thật sự thì mình chẳng muốn nói những lời cay đắng này đâu. Bọn mình sẽ chơi một cách thật bùng nổ. Các bạn đã sẵn sàng chưa?
Hi guys, this is Naos Wave, and this is my message to you, Cerberus Esports. Why do you want to play awesome games now? Is it because that you're always bad before? Come on man, keep it up.
So it is Rafe.
Ooh, that is a strong jab, I would say.
Yeah. I love it. I love these little trash talk segments of the teams because they just show the character of these teams so well. And right now we do see the introduction of both of these teams. Of course, before we get into the game, ladies and gents, we do have the fight for side where one player from each team will be taking up the gauntlet against another to figure out who has side priority in their match.
And wonder who is it gonna be? Because I mean anyone can actually just go and fight in the fight for side, but it does depend on, I mean, if you're really gonna be comfortable in a 1v1, might as well we don't want to actually fight for the team. And for Cerberus Esports and Naos Esports, I actually forgot who was the one who actually participated in their fight for side before. Do you remember it?
Cerberus, I think for Naos, they did they field Mitsura? It might have been either Mitsura or Rave. I'm not certain. I'll have to rewatch.
It was Zaupi at that time.
Zaupi, okay.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go. I was completely wrong. Unsure. that's fine.
We have
we can't be correct all the time.
information.
Yeah, with all of the games we watch per day, it's easy to get things mixed up. But now it's going to be Y1 versus Calm.
We make lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
Honestly, and we do apologize for every single one. Of course.
We are going to be
seeing
Y1
not
and
infallible.
Yeah, Y1 and Calm though. Okay, so Calm now it's not gonna ban anything here, maybe. That would be very fun to see if they just let Cerberus Esports pick whatever champions they want. But we have seen some very, very fun fight for sides. These solo games have been absolutely insane for both of these, for pretty much all the teams. We've had, what was it? We've had one game go all the way to sudden death. We've had another game get taken down or get won by Tower. So it really is up in the air which one of these teams is going to win and how.
Did you see what the champion Calm picked up? Because I did see a Yasuo on Y1, but the transition got a little bit fast. Oh, it's gonna be a Yasuo versus Yasuo. We have seen this. We have seen this already. It's always a fantastic, a really entertaining battle. I do love the Yasuo versus Yasuo. Personally, if I were to choose Zed versus Yasuo versus Yasuo, I would honestly choose the Yasuo versus Yasuo.
Really? Why?
It's just so entertaining to see, you know? And in the, well, for example, in the Philippines, the Yasuo has always been like highly popular, especially in those ranked games. Even has a we always have a word. We have a dedicated word as well for a Yasuo, the 0-10 power spike.
The 0-10 power spike, yes. The classic. I mean, I feel like that's not Philippine specific, but more just general League of Legends, because that is the time where Yasuo gets his most powerful. You know, when he has no more health, that's when all the cards are on the table. I
can't say the specific word because it's a form of sickness. But that's
yep. That is a commonly known name
of the
spreads.
Yasuo.
Yes, very
the influence
fast.
spreads.
I believe you had some experience with that. Maybe played a little bit too much Yasuo there, buddy. But I'm glad that you fought through it and chose another champion.
And it's actually quite complicated to use Yasuo in Wild Rift. Definitely a really awesome thing to see with these players making flashy plays on the Yasuo, and also just having a really good synergy with their teammates as well. I mean, that's always a something to be proud of. But in this game, as we do see Y1 and Calm, I mean, let's see who is going to be getting the upper hand at this time.
Yeah, because this is going to be just purely a skill matchup with Yasuo and Yasuo. I was going to say the name of the champion, but no. It's just a Yasuo mirror match, just a pure skill matchup. It's up to who's able to get those Steel Tempest spokes better in the early game. That Tornado already up for Y1. He's going to miss on to Calm, but now Calm has the honors. He misses as well. These two guys are great at dodging. Fancy feet on both of these Yas players.
And just a little trivia, just a little information on the Fight for Side statistics so far. Actually, Naos Esports has already won a Fight for Side during their previous match already. It was Zaupi that played in that game. And for Cerberus Esports, they haven't won a Fight for Side match.
They might do it now because...
But here, flash the shield!
The
shield of Calm just helped them win that 1v1. And now just a kill point already. He flashed
one
the
down.
Shield, that extra movement just for the passive.
Yeah, just in case you guys didn't know, Yasuo shield passive charges for how much every time he moves, he gets a certain amount of charge on his shield, and flashing does help, and it was enough for Calm to flash to actually get enough shield to fend off that ignite, and Y1 did not do the same, so he's going to be suffering the first loss here. Calm going to be coming back with a little bit of an advantage in the lane as he has been able to back and get a better item here.
Yasuo alongside with Aurelia are the only champions that are actually happy when there are more minions on the enemy side. Because you can actually utilize them quite a lot. Dash from the Yasuo for the shield, and also the Steel Tempest proc, Aurelia as well. And of course the dash and the heals that he does get, and the passive damage boost as well. Calm has been quite consistent with the pokes. So Y1 was attempting. It's just so irritating whenever the shield does block the damage. But ooh, okay. Procs the shield once more. They are battling again. This time going all in as now Windwall comes through. The flash by Calm and an auto attack does just secure the 2-0 kill. And now Esports will get the chance once more. Remaining 2-0 and getting this Fight for Side or the side selection priority. Again, so far they are undefeated in the Fight for Side matchups.
Yes, Naos Esports showing their the prowess in these 1v1s, in these solo fights. Maybe not in the bigger ones. Well, to be fair, they haven't actually been bested yet. Right now, as the standings will show, they are pretty much undefeated in terms of matches here, and they have been incredibly scary when it comes to the Philippine Wild Rift scene. They're definitely one of the teams that are most respected in our region. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, are able to go toe to toe against Cerberus Esports, who are conversely, one of the more respected teams in the Vietnam region.
They already have studied Cerberus Esports for quite a while now. They have relatively good experience against this team as well as players. And Naos Esports as a whole does possess the momentum so far in this tournament. And let's see what they are gonna be preparing for us right now. Because Ash definitely was a really big impact in the game that they had against Rare Atom. And given that Cerberus Esports still has yet to win their first game, is still looking for ways to get back into this tournament and finally get the momentum rolling.
I think definitely they have to give Mirmo a little bit of a respect band here, because that Ashe is just so terrifying to go up against when you don't know where the next Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be coming from. And I mean, when you have to guess, it becomes infinitely more terrifying, you know? When you don't know if you need to flash out or when you're being aggressed on. So let's take a look in the champion select, the bans and picks. Of course, yeah, drawing the ban right there is the Ashe. Mirmo soaking up some aggro there from the Cerberus Esports side.
Yeah, big respect by Cerberus Esports. I think that's already expected given the performance of Mirmo. I mean, twice in a row. This guy has been, you know, the main character of Wanted. If you have watched that movie, definitely some curved bullets connecting towards the members of Rare Atom in that series. And that could have been happening in this game as well if ever that champion was left open. So with this ban, a lot more champions have been let available on the side of, well, both Naos Esports and Cerberus Esports. But since Cerberus Esports does possess that first pick prio, they can actually maybe pick up the Camille, since it hasn't been taken away just yet by Naos Esports. They will ban away the Gragas quite early though. Ooh.
I think that's a smart idea. I think the Gragas, the engaged potential of a Gragas is just a little bit oppressive. I mean, next to say a Nautilus or something, it does.
And Raph is just so good with this.
Oh yeah.
Primarily, I mean, both of the games, such huge impact. I mean, did you see the cast that he did at one point when they actually took the RH or the Baron at that time, and everyone was just, boop, no, thou shall not pass, buddies. That was him.
Yep, that was him. And thou shall not pass, just like Gandalf. But the first pick comes through, and it is going to be Jace for CES, while Camille got to be covered here. Maybe will be the pickup for Naos Esports. Yes, it will. So that cements their Baron laner. That's a pretty decent pick. Ziggs as well in the probably the Dragon lane will be a very decent decision, because we have seen the Ziggs in the last game specifically for Trace Esports be really prioritized, have like a lot of really have a lot of impact in the game because of all of the bombs they can throw, the Mega Infernos as well. Such a good champion.
And when you see the Camille and the Ziggs, you should definitely take the Galio already, because if you don't, that's gonna be taken here by Naos Esports. So really smart move here by Cerberus Esports, and they don't want to. Oh, whoa, yo, yo. Hold up. Let's see.
Hold the phone.
Just hold the phone for the meantime.
Okay. I thought he was gonna go through it. I thought they were gonna go through it.
Already. I mean, we have been looking for that big surprise ever since yesterday's games. So far, Naos Esports are going with the standard pickoffs. Nautilus is gonna be picked up for Raphe, unless you know they would want to put this in the jungle.
We have confirmed it though. He said it himself. His name is Rafe. So that was, you know, it made us a little bit confused early on, but now that it's out there, we know that it's Rafe. We won't be making that mistake again. Put some respect on Rafe's name.
Yeah, of course. And look at this lineup that they're actually building. Such big AoE damage and also setup provided here, or capable on the side of Naos Esports. You have the Hextech Ultimatum, you have the Mega Inferno Bomb. Nautilus is one of those champions that can just pin down that one person on the enemy side for so long. With the dredge line, with the depth charge, and with your passive auto attack as well. And you have also the slow. Basically, when you get hit by that hook, you won't be able to escape. That is the goal here of Naos Esports, and Cerberus Esports have been, investing some effort as well on the side lane priorities, since they do have the Jace, they do have the Fiora, but in terms of magic damage and AoE damage, that is something that they are lacking. So team fighting might be complicated for them if ever, they do not get those champions that they need, as the respect from the Gwen is actually really massive. That could have been a really pivotal moment or a big counterplay by Cerberus Esports as well, since she's one of those only champions that can actually dodge that Mega Inferno Bomb. And given that the Karma is available, I think that is gonna be a refreshing champion to finally see again. And I believe this is our first time to see a Karma as well.
I think we saw it.
Never mind.
We did see it one time. I remember casting a Karma game. It was I think on Wednesday, last Wednesday that we saw it. Let me just check, because there has already been a Karma in last weekend's game during Sunday. I think it was on the side of FPX. But I can remember a Karma in the game of
well, it was picked up by KT, JT. Yeah, there are actually a lot of games already. It's my bad.
It's the first today.
I do miss this champion a lot. That's true. Today. And they actually picked up their Akali as well. So really good late game potential. Naos Esports says the same as well, as Mitsura again gets this Kassadin rolling for themselves, and I am a fan of Mitsura's Kassadin ever since I saw him using this champion way back in the Icon series, and this game is going to be steamrolling towards the late game. Such huge investments on the scaling department by both of these teams, and let's see who is going to be getting the advantage in this series. Will it be Naos Esports, or will it be Cerberus Esports?
Yeah, because Naos has been a little bit of a toughie to crack so far for the teams in the Wild Rift League Asia. And meanwhile, Cerberus, they have such a history of being terrifying and actually dominating, or just being really good as a competitor in the Vietnam region. So, knowing that Naos Esports, they do have the momentum, will they be able to carry it over?
Let's see. I'm excited for this game. I mean, Cerberus Esports have been wanting to finally cement a victory for themselves. Naos Esports just want to keep the momentum going for them, because they're the only PH team that has yet to suffer their first defeat. And they want to remain on the win streak for the pride of the Philippines, of course. And also still maintaining their aggressive nature in the games and in all throughout the tournament. Mirmo with the Ziggs should be pretty comfortable. I mean, we have seen him with the Ashe, and he was even avoiding some of those engages from the enemy team at that time. So in terms of safety, it's going to be quite independent here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Mirmo's Ashe, while it was banned out, his Ziggs is also very formidable. Just an incredibly safe champion. And if we see the same thing from him that we saw from the last game from Trace Esports, this could be a very difficult game for CES to team fight in, just because of the threat of that Mega Inferno Bomb. Mirmo's map awareness is so good, but right now Calm and Y1 getting into it a bit.
Poking each other. I mean, Y1 is gonna be looking to have this edge against Camille as much as possible, because when you give the advantage on the Camille, it's already going to be almost impossible to take it away, as it is a high pick and ban ratio champion, and we do see the reason why. Now they're even sending out the Esports just to help out these Baron laners, because any mistake, anything that can tip off the balance here in this Baron lane dance will be so difficult to actually maneuver in the next upcoming minutes. And as Cerberus Esports wants to give the momentum going for Y1, Naos Esports also wants to protect their Baron laner.
Yeah, and Naos Esports, they do play such a clean game, but Cerberus, they are hungry for that first win, so it really depends on who can make use of their opponent's weaknesses more. Because for sure, Naos does have some pretty clear weaknesses in their composition, but right now it does look like Xiaopi is looking for something to come in this top lane.
Yeah, they just want to zone away Y1. I think the main objective here of Naos Esports, since mid lane and bot lane are kind of like scaling champions, and they won't really be able to provide some pressure in the first 10 minutes of the game. The main job right now of Naos Esports is to solidify their fortress in the Baron lane, because it's going to be a big responsibility of Calm to act as like the sword here of Naos Esports before they actually pop up. And now a small fight actually going to be happening, and look at the investment here of Cerberus Esports. Just one contact, and they actually invest a hero's entrance. Xiaopi going to be casting that Cyclone, as Akinos in the back line. Really nice AoE damage actually with the Karma here, and now Naos Esports is very low. Here comes BMM with a perfect execution, perfectly executed, and that's going to be a kill. Jace here popping off of Meliodas.
Yeah, Meliodas absolutely coming into his own there. And now Calm and Y1 once again getting into it. Calm has to get out of there. And he won't be able to get out of there. Great lunge there by Y1.
That is something that Calm has been wanting to avoid. But Y1 says no. I will make it happen. And look at this replay. That's just so good for Cerberus.
Yeah, Cerberus, such an aggressive start, and this is exactly what they need if they want to get Naos' number here.
And Cerberus now with a 2-0 victory. So far, having this 1.5 thousand gold lead should be the one controlling the game, controlling the macro for at least the first few minutes into the game. And it was really unfortunate for Naos Esports, because those three members of them actually got caught in the ulti of that Karma. And when you get ulted like that, it's such a big damage overall. Especially that we even saw Meliodas landing that big shock blast onto them. And his aim has been consistent for the majority of this early game. And now, we're about to see objectives spawning up. Let's see who's going to be prioritizing which.
Justice Punch. That could have been really bad for Naos if they decided to respond to that, to overcommit. But now, yeah, the dragon is being started. CES a little bit late, but not too late to stop it and try to steal. BMM's in there.
Here's entrance, gonna be invested. Will there be a steal? The answer is no. Megan for the buff doing a little bit damage here onto BMM, but he actually survived for so long. They ditch out the objective. They lose 2 people. Naos Esports slowly getting back in this game, though the Rift Herald is a big answer here by Cerberus Esports. They can take this tier 1 tower down. 5.5 minutes, and this is huge for Cerberus.
Yeah, Cerberus looking to get another charge off Shelly. Yes, they will get it. Mira almost actually died there. Let's take a look at that fight once again, because Naos, they wanted this Baron. That hero's entrance was absolutely necessary there. And while they did get it, this was such a good fight for them. They still lost the Herald though, at least, so there's still something positive coming out of it for CES.
And eyes on Mitsura, he has been scaling on for quite a bit in the entirety of this 6-minute mark. Now they're gonna be died here in the bottom lane. 3 versus 2 at Xiaopi tries to outmaneuver them. BMM might be in trouble. Mitsura just basically handing a domination in that short instance. Zoning them away, telling them to respect me. Even if it's not the late game, I can actually do some work here. Oh!
Yep.
BMM almost got taken down there.
Almost, but not quite. He is so incredibly low, but there is Meliodas to keep him safe as well as Akeno. So, will not be getting that kill. Another dive though in the top lane.
Hexagon Datum into the flash. Y1 wants to get that grand challenge up. Actually, he survives! What? Calm remains calm in the top lane. Just shrug that off. Shrug that chip off his shoulder. Though the tower will be in trouble. Mitsuru just gonna be helping out for the meantime. Actually, Y1 might need some reinforcements. And now Esports actually able to save this tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, Y1. That was a little bit for him, but now it's iffy for Mirmo because he does get taken down. He was a little bit too far up, even with Wraith, and now Wraith has to get out of there. Xiaopi to keep him safe, but so far, Naos Esports, they are making quite a few mistakes here.
Yeah, basically Mirmo saying, "Oops, my bad." Overextended in the mid lane. I forgot that there was no tower anymore. Or tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And Cerberus Esports just basically punishes overextension. Though in the goal, we do see Meliodas actually doing wonders in terms of the gold environment. Even almost 1,000 gold up against Mitsura. Though, if you consider the champion that is in the second spot, you might need to look into Mitsura for the next couple of minutes, because him sitting at the second spot just says that this Kassadin is safely scaling all throughout the game, though that's just yet. Rod of Ages, Archangel Staff picked up already, and he is also about to become very, very scary. Speaking of scary, Meliodas is caught here. Hero's entrance a little bit too late, and they all got the kill onto the Jace. Now Akeno trying to pick up the slack here for Cerberus. Has to flash away BMM as well.
Nobody's died.
And now Esports get that kill for absolutely free.
I'm so scared for Xiaomi, but Mitsura now, knowing that there's an opportunity here, tries to go for something, but knows that he's outnumbered, so lets it go. Almost immediately goes back to the mid lane to farm.
Yeah, Mitsura is starting to be a lot scary now. Whenever he's in the vicinity, Cerberus Esports backs away. That is how big of a zoning Mitsura has been. You know, already level 10. Akeno has to fall back for the meantime. Mitsura doesn't actually go back. Whenever he sees an enemy, he actually just rift walks in and tries to do some damage, even if it's just the support. And that shows so much confidence actually on Mitsura in general.
Absolutely. So much confidence in himself, in his ability as a Kassadin. And in the capability of his team to keep him safe, honestly. Because now that would have been a little bit dangerous. Yeah.
RH picked up by Cerberus Esports. They can actually use this to maybe threaten bot lane tower, or maybe even the mid tower, because it's quite low already. And in preparation for the dragon, you would need some sort of buffer. Now Esports setting up the vision in the bottom lane. Actually set up quite earlier already. And they're just looking to shove the waves for now. Akeno though, gonna be going in. That Shield of Duran, Mirmo might be in trouble as Ray flashes away. And on the other side, Xiaopi and Mitsura does have a good flanking angle. Sneaky. Does get Justice punched here, but has the Rift Walk. Eyes on the mana though, because that may be a crucial factor here for the Kassadin. So Y1 will be tapping Calm right here. Akeno with a Shield of Duran onto 2. Xiaopi goes with a Cyclone. That's a lot of damage already. Million is quite low. Dredge line onto Y1. Mirmo is stuck on the blue buff. It might be so difficult here for now. So he flashes in to give the necessary damage. But is damage already enough? Akeno might be in trouble as they do get the kill onto BMM, and everything has just been so clean on the side of Naos Esports. Genza wants to get that cheeky little steal, and Mitsura says, hey, you try to steal, I'll just kill you instead.
Yeah, and Mitsura definitely had a huge impact right there with the sneaky play, but you see how the rest of Cerberus was being aggressive towards Naos' lineup, but then Mitsura comes in from the side and then just absolutely decimates them. Well, the rest of us did do really well as well, especially that Hextech ultimatum to Y1 in no spot to actually go for a 1vx there, because he's just not built that way, unfortunately.
And Mitsura is starting to become scary. Look at the damage he actually deal over the course of the time. It's just so massive. And in the team fight, we haven't even seen him back off once. All those rift walks were casted towards the members of Cerberus Esports. Now, even if we do see only a 1.7, let's say it's 2,000 gold lead by Naos Esports, the scaling is still pretty darn scary. Ocean Drake, Mountain Drake
This
secured. Next up is Infernal, though they are going to be attempting a dive, here in the bottom lane, as Aquino goes in with a Justice Punch. So the Mega Infernal is going to delete those minions. Here comes Y1 getting absolutely obliterated, as now Mirmo joins the fight. Mitsura says, hey, you go into us again? Well, I'm going to be killing you as much as I can.
Yeah, and this is the Naos Esports that we are really scared of in the Philippines. They are just so clean. They know what you're going to do, and they have plans to mitigate it. You saw how immediately Mitsura went on
no!
and now Genza's in
Hextech
danger.
ultimatum, and you're absolutely dead. And they just get this tower done. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but that was just so sad for the karma.
Yup. A little bit out of position there. Had too much faith in the tower and not enough faith in the information that Naos Esports was on the way there, and they were looking for blood. Now they're pretty fed. Look at this gold difference. Even though Cerberus had the advantage in the early phases of the game, after those series of plays, Naos, they now have the gold lead, and they now have the tempo of the match. They have better items, and they're 5,000 gold up. And Mitsura is going to absolutely start being a terror. Well, he's already a terror, but he's going to be even more of one if he gets these cheeky angles into team fights.
He's already a terror, but he's starting to be demonic in this game. I believe it's level 13 already, or almost level 13. But as he does, it's going to be a really scary Rift Walk ability. They go in once more. Hextech ultimatum onto Genza, and everyone just flees entirely. They want to escape and actually go back in. Might be questionable. It's Y1 is being chased. You have to fall back. You have to give space here, because if you don't, Mitsura is just waiting there by that brush.
Yeah, and Mitsura, he's so scary. They have to space check, and he Stasis says this could be bad. Oh, he rift walked away.
This can be
Just
bad.
a little side point. He has to flash.
Away.
He has to rift walk away again.
I mean, it's a second cooldown of Baron.
This could
They are
be
starting
a
this,
big fight.
yeah. This could be devastating, but let's see. Now Esports still going to be committing on this nice Cyclone by Zalpi, but took a bit of damage there from BMM. They have to be very careful. They're trying to collapse. BMM goes to a stasis. Mega Inferno Bomb into that Fiora. It completely deletes the HP bar. Mitsura as well. Rift Walk in, Rift Walk out. He can just easily do that with the Cassidy. And now Esports basically just sold away Cerberus Esports, completely having space here for this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Naos Esports, they play that absolutely perfectly. Mitsura dancing along the line and really playing such a pivotal role in keeping Cerberus Esports scared of himself. So let's take a look at how the rest of the team fight went, because that was absolutely insane. Look at how much they focus onto Y1. Naos' team fight focus is so on point that they knew that they had to get one at a time. They didn't spread out their damage all too much, and this could have been a double kill for Mitsura if he went a little bit hard, but he got scared of the Galio, which is completely fair. You don't want to get taunted by him while you're in the face of two power champions. So very smart that he's gonna be going for a cheeky little assassination onto BMM, but that tower does go down.
Ooh, big damage just with the depth charge at the edge of the Mega Inferno Bomb. Half HP already for Genza. That's how scary the members of Naos Esports are right now. Mitsura, nobody can 1v1 him at all. If you try to gank him, then you're just gonna be wasting your time, because he has unlimited Rift Walks. So that's an over-exaggeration, but to get what I mean, is Naos Esports just so far ahead. Mitsura gets the kill in a 2 versus That, my friend, Naos Esports just doesn't care at all. They want this dominating of win. You asked for this. We're gonna give it to you. And now, Naos Esports get that first blow, still undefeated in their games and looking to cement another victory.
And that is the Naos that we know and love here. Look at them, absolutely chuffed that they won another game, keeping their streak alive now. 3 wins to no losses here for Naos. What an absolute beast of a team. Take on Cerberus Esports in the first game. Wow. Wow. Cerberus Esports, we had so much expectations for them coming into today, going into this match from Naos Esports, and I think they just got smashed by Naos.
That was a big victory. Naos Esports, I mean, we already saw the angle that Cerberus Esports could have gotten in that game, and that was top lane. They actually tried a lot to try and bully Calm as much as possible. But given that he was able to stay stable in the lane, provides that safety net for the other lanes as well to just sort of was untouchable in the mid lane, despite, you know, the rotations coming in from Cerberus Esports, the ganks coming in from Akino and Meliodas. I mean, that serves a big problem there against Naos Esports. When you give time for a Kassadin and, well, even just Kassadin, because Missouri is just an absolute monster with this champion, and I believe he's the only person who has been using this Kassadin in this tournament so far. And look, the swing of gold. I mean, it has been, you know, Naos Esports calm before the storm, and when the storm comes, it really devastates the whole area. And Cerberus Esports was just a victim in this game.
Yeah, Cerberus, they were a very unwilling participant in this Naos domination, man. They just kind of had a good start. Genza did do so much damage as well, almost tying Mirmo, but it was just a bit too much for them to deal with, especially with Mitsura in the mid lane. His Kassadin was just absolutely insane. This is why we hail him as one of our best teams, even though, you know, not a lot of teams use Kassadin. He's not in the meta so much, only if you want to be a bit risky with it. Naos are risky with it, and they do not care who knows.
The damage, insane performance by Mitsura. This is what I love about this player, man. 18k, and just basically outmatching almost anyone that he actually comes across with. This guy is one of the most talented Wild Rift players that the Philippines has ever produced, and this is a reason why. I mean, Naos Esports really took this big talent into their roster, and we're now seeing them almost getting the series done. Cerberus Esports, it was a good attempt in this game as well. Let's talk about them right now before we actually head down to a break, because they're still trying to get their groove. The last time we have seen them win a game was during their match against KT Roaster, and they did have a really aggressive draft, picking up a Fiora, which they did as well here, picking up a Vi. They did pick up an Akali as well, but I think it's the jungler choice. I mean, we haven't seen that much aggression coming from Meliodas just because they pick up the Jace, and maybe if he does pick up something like a Vi or a Lee Sin, maybe that's gonna be the good part here of Cerberus Esports. Let's see in game number 2.
Yeah, we shall see, because right now Xiaopi, he has shown that he's while he is the MVP, like our eyes were on Mitsura, man, because his Kassadin was just out of this world. But I do think that Xiaopi, his pressure was definitely felt here for the side of Naos Esports, or for the side of Cerberus Esports. So let's see if they can deal with that pressure, if they can deal with the Naos game plan in the next game. We'll be taking a little bit of a short break until then, so don't go anywhere.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair, windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot see where it goes. Make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot situation. It's a hot episode. It's a hot temptation. Don't need no thing. Ain't into
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at what is possibly the final game of the day. We have had pretty quick games, pretty quick matches so far. 2-0 in the first one, 2-0 in the second one, and now it's on the verge of a 2-0 in the third one. Of course, Cerberus Esports, they do have the possibility of bringing us to game 3, of getting that coveted reverse sweep, but they have to get the W against Naos' oppressive game plan. My name is G10, coming at you. With me is Giang, and we are going to game number 2, Naos versus Cerberus.
Yeah, and we are already going down towards our drafting phase. And Cerberus Esports will be on the red side this time, trying out this this position. Maybe having the 2-pick priority will serve well for them, but Naos Esports, given that they're the ones who have first pick priority, maybe they can post something, maybe an Ash here for Mirmo. I don't want to jinx it, so far we are not seeing it, but maybe Cerberus Esports might be leaving it open with a purpose.
Ooh, if they leave it open though, that may be a big mistake. Either they leave it open and Mirmo picks it and it's an insane game from Naos once again, or they leave it open, Mirmo picks it, he gets baited into that Ash pick, and maybe Cerberus has a game plan against it.
Because you know what the BRU said earlier, right? Onto NGX, they anticipated the Ash pick, but Naos Esports anticipated the anticipation, so they actually are the one who picked up the Senna. And if you recall the match of BRU, they picked up Senna as well and let the Ash be taken by Enigma Galaxy. And I like this adaptation by Naos Esports.
Yeah, same. Because when you are counting on an Ash, you know, that Senna is such a good pick into it that, you know, and teams will know. Teams will know already. Like, if you pick Senna, if you pick Ash, go for the Senna. Now, that does mean that Cerberus will get the second pick priority here, where they get both their support and their possible mid laner here in Gragas and Yone. Now let's see what Naos.
Yone is gonna be a good pick. I always love Yone players. You know, having to be the one to set up for the team, especially if you do land your Fate Seal, of course, and you do get a really nice plays coming in your way, and that is gonna be required here. Because look at the defenses being solidified here at the side of Naos Esports. You pick up the Senna, you pick up the Galio. And that is already a big win in terms of protection, in a sense. And even BRU a while ago in Enigma Galaxy prioritized securing the Senna and the Galio. Now though, they do hover the. I thought they were gonna be picking up the champion.
Alright, I like that.
Yeah, it's stable.
Yeah, I like the Renekton, especially into a possible Yone matchup, because you do need to be able to dominate the lane early. if you want to have any chance of actually gapping that Yone. So unless of course it's a mid lane Yone, which is incredibly possible, very very possible. Now this Ziggs pick, my words are not working anymore. We've been casting for a bit, but yeah, this Ziggs pick is going to be pretty key. Nirmo had such a good game on the Ziggs earlier that I'm not surprised that Agenza will be picking it up. So just safe damage from long range, that Mega Inferno bomb as well. And if you're really good at landing that, you can just turn team fights around single-handedly. The Jax will be banned out, so will junglers here for Xiaopi, because he was so instrumental in that first game. He did get the MVP, so he won't be able to pick Lee or Kha'Zix.
Actually, it was actually really down seeing the Aatrox being banned away, because I was thinking that maybe with the Senna, Galio, Renekton pick, maybe Naos Esports will use the full draft that Burrito United Esports used against Digma Galaxy in game number 1. They have the Senna, the Galio, the Renekton. Only the Lucian and Aatrox are missing here in this lineup. But with it being taken away, so yeah, it's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Yumi's up. You know, Yumi is up.
But
Yumi is not banned.
I mean,
be a Garen is the winner.
It can happen at times. We have seen it in, I believe, in some of the CN conference games, but it is a 50-50. You really need to have consistent DPS, and since the Garen doesn't really have massive amount of damage, you do have it consistently being done. But with the sustainer of Naos Esports, I think it's going to be extra challenging. Plus, you picked up the Gragas already. So if you're not going to be putting it in the Baron lane, then it might be a big struggle. Especially now that Naos Esports really just invested a lot on the protection with the Shen pick. So you have the Dawning Shadow, you have the Hero's Entrance, you have the Stand Unit. So much global presence with this lineup, and you have this front line of a Renekton just really going aggressive in the Baron lane, plus late game insurance, late game assassination power with the Akali. And we have seen many times today how big of an impact an Akali can be, or Akali can have in a game, and you give it to Mitsura. We have seen him use the Kassadin earlier, and now the Akali is in his hand. This is gonna be so oblivious. This is gonna be so scary for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just the champion picks alone from Naos Esports is enough to instill fear into people's hearts. I mean, you got two ninjas there. You got Shen and Akali, and that Shen has been banned pretty consistently on the side of Chinese teams in the Chinese conference, because there's so much utility that he can bring, and his ganking is second to none. He can counter gank incredibly easily, because he doesn't even need to be there. He doesn't need to follow the jungler. He doesn't need to follow the enemy jungler. He can just use his ultimate and be there in a sec.
Oh yeah, let's see who is gonna be winning this time, as it is always a fascinating view, or really fascinating to just see these teams battling each other. Will we see a game number 3 here, as it is nonetheless a good draft coming in from Cerberus Esports. They have something that can actually enter a combination, and it's actually pivotal to have a Garen against an Akali, because if you silence the Akali, then the combination will be interrupted and will be stopped. Plus, in the mid lane, you can just go in with your spin to win strategy, and even if there is a shroud for Mitsura, he still will get caught with the damage. Plus, I mean, the main objective of a Garen is just to get that interruption done, get that last hit, and also just become that proper frontline. Calm is in trouble, though, as Y1 definitely has won that 1v1. We'll have to either reset or wait for a gap. He decides to reset.
Yeah, and Rafe now a little bit low, yeah. The reset is the right choice here, but I do see in the mid lane, Mitsuru and BML having a little bit of a scuffle. Akeno's gonna be there, and Mitsuru, with this Akali, he can get a little bit, what? Hang on, what is Y1 doing all the way over there? That is
Just,
a good question.
Oh!
He got you.
We always love that Ignite just to stop recalls, man.
Sorry,
I mean,
that's so.
I mean,
so funny.
it makes him stay there.
Because Akeno's here, that does mean that the support from Naos, well, Miro's basically the support. He will be there to be with Calm. Now, what I like about this is that it gives Wraith free farm and experience here in the bot lane. So even if he's supposed to be the support, his items will make him a lot tankier when it comes to these team fights. He'll be able to heroes entrance a lot more efficiently. And you know what is a scary proposition? Is a hero's entrance and then a Shen as well, stand united there.
Oh yeah.
So instead of a 1 versus 2, you could have a 3 versus 2 in a second just from anywhere on the map.
No, not just a 3 versus 2. It can turn into a 4 versus 2 because you also have the Dawning Shadow coming in from the Senna.
True.
So imagine if, for example, Y1 just go with a 1v1 and suddenly there's a stand united, there's a hero's entrance in a Dawning Shadow just pointing at Y1. That is going to be moment for Y1 in general. I mean, that's just in theory. That's the intention here of Naos Esports. Basically having, support onto each other at all times. Distance doesn't matter if you're just there for each other. Wow.
I like that. Distance doesn't matter. It's all how you treat each other, how you are there for each other. And definitely, yeah, these Naos is going to be there for each other through thick and thin.
PMM though. Oh, wow, bot lane. That is the delivery system that we have been talking about. Yeah, you see that? Rafi just the sponge into the flash, into the shield of run with the stand united. Top lane though, it's a bad day for the Crocodile. Cerberus Esports does group up as 4. We'll take a couple of plates as well here in this tier 1 tower.
Man, that was a 4 versus 1. Because Cerberus knew that, they kind of gave up that bot lane kill. They knew they had to respond in another way. I just didn't think it would be a 4 versus 1 in the top lane. It's still a 4 versus 2 in the top lane. It was still a very good move from Naos to try to go for that. It's just they maybe kind of overcommitted there. Mirmo got caught incredibly early, and then that flash broken wind slash, not broken lace, but that flash wind slash was so clean, so pure from Y1. That is just Riven skill.
And a big investment as well by Cerberus Esports. And they got value out of it, getting 2 kills, and it does help them in the economy for the meantime. Though now Esports, their intention right now is just to scale up. Play a little bit passively, maybe get a couple of kills here and there when given the opportunity to do so. Cerberus Esports, they're the ones who actually who needs to be stepping on the gas pedal. Y1 primarily, with help of Akino, has been making some play. Particularly in the top lane. Sometimes waiting for Kenza, sometimes waiting for Meliodas as well. Because the Yone can do wonders. And I have been a fan of Yone's. Just like how I mentioned it in the pick and bans earlier. And now, with the objectives coming up, as we do see Naos Esports still recovering that gold deficit a while ago, you will see them maybe focusing on the Drake. But Cerberus Esports actually is keeping track of both objectives right now.
Yeah, they do not want Naos Esports to get any rest here, and they are still aggressive. Look at this. This pressure in mid means that this Herald is basically free real estate.
Dominance can be used, Stand united, heroes enters, everything being thrown here by Naos Esports for the protection. But will it be enough? Actually, it is. Calm remains alive, and they do try out the support for it. And now it's the time for Mitsuru to just assassinate everyone from the back line. They do get 2 kills in that, plus possibly this Rift Herald as well. And Naos Esports now is gonna be going back towards their base. Nothing that Cerberus Esports can do as of the moment, and it's actually fascinating how it started. Calm got engaged there.
Yeah, and Calm was a little bit frisky there, a little bit less calm, but he still is able to do really well, especially with the Senna ultimate and the hero's entrance too. And look at just how Naos is able to respond, caring for each other throughout that entire fight. And that does mean, however, that while they did even up the kills, okay, Calm though going really aggressive onto Y1 here.
So much support delivery system actually here on the side of Naos Esports. Basically, that's an ambulance lineup of Naos Esports. One per gets in trouble, everyone collapses.
Yeah,
a rescue center, if you will.
The ambulance, I like that because they're there in like really quickly. I like to call it the Wambulance.
The Wambulance, because it's basically an ambulance that you see on the street drifting as it passes through the road.
Not just drifting, but it's
barrel rolling.
Barrel rolling as well, but also hitting pedestrians while those pedestrians are Cerberus Esports.
No.
Only if the pedestrians are Cerberus Esports.
I mean, if it's the enemy, the enemy is the deceased, and the deceased are the ones attacking Naos Esports. Alright. If in the context here of Naos Esports.
Making the analogy makes sense here.
But Cerberus Esports, I mean, they're the one on the protagonist of their story, and they're doing a really good job actually, still maintaining a good lead, tying up the score despite losing 2 members earlier. They're actually able to pick up the dragon in the bot side river, which will help them scale up, and I think that is going to be necessary actually for Meliodas and Y1 plus Genza as well, because the damage is going to be very important. If they lack even the slightest damage to burst anyone out of Naos Esports, then the ambulance system will work. And here they go, actually grouping up.
This is gonna be very dangerous.
Thrilled for this. Should have drawn. Missing by a margin.
Get the catch.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a good attempt.
That's alright. That's fine. Great attempt. Great speed by the Wambulance here of Naos Esports. But they will lose that tower from that. They were a little bit too grouped up. Now Calm though, he's in danger. But not anymore. Everybody's here.
Here they go. That's a nice taunt towards 2. And look at Mirror just breathing in the back line. Oh my god, that fake shield by Meliodas is just amazing! And they get everyone here on the side of Naos Esports. 3 kills, 4 kills. It's now only Mitsura remaining alive. Oh my gosh, that damage, that setup, that angle, it was just picture perfect.
Absolutely picture perfect. I mean, they read that Wambulance and they were like, you know what? Here we have other things to deal with that. Once your shields are all gone, we're gonna go for a Mega Inferno bomb, and then huge ribbon ult as well. The AoE there really messing Naos Esports up.
And since BMM was 1v1ing Mitsura, it was really unfortunate because Naos Esports needed Mitsura for the AoE damage as well. And because he wasn't there, they were backing on Mirmos on the consistent DPS, and that was just so difficult for them. And now Naos Esports have suffered a bit of a hiccup in that. That's what happens when you hit a pedestrian, and you don't want to do that, especially in real life.
You get a little bit of a hiccup.
You get a bit of a hiccup. They're basically saying like, oops, sorry.
Whoops, my bad. Speed bump. Let's not think about it, but Naos definitely need to kind of rethink their strategy with how much damage that they are kind of risking here. While
here comes Mitsura. Oh, here comes the perfect execution on the back line. Meliodas will go back with his soul and bow, but let's see the damage. Oh my god! He gets that face shield once more, but he's being chased away. Mitsura still doing a lot of work, tightening through the members of Cerberus Esports, remaining alive for so long. Y1 gets a kill eventually, but what is the cost? As now it's going to be a 3 versus 3. BMM being the front line. Y1 joining in the heal by Mirmo just cements that victory. For Naos Esports, the sustain is just massive from Naos Esports.
Yeah, and Naos, they definitely deserve that victory. But will they be able to convert it into the rest of the game is the question. It is a pretty good question, as well as they will take the Herald, and they are still a little bit behind. They have caught up in terms of kills. Let's take a look at that again. I mean, what a beautiful engage at Senna Ultimate 2, just helping everybody out.
Getting Gens as well.
Yeah, very
clean.
Very good. And Garen tried to come up with something there.
Yeah,
Ooh,
kudos to Y1 actually, you know. Y1 was doing his very best. Threatening a lot, but as they engage for the last time, Mirmo's heal was just pivotal and necessary to keep the remaining members alive. And now, well, they have cut down the goal lead of Cerberus Esports in half. Now they're posing for Dragon as well. That Embrace is going to be connecting here onto Akino, as Cerberus still wants to continue scaling with the dragons that they want to accumulate for themselves. The delivery system has so far been 50-50, but it's all because they really need Mitsura to be in the mix. When he is there, when he is capable of dishing out the damage, it becomes a big win for them. But if Cerberus Esports finds a way, especially with BMM cutting down path of Mitsura, then it can be a problem for Naos.
I think they have to use the ambulance system on Mitsura. I think he's going to have to be the one to engage here with just the Renekton coming in at the top. But he's Jumpy's already in the Dragon Pit. This could be the start of a big fight here.
Uh-oh. Need to be very careful. So far, Cerberus Esports are just keeping track. Naos Esports does have the momentum rolling with this Rift Herald charging into the mid lane. Again, for the bomb gonna be used, but now it leaves the team fight kind of going towards Naos Esports because they don't have that AoE damage. Gas gonna be used. Brave gonna be in trouble. Here comes the Dawning Shadow, but they're also trying not to be in line because that will be something that Meliodas is looking for. So now they just go on the Riza, still posting here for this Mountain Dragon. It will take some time to actually take it down. The Cerberus Esports is getting a little bit impatient. Calm pops the Dominus, goes inside the Dragon Pit. BMM taking a bit of damage there from Mitsura, but his job is just to cut down the path of this Akali. Dominus expiring as well. So they just leave this area for now. Now Naos Esports though might be in trouble. Mitsura goes in. That's a big problem. Here comes the United. Here comes the ambulance going in. Protect Mitsura at all times.
Yes, at all costs, and he doesn't lose life. Calm though, he will be winning that 1v1 against Y1. Well done. He stays calm throughout that entire interaction.
This is the perfect time. Now they can actually go in. Mitsura is just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Shuriken right in. And the cast definitely blows them apart. But a Dawning Shadow for the system. Calm gets that stun as well towards the Ziggs. And Genzo will just fall down. Now Esports 2 kills. Fate Sealed missing the target. And Mitsura, will he actually go back in? Maybe not, of course. They just focus on the Mountain Dragon for now. And that was actually a really complicated fight. But now Esports pulled through the very end.
The goal lead has now evaporated here for CES. And it all started here when Calm just had such a great opportunity against Y1. I think Y1 got pretty greedy here trying to go for the re-engage onto Calm when he didn't see that Calm had meter. He had a Fury, and he was an angry crocodile. And then this fight, because it was a 4v5, CES had to focus up on somebody, and that was Wraith, and that was a really bad focus to have because that is the support, the very tanky. And Mitsura, he lived for so long, and then Calm just re-entered from the bottom of the fight, and now another fight coming in, and BMM is incredibly low.
Now Esports definitely have team rolling for themselves right now. 15 minutes in. This is the point where Mitsura, I mean, he is already scary at this point of the game. But Mirmo is stacking infinitely in this game. I mean, it's a Senna forever stacking the stacks. And also, you know, just increasing the range, increasing the damage, and also providing that safety, sustain, and shields for the allies. The delivery system has been really on point so far whenever Mitsura is in the formula. And with Cobb actually winning the 1v1 against Y1, it becomes really complicated now for Cerberus Esports to contest them in even any case. Even side lane control has to be given here towards Naos Esports. Look at him now going into the mid lane. Curse of the Black Mist just for the disengage right now. Rave might actually be in trouble. Dawning Shadow gonna be used for the extra shield. And now here comes Michura with a standing item as well. Can they actually get the kill? The answer is no so far, but look at the perfect execution again. Double kill right now. He trades his life for it, but here comes Calm straight from the bottom lane, right into the face of Meliodas. And what can you do when you have a crocodile right in front of you? Y1 tries to save the day. Hidden White has actually done it. Mirmo says no, I'm gonna be doing some damage. Genji is flashing in. Can he actually dodge it? Last Embrace gonna be not connecting, but oh my god, Mirmo is just so low.
Tense.
Mega Inferno Bomb, is it gonna be up soon? No?
That was
the ADC stay alive. That was
they're fine.
Really nerve-wracking.
4 for 4, and CES did manage to gain that gold lead once again. Let's take another look at that. And you saw that Rave had to get out and then come back in with his hero's entrance. And I think Mitsura getting wind slash there was the was kind of the nail in the coffin for that fight in terms of the Naos Esports, because a lot of their damage is actually on Mitsura.
Calm as well. I mean, he was a little bit late into the fight, but the impact is still really massive. And I think one big influence towards the conclusion of that fight was the tower damage as well. I mean, tier 1 tower is still up here for Cerberus Esports, and it definitely helped them in terms of the damage being thrown out there towards Calm as he dived to get that damage done onto Meliodas. And when it did turn out to be a 4 for 4, still, it's going to be quite intense. I mean, this is what I love about this series. Naos Esports and Cerberus Esports. Such big moment and storylining for these two teams. Cerberus Esports, they just want to get a series win. They want to finally redeem themselves. They want a reverse sweep, but Naos Esports is just doing a really good job reading them right now. All throughout the game, the ambulance system, the rescue system has always been on point. Whenever someone's in trouble, there will be a rescue.
Yeah, and okay, so now Zaupi, he's being a little bit aggressive himself. He was the ambulance, but now he's the aggressor. He is the one that's putting people in the ambulance. Well, he tried, but just that little taunt was all that was needed. Now Elder Drake is going to be up very soon, so this is the next objective that the teams need to be aware of now. Yeah, CES, they have to not get picked off. They have to not engage really hard on one person to trigger the ambulance effect. So this is going to be a very tense situation where both teams want to set up for either Elder or Baron, and somebody does get caught. It is Rave almost getting caught.
I mean, he's tanky, but I kind of get nervous whenever someone isolated suddenly meets with someone in a no vision area. Would it be an exchange of pleasantries here? Exchange of objectives? Baron for Elder? I don't think so. I mean, oh my god, that is a bit of an oopsie there. And now he says, ouch. They're actually starting the... Never mind.
They don't want the risk starting the Baron when they know that Naos can easily respond even while covering the bottom half of the map, because the dragon will be spawning in about 15 seconds, and that is definitely the team fighting objective that both of these teams want, because we can see that these fights are going either way. Whoever has the small edge in their team fight is going to win this. So if CS wants to bring this to game 3, they have to secure this really early, and Naos is not in a position to actually respond with right now if it's started, but they are moving over that way. So okay, so this back coming in from Calm is, I don't really agree with that, because he's the one champion that doesn't really have a great way to get into a fight through a global ultimate, so now Naos, they're just
there they go.
This 5 vs 1, and they did get a catch.
First! Oh my god, this is the death ambulance of Naos Esports. When they go with the Curse of the Black Mist, you know they're gonna be hunting for blood. They're gonna be hunting for kills. Here goes the Dominus here by Cobb. The Justice Punch, the Shield of Duran. Here comes the Dawning Shadow as well. Everything being thrown out there to BMM. He is a tanky boy, but they are gonna be investing a lot of cast to separate the members here of Naos Esports. But will it be enough? They're just grouping up. They're committing on this Elder. Cerberus Esports, they have to find a way to cut them down. Oh my god, the Divine is gonna be disengaged here. BMM just having no damage at all. Fate Seal onto Kano.
Yes.
I mean, they are trying to prevent them from having access into the mid lane, but still, now with the Elder Drake, they're gonna be hunting for more. Y1, you are just surrounded, my friend. Last embrace into the embrace of death into that kill as Naos Esports now transition towards this Baron.
Yeah, and they have to respect Naos now that they have the Elder Drake buff. If they try to team fight here, services are just gonna get destroyed. And what I found amazing about that fight is Naos kept the aggro on that Elder Drake for basically the entire fight. They kept fighting both the Drake and Cerberus. They didn't commit one way or the other. They just kept juggling these two things, and I think it was because Genza wasn't there and he wasn't there to lay down his damage. But look at this, there might be a catch up Volcano and he will go down.
Oh, big burst there. I mean, if you can't take them on in 5v5 banner, might as well just try to cripple the numbers and try to go from there. It is an advantage factor here in this game. Oh, nice save. Mega for the Bob just to clear out the wave to prevent that inhib tower from falling down. Naos Esports starting this dragon.
This Baron though without Mitsura is gonna be a little bit sketchy because that Akali does a lot of damage and does disrupt the fight somewhat when he gets into the back line. So I think they will have to reset here, wait for the Akali to come up, or try to leverage that Elder Drake buff into a pick. But definitely not a full fight right now as everybody is level 15. We're 22 minutes into 23 minutes into the game, and well, CES, they are just as afraid of Naos as Naos is afraid of them, and just now they are starting to do the Baron. No huge commitment though, as they do want to get a pick onto Naos first. But Naos, they are looking to complete that Death Ambulance with Mitsura as well in the mid lane coming up soon. And yeah, you can see everybody going Death Ambulance. And
they're gonna go in! BMM might not be the best possible target here, but they want to destroy the tankiest member, because if you do, no one can stand in their way now. And now they do get the Garen. This gives the opportunity for them to maybe start the Baron or maybe look for more picks, because no one can serve as the front line now. Maybe Akino, but he's not as tanky as the Garen. Rip with the delivery system with a stand united. Wyvern almost got obliterated there, but here comes Rafe. Akino gonna be using the slow here to try and save the day here for Cerberus Esports, but Mitsura just continues to deal the damage towards Cerberus. And with 2 kills, they now have 2 choices. Either take this inner turret in the mid lane or start the Baron. They decide to just reset actually. And disregard the 2 choices.
That is a pretty decent choice, all things considered, but not getting any, huge macro objectives off of that is going to be a little bit dangerous. Now, Mitsura, he has been spotted though. They are going to go for a chase here, which is a little bit difficult for the Akali to escape from. That last, oh my god, the expert dodging by Mitsura though. The fancy feet inside the smoke. Mitsura is just uncatchable here. And he goes back in. He's not afraid. He's like, alright, what's up, Genza?
I mean, that's what they call limit testing, my friend. Yes. And Mitsura is just, I mean, we don't even know if he has a limit. He has been testing his limits the entirety of the game, but we just see it just going into a different level. Higher and higher, higher than the sky. 25 minutes in. So far, our longest game has been 27 minutes. But in this series, in this particular game, we now are 25. Let's see if it's going to extend more than that. It has been an electrifying one. Second Elder Dragon gonna be started here by Naos Esports. No siding pressure as of the moment, though there is a wave building up in the bottom lane. Rafe just gonna be trying to be the front line here. Meliodas posing a threat. Calm, yeah, looking for a flank. Middle action goes in, has to go golden. Lots of damage gonna be taken. Actually, it gets deleted there, especially with the cask. And now Esports might be in trouble. Y1 serving in the front line. Akino as well, being low. Here comes Calm, going in once more as Rafe follows with that Justice Fund. But since they don't have the Akali, their damage has been reduced significantly. Zalpi flashes with the taunt, but misses the target. Will just decide to fall back. But with the kill that they got onto Mitsura, Cerberus Esports right now are the ones dictating the fight. They're baiting on the Baron. BMM will get spotted, but Meliodas is here as well, waiting for that proper angle for that Fate Sealed. Also the traps of Genza is starting to hurt. Here comes the flag from Y1. The Mega Inferno Bomb. The damage of Fate Sealed. A combination from Cerberus Esports might just be enough here to take down Naos Esports. Zalp is trying to survive, trying to tank everything.
Comes back in
as well. Cobb is here. Here comes the rescue. Here comes Mitsura. Here comes the death ambulance as they look for the kills. Cerberus Esports now trying to escape.
Look at the
there's a wave
base
in the bottom lane. You have to clear it up. Everything gets cancelled when the wave crashes into the base.
Yeah, my heart is pounding right now. Look at Naos Esports' base. They're gonna lose this third inhibitor tower, and because of that, they can't really focus on disrupting Cerberus Esports now. They have to protect their base, but so is, like, look at the towers as well of Cerberus Esports. They're almost gone too. Whoever wins the next fight will win the game, and Elder Dragon is up. So far, the lane pressure.
I remember I forgot what that game was. I believe it was a game of Omega Esports before in one Icon series that they did a really nice base race. They actually went into the Nexus and pushed it up because it was very low already. And that is something to be feared here since Naos Esports doesn't have any towers. And look at the effect of not having those inhib towers. They're forced to just clear out the waves. They're forced to go back into the lanes and completely leave this Elder Dragon wide open for Cerberus for taking.
Yeah, but Cerberus, they don't want to get picked off here. BMM is the tankiest member, but he is still taking a big risk. Calm is taking a big risk here by engaging. They leave the Elder Drake.
There's a teleport coming in. The goal here of Cerberus Esports is to force them to go
back into
the dragon fight.
Calm makes it.
Gonna come through. Calm is into the base, so he will be defending. Donnie Shadow gonna be doing damage onto the Gragas. They do settle it for now. Stand United as well to rescue the base as BM is just threatening them. This is the fight that Cerberus Esports wants to pressure Naos Esports, but Mitsura making the plays. Dealing the damage. Here comes Rafi as well. Shield the run after the Justice Punch. Mitra just dancing here around. Y1 is very low. Here comes Zalpi as well. Who got the Elder? It's gonna be Naos Esports that got it! The Shen of all people just cemented the team fight victory for Naos Esports.
And my god, what a secure for Naos. They definitely are happy with that. But, oh my lord. What a heart-stopping fight. You had people teleporting to try to finish Naos' base. 1,600 health left. And Jesus, Naos, they can still, you know, maybe lose this if they don't do it correctly. But Jesus Christ, was that a back and forth fight. It's just Mitsura being there at the right place, right time, though, kept Naos from actually losing that fight outright.
Oh, Zaupi, you are so good with this Shen. I mean, when we see a tank jungler, at times we do get nervous in the objective takedowns. Because, for example, you know, Nautilus jungle, it's a 50-50 in the smite. But Zaupi, at the best possible moment, has taken this Elder Dragon for Naos Esports. 30-minute game, by the way. The longest we have seen ever in this WRLA 2023 season number 1. And now, Cerberus Esports, they want to push, they want to force Naos Esports back into the base and actually prevent some from going back. As now we do see Y1 in the top and just fighting with somebody. But Zaupi is just preparing himself for the Stand United. Oh no! Mirmo is dead! 4 versus 5 now. No Dawning Shadow, no ADC from Naos Esports. What can they do? Baron is available. The Cerberus Esports might actually take it.
Yeah, Y1 is very low, but he is just pressuring them. Oh my god, what a flash from Mitsuru. He does not get the shuriken. So Y1 will be able to get away so far. Not scot-free
Y1?
yet, but he will go
Oh, the
golden.
flash.
And he will get out of there. Mitsuru is not able to secure it. The Baron will go down. That Ignite will not take down enough to take down the shield. And now, Naos Esports, they have to turtle. They have to defend this base against the Baron and Power minions. What a heart stopper of a game. Yeah, this is just back and forth in the late game. 31 minutes already.
I mean, my heart, man.
This is as long as a game of regular League of Legends, man.
As long as it gets. I mean, I'm not even going to be complaining. This game has been electrifying from the start. Naos Esports definitely trying their very best to prevent the push from happening. But Zalpi might actually be in trouble there. I mean, trying to maybe get some cheeky push there into the inhibitor tower. Now, Meliodas going in with a Fate Sealed. The Shen is dead. Zalpi again, 4 versus 5 here for Naos Esports. The push coming in from BMM. And that's going to be 32 minutes denied 2-0 from Naos Esports. And Cerberus Esports will push this to a game number 3.
Whoa! I have to wipe the sweat off of my brow for that. That is just an insane game, an insane turnout. What a long game as well, and it was just pressure after pressure after pressure. And because Naos lost their inhibitor turrets really early, it was just really easy for Cerberus to keep the pressure on them and keep the objectives, on their side of the map because of these super minions. And wow.
Wow. I mean, yeah.
What an amazing
amazing game. I mean, that is simply the longest game we have seen. 32 minutes, man. So close as well. Cerberus Esports, kudos to them. They held strong until the very end. And I mean, that push from top lane just allowed them to have the better pressure going for them. And Naos Esports, I mean, their composition strives with grouping up, but if they're in a situation where they're forced to defend and be isolated at times, that's the Achilles heel, basically, of this kind of lineup. And we saw them crumbling down. And it's just so good how Cerberus Esports was able to hold on till the very end, pushing this now towards a game number 3. Take note, the last match they had against KT, it was actually a reverse sweep as well. So maybe that's something that they're trying to do here this time against Naos Esports.
I mean, they are orchestrating it. Look at how much damage Genza did. 65,000 damage. And I'm actually surprised that Rafe did more damage than Mirmo and that Calm did more damage than Mirmo. Considering that the Senna, is kind of the support champion.
65,000. Oh my
65 though. Insane. Absolutely insane. That's more than 2,000 damage a minute for this Ziggs.
Because we normally just see about 40,000 damage. 40,000 damage. That is the stat. That is the norm. That is what's normal. This is abnormal. Genza, I mean, this guy is just an absolute beast as well on Mage Champions. I remember being shocked the first time I saw Zoe in the WCAO, and in which he actually had 40,000 damage at that time in a very, very fast game. And this time we continue to see more of him just doing his job in the best possible manner. Naos Esports, that ambulance lineup, that rescue delivery system was really interesting. It was really effective as well. But as all drafts comes with pros, it does come with cons as well. And one of those cons or negative aspects was their weakness when they are grouped up. And we saw that really happening towards the end of the game when all the inhibitor towers was taken out. They couldn't really group up towards the Elder Dragon anymore, and they couldn't really bounce back from there. It's really difficult. I mean, it's 32 minutes. And also Cerberus Esports just keeps on pressuring them. BMM actually got a little bit, he just wanted to end the game. Got impatient already. Yeah. I mean, it just took like 3 auto attacks from the Garen. Just, okay, let's go to game 3.
Yeah. I mean, they really had to focus on the Nexus and the latter part of that game at the end of it all. But it was just so unfortunate that they were focused a little bit more on the bot lane and on trying to get a pick and a fight, that they were completely distracted away from the Garen that was just taking their base. So it will be Y1 who is the MVP here. And well, with the Riven, I think there is no bad MVP here for the side of CES, but I mean, it was pretty much Naos' game from the start, unfortunately. So it's kind of hard to say that there's a definitive MVP for Cerberus Esports, though that 65,000 damage from Genzo is definitely a candidate. Still, Y1 deserved it. He absorbed so much pressure.
Yeah, let's see who is going to be winning in this series. Will it be Cerberus Esports or will Naos Esports keep on their win streak? Stick around to the very end. We'll just go into a very short break, but when we come back, it's game number 3 time.
Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day. Giang, his throat is a little bit scratchy after that one, but it is still Naos versus Cerberus, and Cerberus was able to turn around such a dominant game against Naos Esports, or with Naos Esports being dominant, but they were able to turn it around in that second game. And now we're going to be going to game 3, and what a momentum destroyer for Naos. That was such a hard stopper, and we went all the way to 32 minutes, I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of destroying something, we have destroyed a record once again. I mean, this game, 31 minutes and 45 seconds in that game number 2 has beaten the previous record of the game of FPX versus Weibo Gaming way back in 2022. October 23. The game duration was actually just 10 seconds earlier. 31 minutes and 35 seconds. So imagine the difference. 10 seconds. But this series, this game has so far been so electrifying and also exciting to the fact that I don't even care who wins anymore. I mean, both of these teams are really doing their all. doing their all in this game, making creative movements, creating creative drafts, and also just risking everything up for the game, for the series.
Yeah, so well done by Cerberus for tying it up, but they do have to be tired after that one. You gotta pick. Naos has to pick themselves up after that, but Cerberus once again banning out the Ashe, banning the Senna. Lots of focus onto Mirmo here because he is one of the super consistent players here for Naos Esports, but that does open quite a few things for them. On the other side, no Aatrox, no Yone this time for Cerberus, but the Garen Yuumi combo still up. Probably not Yuumi though. So first pick coming in for Cerberus Esports, the Camille. It is a really good champion. Very good. Yo, please do it, please. Zalpi, please. I want it. I need it. Please.
What is this? What is this?
Please. Oh.
What is this?
No.
We don't see those champions on a game.
Not in a pro game. But that
Silver Scrapes is usually like game number 5. Do we call this?
Yeah.
And this is
Bronze Scrapes.
Bronze Scrapes. Let's call it like I mean, it's a scrape of some sort. And oh my god, are we actually going to be seeing the trio? No way. No way. Camille, Galio, and Ziggs opened up tier for Cerberus Esports. I mean, this is deadly. This doesn't happen. This just doesn't happen. You don't open this up. You don't let everything be taken here. The Hex Ultimatum into the Hero Standard, into the Mega Inferno Bomb. That is just a dead target. Unless, you know, you pop in the stasis.
Yeah,
but still.
My lord. That was this is kind of an oof for Naos, because that is a very deadly lineup for the side of Cerberus Esports, man. I can't imagine that. Okay, so they are going to be getting that Vi away. They do not want that high impact jungler to be available for Cerberus, while the Wukong is going to be picked up here for Southpeak. So I wonder what Mirmo is going to pick. Ziggs has been banned out, no Zoe either, so it could be AD angle. Or sorry, another what is it? Caster angle. Maybe a Karma here because he does love supporting the team.
You have to find an answer here. Wukong can disrupt any sort of engage. We have seen it multiple times, even in today's games. But I'm still very nervous about this. You leave the Camille open. Even with just Camille, it's already a pivotal pick. But having to have a Galio in 6 just is so difficult to deal with. Now Esports has to be ready with some sort of counterplay. And some of those are actually being denied already. For the first time ever, we're not going to be seeing a Gragas and a Nautilus with the Galio being taken already.
Yeah.
This is a big challenge for Naos Esports. We always see either a Gragas, either a Nautilus, or either a Galio. But now Naos Esports will go with the Rakan. We have seen this champion be used already in this tournament, but I'm still gonna be quite nervous about this. It was actually used by KT in their match against Cerberus Esports during day number 3. Yeah, the Rakan. But it was actually a loose game. So now Esports, oh my god, this is so scary. Cerberus Esports, I mean, it's like seeing, you know, I'm trying to paint a picture here. Imagine if Goku becomes a Goku Black, so it's now an evil person. Gets a Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, then that gets another change of color of some sort, and suddenly gets an Ultra Instinct. That is how Cerberus Esports is building right now. Every champion they pick up, it makes their lineup so scary. And now Esports, they're just, I mean, they're drafting this really interesting lineup right now. They have the Corki, they have the Jace early game, they have good split push with the Fiora. Yeah, you have massive crowd control with the Wukong and Rakan. All those tools are needed because this one of Cerberus Esports is massively scary. If you let them even just try to go towards you, they're almost impossible to prevent from just piling onto you. You have the Olaf, Ragnarok, then just the Hexic ultimate from this is the Exodia that they have picked up. This is the Exodia, my friend. I mean, we can't stress this enough. This lineup just doesn't happen, man.
Yeah, and now while it is Exodia, can Cerberus here be Yami Yugi in this analogy? Because you still need to draw the Exodia. You need to be able to execute this composition well in order to actually make it so that it is kind of the Exodia.
Yeah. I mean, the only way to win against a really good team fighting based composition, because this one, I mean, it falls still in the category of the team fight based composition. Though it does possess some pick potential with a triple global or double global threat that they have with a Camille, Galio, Ziggs combination. The only way to beat it is to cripple it. And that is particularly the design here of Naos Esports. You have your Fiora, you have Jace, you have, you know, the Corki as well. I mean, it is possible to kind of win in the laning phase as well. But let's see. This is game number 3. This is the final game of the series. Will either of the two will happen? Either we still see Naos Esports remaining as the only APAC team to have 2 games consistent wins, 2 series wins, or will Cerberus Esports not only break that record, but also finally get their first win in the same manner they lost their first series and their first
sweep. Would be poetic. It would be poetic for Cerberus Esports to win in that way. But now they're no slouch here. They're going to make Cerberus work for it if they do, and that is a little bit of a weird fight for Mitsuru to take. He is under-leveled, so was Rafe at the time. So, well, just a tiny bit of unengaged there. Nothing all too big. And now, what they can actually bring to the table here, as you said, number one, they can just they can stop Cerberus from getting their late game fantasies going, but it will take more than just an equal laning phase. You have to actually gap Naos Esports coming into the rest of the game.
Definitely eyes on Calm. He is a pivotal player here, pivotal champion in this game. So as he duels against Y1 for the entirety of the game, we can see his big responsibility in allowing that split push potential for Naos Esports. Plus, since Mitsura is in the Jace, you know, he is one of those really talented players that can fully utilize this champion. We can't still deny the fact that Mitsura is one of the best mid laners that the PH region has ever had, and Cerberus Esports, despite their win in that last game, still put them so much in the back end for almost 32 minutes. And now Zaupi, yeah, he's gonna get dough. Rafi is gonna be here. Grand entrance gonna be massive. First blood comes through, and yeah, Rafi gonna be taken away as well. Double kill for BMM, but here comes Mitsura. Kinda a little bit confused on which one to target, as that Meliodas gonna be flashing away as well. Oh no! That is disastrous! Genza, one more auto attack, will get the kill. Flashes in as well. One more will secure 4 kills for Cerberus Esports. And what is happening? This is like game 1 all over again.
This is such a travesty for Naos. What a great dive coming in, and Cerberus Esports, they know that they needed to get aggressive in the early game if they wanted to have a chance here against Naos, and that's exactly what they did. And Naos, this was a little bit of a weird re-engage because it was a 2 versus 3. And
I don't know what happened to Mitsura.
They were kind of under-leveled as well. Mitsura, he's low level for everybody else in that clash for CES was level 5, and then Genza just picking him off with auto attacks, didn't even need to... Well, he did throw that one bomb, but... Well, now, what a disaster. 2,000 gold up now, Cerberus Esports.
I mean, that's the best way to describe it. It's a disaster of a start here for Naos Esports, and now they're gonna be dived once again. Zaupi is in trouble. Good save here by Rafe as he does pop in that quickness into the grand entrance and just try to help up the team recover from this big blunder of a dive again. Oh no, calm. Hexic Ultimatum parries in, but what can you do? That's like 3 people. I mean, that's the Exodia, man. I mean, there's almost no counterplay to this, and they have tried, but so far it's simply not working. 4 minutes in, already almost a 4,000 goal lead.
Yeah, and look at how dominating the performance is from Cerberus, because they did get that early lead. They're going to utilize it and try to get more. They're going to play a lot more aggressively than maybe they should be, you know, in a regular game, because right now they have the lead on Naos. So they're not afraid at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Naos Esports is kind of crumbling right now at the very start of the game. Yep. We should be seeing them, you know, making the plays in this early game and setting up some tempo for themselves. I mean, maybe later on they can actually do some of those stuff, but it's going to be quite difficult, much more difficult with this draft that Cerberus Esports has. And look at how CES is just getting anything that they do want to acquire. Ocean Drake, free. RH, they have Vision already. What can Naos Esports do? Nothing.
They could try to fight it, but I don't think that's a smart idea. Especially not if it is just Cerberus. They are so ahead, honestly. What can you do against this? As you said, it is the Exodia composition. Once they get going, there is no stopping this train. So now they have to hold on for dear life now.
Yeah, what can you do? Hold on for dear life, but if you only have that option, it's gonna be so bad. Rafi gonna be in trouble, but still able to escape, fortunately. Now Esports still just going with its dance for the RH. Nothing they can do as of the moment. They're waiting for Cerberus Esports to make a mistake, but it's actually much more scared to be in this kind of position, because Apino can just, you know, make a drive-by. Just a sponge flash in the shield of Duran is going to be the case, and that is gonna be it. A quick decimation of that Corki, and there's nothing that Naos Esports can do.
Oh man, this is such a difficult situation for Naos, because Mirmo, he needs to be able to step up. He needs to be able to do the good damage here. Otherwise, it's kind of curtains. It's lights out here for Naos.
They're gonna be trying.
What else can they try here? They're so low, and they don't have the damage or the CC to be able to do what they want here.
This is not the position Naos Esports ever thought they would be in. Coming into series, 7,000 goal lead at 7 minutes by Cerberus Esports. Basically getting every single resource as well as a bonus. And every single kill after that devastating team fight in the bottom lane, punishing that overextension and that mishap coming in from the members of Naos Esports. Now in the top lane, Calm might just be in trouble. Took a lot of bullets right into this base, but still able to escape, fortunately. The tower will be vulnerable as Y1 here in the bottom lane is just holding off Mitra. It might need to hold off even more. Even Mirmo is here in the bottom lane. Mega Inferno actually going to be doing some damage here. Hammer form gets the kill. Actually, it's the Wukong here of Zelpi. But now the Olaf is just throwing his axe onto the monkey and even getting that 1-for-1 trade. Rafe might be in trouble, still able to escape. And now Esports are getting something across the map, but not absolutely for free. Because Cerberus Esports are still getting some answers, might even getting the better value of things here.
Yeah, because Cerberus, they definitely are in the driver's seat, but now they do not want to stay a passenger for long, you know what I'm saying? they want to be proactive themselves, but that is a little bit difficult when they have to take whatever they can get at this point. There's not a lot of options for them, except for to just capitalize on some mistakes that Cerberus may be making here.
And what can they do now? Oh no, now it's Esports. Cerberus Esports, this is what I want. This is the best possible. Not touch at all. These towers so far are good for next game. And now Esports has no reach on it just right now. I mean, bottom lane has took some damage already. But especially with the dive that occurred earlier. But in here in the top lane, Calm might just be in trouble. Here comes what we always fear in this Exodia lineup. But Calm actually wins it. The Grand Challenge heal is just so massive when Eric procs those vitals. Rapido might be in trouble. Does trade his time. Tries to buy enough time here as Zalpi joins the fight. Cast in that second Cyclone. But the follow-up is a little bit lacking. Akino managed to flash away and Meliodas just says hello. Hello to my axe as well. And Mirmo and Mitsura just keeps on getting zoned away. Mitsura might actually just get caught here. Still able to escape after a bit of a miss there by Genza's satchel charge. But overall, still a win here by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus, they risked everything for that dive, and they got everything that they needed from Naos Esports. And well, when Naos are kind of in a tough spot, what do you do other than aggress? And even though Tom did get that kill because of the assist from his teammate, from Rafe was not able to stifle the rest of the competition, as Zalpi and Mitsura did arrive a bit late, and Mirmo he wasn't able to deal the damage from the back that he needed, and Meliodas can just solo this Drake easy peasy lemon squeezy.
10,000 gold, man. 10,000 gold by Cerberus Esports. Almost 11,000. Now Esports still no answers in this game. Every single objective, man. If Cerberus Esports didn't have anyone die in the entirety of the game, this would have been a perfect game. All towers taken, all objectives taken, even RH and dragons. And no deaths, but so far it is a semi-perfect game. This has been a really well-polished movement of a game. Akino, though, is being sneaked behind, but actually now Esports does not pull through. There is another fight breaking out in the top lane. Y1 might actually just be in trouble. Making for the bomb, though, after Hexic Ultimatum has stalled things out so well. And even the Meteor Enchant dealing damage here onto Naos Esports. 1-for-2 trade is not ideal here for Naos. And here comes Genza, here comes BMM, the Justice Punch, and everyone just fell down. On the side of Naos Esports, they have the RH to use here in this inhibitor tower. They might even get more value here as the mid lane is so vulnerable as well.
Oh man, Naos Esports, that was a huge misstep from them, if I'm being honest. And what a good capitalization coming in from Cerberus Esports, because they knew, man. They knew that they had the capabilities. They didn't even have to limit test. They knew exactly what their limits were.
And it's just has been so devastating here on the side of Naos Esports to think that they had such a good game number 1, 17 minutes. And Naos Esports has won it. And I think the last game has got to their mind, got to their mental state here. It has been such a solid and stable game. Look at this goal difference graph here. Cerberus Esports. 14,000 going 16,000 now.
Wow.
As this is just out of this world. This is not what we expected to see in a game number 3. But it's something really positive here for the side of Cerberus Esports. And I think now Esports has just been exhausted here in this game. Coming from the picks and bans, things has just got a lot more complicated in this game number 3.
Yep, and with those pick and bans having everything that Cerberus Esports could want, and now they were not able to go back to the drawing board and look for a strategy that they could use. So what can they do now? They're pigeonholed into their base, and it's all up to Cerberus Esports to dictate how they're gonna go for it. And they've already gotten a kill and a turret, or not a kill on the clone though. They're diving calm and.
Oh my god, that outplay! Oh my god! And that is gonna be a dead. Now it's just so bad here for Naos Esports. They held up for dear long. Cerberus Esports, they wanted this.
Everything is
they
gone.
played this for so long, ever since their first sweep loss against KT Roaster. But now they will get finally a chance to put on a reverse sweep against Naos Esports. Naos Esports is trying, but the base is just so vulnerable. The Mega Inferno Bomb, and Xiaopi just falls down.
Everybody's
and
gone.
that is gonna be it. After a long victory, records broken, another one will be as Naos Esports suffered their first defeat, and Cerberus Esports gets their first series win.
Yes, everything has just gone right for Cerberus Esports, and everything went wrong for Naos. What an amazing game! They just took that lead from the start, from champ select, from the composition that they drafted, and they took it and ran with it. Naos, they were just along for the ride. The person in the driver's seat the entire time was Cerberus Esports, and I do gotta give it a huge shout out to Meliodas, because he just kind of pressured again and again the members of Naos Esports. And even though Genza was the one who got like a huge lead in the early game, that translated into, you know, them keeping that gold lead for the entire game, it was Meliodas' map movements that kind of made Naos Esports hesitant to go for anything big, and that I think was their downfall, because they needed to try to go for some risky things, but they were always getting engaged on. They were the ones who were always getting put on the back foot here. So, you know, the incredible game sense and game plan there by Cerberus Esports gives them the first win, and Naos is also joining the list of Philippine teams who have a loss in their name, which is, you know, all of them, Enigma as well as Fennel.
And we can't help but be happy for Cerberus Esports to think that their first series, the storyline of their first series is so much connected towards this game as well. This is how you come back into a series. I mean, game number 1, it was a dominating game of Naos Esports, and then game number 2, the longest record-breaking game that Cerberus Esports was able to win and take us to a game number 3 when they now dominate Naos Esports.
14 minutes.
I mean, who would have thought this exact scenario in the series would happen? Definitely not us. Because that game number 2, we thought that Naos Esports had it, but Cerberus Esports just kept their game strong, their game sense in the series. They kept their cool and definitely had the better start in the game number 3. The lineup that they had, I mean, you give a Ziggs, a Camille, and a Galio, and then an Olaf, you're gonna have a lot of trouble, man. That is a bad time. I mean, there was no opening for Naos Esports. They tried in the bottom lane, but that just cemented a 4-1 kill lead by Cerberus Esports, and basically swung from there.
And that's where everything went to hell in a handbasket for our friends in Naos Esports. They were, you know, they didn't think that dive would be as early as it was, and that was their mistake, because Cerberus, they knew that they had to go aggressive. They knew they had to be a little bit more on the aggressive side, and that's exactly what happened with their composition. And well, that gives them their very deserved first win in the Wild Rift League Asia. So APAC teams, beware, Cerberus is back on the menu, boys.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you did it. This is how you redeem yourselves. I'm really happy for Cerberus Esports. We know them already. We have seen a lot of times in many tournaments, and they have met with, I mean, PH region teams a lot of times already. And Genza, I mean, back-to-back MVP, man. I mean, well, we have seen him a lot as an MVP. Actually, the previous game it was Y1. But Kenza had like 65,000 damage in that particular game. And this one still made it really work. When you give the Ziggs on him, when you give the Zoe, he just really makes a lot of good plays. And that is something to be taken note of to any team that actually will be battling against them.
Absolutely. And there's an interview, I believe. Oh, sorry, that was an interview. That was the match results. But I do believe there should still be an interview because these are... hang on. They're APAC versus APAC. I don't think that that gets an interview, but APAC versus Chinese Conference definitely does, if I'm not mistaken.
APAC versus APAC as well.
Oh, APAC. Okay, so that's good. That's good.
I think
we'll see how Cerberus feels.
I mean, that was a really good game. That was a really entertaining series. Despite Naos Esports, I think we can't help but feel still proud of them.
Yeah.
You know?
They did put up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the first loss. In the retrospect, in the perspective, in the big picture, in this 10-week-long tournament, and you are eventually going to face off against anyone. So that is 19 games to estimately, or to be exact, that they will be having, because it is a round robin. And you will be facing off everybody. So as long as you keep your games a little more on the positive side, then you're just going to be on the safe side as well in terms of qualifying for the playoffs. And so far, only one team on the side of the TCN Conference has been able to get a 2-0. In the APAC, we haven't seen anyone just yet.
Yeah.
But BRU and Invade Esports, they have a good chance. Especially BRU. They landed a 2-0 victory against Nigma Galaxy, and it's such dominating passion as well. And with their statement, I mean, in all of the group stages, they haven't lost against NGX. Maybe other teams can actually pose threat to them, but that is to be found out in the future.
Yeah, because right now, BRU, they are looking really, really keen, especially after the performance that we saw today. So are Invade Esports. But while we thought that, Naos was really clean already, clearly they have some things that they need to work on if they want to keep their chances alive here of getting in the top 2 of APAC. So right now, 1-1s for Naos and NGX, Cerberus Esports, and KT Roaster, while Saigon's Team Flash and Fennel will have no wins yet, while BRU and Invade, they are the only ones who are still flawless here.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to our next games, We have our matches tomorrow. J-Team versus WHG. Team Flash versus Weibo Gaming, and JDG versus EDG. I'm actually really excited about the EDG match simply because they have yet to experience their first loss. Maybe JDG is gonna be the one to give them their first scratch in their record. So far, that is to be seen and witnessed in our tomorrow's matches. So, I mean, that is something to look forward to, especially for our viewers out there in our live stream broadcast. But the fantastic games have been seen all throughout today's games. A bit of a sad day for the PH region community teams, as no wins will be gotten today. But on the other teams, such smiles will be seen for sure.
Yeah, most definitely on the side of Cerberus Esports, because they had such a rough time against KT Roaster, and the way that they got this win was very poetic in a in a reverse sweep fashion, just like the way that they did, or they lost their game to KT Roaster yesterday. So very, very definitely proud of that on the side of of Cerberus, because they have been looking for their first win. They are one of the most respected teams in the region for a reason, and they just kind of showed that here. And I can't wait to see what else they have in store for us.
Yeah, and This is the thing about Wild Rift. This is the thing about the competitive play here in Wild Rift. You can be as creative as you can prep for it as much as you can, but surprises will happen. Some upsets can happen. Some bad things can happen to you, but it's how you actually recover that matters. It's how you actually adapt that matters, because it is not a sprint. It is always going to be a marathon. This is a 4-month-long tournament, my friend.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
I mean, group stage, regular season is already long. And let's check out the interview. Cerberus Esports.
Congrats on taking them down, Y1. Would you mind a greetings to our audience up here?
Em có thể gửi lời chào đến khán giả trên game này được.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Y1, người chơi đến từ Cerberus Esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Y1. I'm the barrel laner for Cerberus Esports.
非常简单的和大家打了一个招呼，说我是来自西贡 CES 的单人路选手 Y1。第一个问题想问到他们的是拿下了这次亚洲联赛的首胜，现在心情感觉怎么样呢 ？So how's it feeling to get the very first win for this tournament?
Thì cảm xúc của em như thế nào khi mà mình có được chiến thắng đầu tiên ở giải đấu này?
Cảm xúc của em thì cảm thấy cũng vui, nhưng mà em nghĩ là chiến thắng này nó cũng không quá là mong muốn theo em muốn.
Yes, I was happy, but in the it was not a beautiful win from our team, so it's like a mixed emotion.
OK， 那Y1选手呢，其实还比较谦虚的，他说他今天还是很开心可以最终取胜，但是他觉得他们并没有说是赢得非常的漂亮，没有说拿他们全部的实力，他觉得还是一场比较有悬念的比赛。那下一个问题想要问到的是，因为他们的第二场比赛其实打破了我们目前的最长比赛时长，达到了31分45秒。想问一下他们在后期的一个，因为他们3条路的线权都是做得非常好的，也是导致他们最终胜利的一个很关键的原因。想问一下他们后期的一个团战思路大概是怎么样的 ？So come to the game 2, it's very close, and you have just refreshed our record to the 31 minutes 45 seconds. But actually, obviously, you are good at the micro laning around the map. So what is your late game plan for the game 2?
Thì ở cái trận đấu thứ hai vừa rồi mình đã có một cái game đấu lâu nhất lịch sử luôn, là 31 phút, gần 32 phút á. Thì họ muốn hỏi là cái kế hoạch của team mình ở late game là gì á, tại vì mọi người đã phải di chuyển cả bản đồ.
Em nghĩ là khi mà đã cuối game thì mình chỉ chờ sơ hở của đối phương thôi, chứ mình cũng không có kế hoạch gì.
So like when we proceed to late game, like the game is very in a balanced mode, that is when every mistake from the opponent will be punished. So we just play calmly, waiting for their mistakes, and then we punish them.
OK， 那我们的Y1选手说到呢，其实到了这个比赛的后期的时候呢，整个平衡的模式相对于两边的阵容来讲都会更加的平均一些。然后他觉得在后期的时候呢，其实你只需要等待对方去犯错误，因为那个在后期的时候呢，任何一个对手的这个失误其实都是致命的，所以只要等待对方去犯错误，然后抓住这个时机就可以最终取胜了。下一个问题想要问到的是，他们很明显在最后一局的时候选择了一个非常适合冲阵开团的阵容，想问一下他们是不是有意选择这样的阵容去加快比赛的节奏 ？So for the last game, the game 3, your team comp was pretty much good at the rushing and engaging. So what you mean to like accelerate or speed up our game?
Thì ở trận đấu cuối cùng á, bên mình có chủ động chọn một cái đội hình giao tranh, lao vào giao tranh rất là mạnh. Thì đó có phải là cái ý đồ của mình khi mà mình đẩy tốc độ trận đấu lên rất là nhanh và kết thúc cái game nó rất là nhanh chóng không?
Dạ, cũng đúng, tại vì hai trận đầu tụi em đánh kiểu như là kéo game về sau, nhưng mà cảm giác không hiệu quả. Là game 3 thì em quyết định đánh giai đoạn mạnh đầu game.
Just because in the first two games we decided to make a late game scaling team, but we feel that our team today did not like follow the team comp pretty well. Like we can almost lose game 2, so that's why we decide to go to a better engaged comp, and we decide to make the pace of the game faster, then we proceed to win the game.
OK， 那我们的万万选手说到，其实是因为在前2局当中，他们觉得他们前2局选择了一些比较适合在后期去成长曲线比较高的一些阵容，但是在前2局他们都没有拿到非常好的效果，尤其是在第2局差一点就输掉了比赛，所以在最后1局呢，他们打算改变一下自己的思路，还是选择一些前期进攻性比较强的一些阵容，开团性比较强的一些阵容，他们觉得这个可能是更适合他们的一个打法。最后一个问题想问到的是，因为在下一场他们即将对决到的是 J Team， 也是来自于 WRL 赛区非常强的一个队伍，想问一下他怎么期待下一场比赛呢？ So for the last question, we're gonna like what can we expect from your next matchup versus J Team, because they are a very strong team from Wild Rift League.
Thì ở câu hỏi cuối cùng á, thì họ muốn hỏi là trận đấu tiếp theo của mình sẽ gặp J Team, là một đội rất mạnh đến từ khu vực WRL Trung Quốc á, thì không biết là mình đã có sự chuẩn bị gì không và mình có sự chuẩn bị dành cho đối thủ này chưa?
Tụi em cũng đã chuẩn bị trước rồi và cũng nghiên cứu rất kỹ về những đội tuyển đến từ Trung Quốc. Tụi em sẽ chiến thắng trước J Team trong trận đấu sắp tới.
Not only J Team, but the team has already learned and well prepared for all the team from WRL China, and their goals is to have a beautiful victory in front of the J Team.
OK， 那我们的万万选手说到，其实不只是 J Team， 他们已经向我们所有 WRL 的队伍呢都去取过经了，也有看过他们的一些比赛，然后也学习到了很多的东西。他们希望下一场呢可以对阵到 J Team 的时候是一场非常好看、非常漂亮的对决。OK，thank you for taking your time, Y1, and thank you for the translating. That's all for the interval. Back over to you guys. 让我们把画面交回到解说席。
Wow, what an insightful interview from Y1. I'm kind of surprised that they weren't satisfied with this victory. They won, but they were like, this isn't a beautiful victory. This is not what we wanted. We wanted to get a very clean one, and we're going to improve until we get to the top of our game. And that I think is very, very inspiring.
And that has been today's set of games. We will see you again in tomorrow's matches. JT versus WHGs, Team Flash versus Weibo Gaming, and JDG versus EDG. And thank you for sticking around till the very end. We will be seeing you again tomorrow, but for now, we'll be bidding good night. And see you again tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.